We're also delighted today to welcome pupils and staff from Meadow Lane Primary School, who, as you can see, are just assembling in front of the pavilion in order to form this morning's Guard of Honour. Boys and girls, we hope you're enjoying your time here today at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club. We look forward to seeing you again very soon. It's good morning, Borodar, to our two-match umpires, Paul Baldwin and Jack Chantry. And good morning, Borodar, as well to the Middlesex team, led into the field by captain Toby Rowland-Jones. And good morning, Borodar, to the two not-out batters for Glamorgan, Mason Crane and Zainul Hassan. And diolch yn fawr iawn. Many thanks to the boys and girls from Meadow Lane Primary School for forming this morning's Guard of Honour.
Good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens from the BBC Sport commentary team. Welcome to the final day of this County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Middlesex, with the visitors strongly poised for victory today. They are big favourites, with Glamorgan 294 for 7 in their second innings, and that is a lead of just 134 runs. So Middlesex will have high hopes of chasing a relatively modest target. And Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, alongside myself, Nick Webb. Gareth Griffiths is the other member of our commentary team, as per yesterday. And Middlesex set themselves up nicely in the last hour and a half last night, Kevin.
They did, but I know what you're doing, Webby. You're setting it all up to fail, aren't you? Lead of 134. Middlesex want to wrap this up quickly this morning. They've played well in this game. They'll be pleased where they are, but yeah, yesterday Glamorgan fought back at them. Couple of late wickets, as you say, have swung it to Middlesex again, but you never know, do you? Runs are there to be scored, aren't they? 160, 180, they're still runs that you have to go out and get. You never know, a couple of early wickets. So Middlesex just need to be careful. They need to wrap this up quickly this morning. That in itself is also easier said than done.
Ryan Higgins will bowl the first ball of the morning. He'll be bowling to Mason Crane on 1 not out. Zainul Hassan on 11 not out at the other end. And Higgins is in and bowls, and forward comes Crane and defends on the leg side. And there is no run.
He was in good spirits last night, wasn't he, Ryan Higgins, when we spoke to him at the close? And, yeah, long old day it was for the teams yesterday. 104 overs. What time did we finish? 7:29?
Yeah, something like that. I think it was the longest, latest finishing championship day that I can remember. Higgins bustling in, bowling to Crane, who plays that one out on the leg side. Marnus Labuschagne last night saying that it wasn't a wicket where scoring is easy.
Well, yeah, there you go. You know, I mean, we go back to yesterday morning, don't we? And I put it to Higgins in the interview, didn't I? That if you hindsight's wonderful, and if you go back to the first ball yesterday, you probably would have had a thrash and got those 40 in no times, and perhaps even got 50 and got that batting point.
In comes the next delivery from Higgins. It's turned away on the leg side by Crane for the first run of the day, down towards backward square, 295 for 7.
If 9-10 or Jack opens up for a quick 25 off 30 here, and all of a sudden it is 180 runs on the board, there's still runs that will have to be scored then and scored properly. Middlesex will come out and open up properly. They won't come out and just thrash their way to 180. They'll look to bat properly, and as you say, runs aren't easy to come by. So where Middlesex yesterday morning didn't open up, Glamorgan wouldn't particularly be advised to do so, but when they do get down to the last wicket pairing this morning, a quick 20 or 30 cameo for the final wicket pair could make quite a substantial difference to the way today plays out.
Interesting phrase from Labuschagne, saying the wicket took a lot of mental energy out of you.
I think that's what a lot of Marnus's opponents say, don't they? Some of his teammates as well.
295 for 7. Round the wicket comes Higgins to Ul Hassan, who drives streakily and will get a single off a thickish outside part of the bat down towards backward point. They thought about a second, but it wasn't really there. It was kept more or less under control by Ul Hassan, even though it wasn't where he was necessarily looking to play it.
Was he out particularly quickly yesterday evening, Marnus? He was done by the time I got over there.
Yes, I think he wanted
he'd had a long
an
day
evening's relaxation. I'm not sure if his... well, he's still getting used to the rhythm of things over here, not having played for a little while. So a little bit of a holiday. As in comes Higgins, and that's a nice shot from Crane, driven through the covers, and that will reach the boundary, running away over the used strips, over the square towards the grandstand side of the ground. And Glamorgan's 300 is up, and Crane has 6, and the lead is 140.
I reckon we're in for a really good day today, Webby. I think this is going to be fun. Unless Middlesex go bang bang now and wrap this all up quickly. I think even 160, 170, they're runs that have to be scored. And as we said, there's been swing, there's been seam, there's been spin. We've seen a little bit of indifferent bounce coming into it as well. Yeah. Glamorgan's attack is not at full strength, that must be said.
As Higgins into bowl, and Crane plays it down into the gully. Fielded there, and there is no run. $302 for 7, no ball. Thank you, Kevin.
Did you think I was doing some Pilates?
I thought for a moment you were waving at someone looking in from next door. Next delivery driven on the leg side by Crane, but gently up to mid-on, which illustrates the situation. If you bowl straight, the batters really have to work hard to get the ball away. It's not coming onto the bat. So if you bowl wicket to wicket, everyone has to work very hard for their runs. Higgins mid-70s in that over, opening up 302 for 7. You're on BBC Sport Online.
I'm really sad today's the final day. I've had a lovely 4 days here in Cardiff. I think possibly my fondest 4 days.
I'm
I've had yourself,
pleased to hear that.
Ed, Gareth. Only missing Richard Thomas, aren't we? Getting the gang back together.
Yes, former Welsh cricket journalist on the circuit for a number of years, Richard.
We've given him a few mentions across this match. If you tuned in, I hope you're well, Richard. Or if the message reaches you from somewhere. Here's Helm. He's around the wicket. 7 wickets to his name in the match. 3 in this innings, 3 for 43. He's right arm around to the left-handed Ul Hassan, and Ul Hassan leaves alone a ball that has good pace, good bounce, good carry, and a little bit of shape away from the left-hander. That was a promising start from Helm.
And a cursory examination of the record shows that Glamorgan have not lost a championship match here, or any Welsh ground. Well, they only play in Cardiff these days in the championship, since April 2022, when the visitors were Middlesex.
Yeah, and Stoneman got his century, and Helm bowled beautifully. He's in again now. Lovely smooth approach. When Helm is at his best, it's one of the easiest actions and run-ins and follow-throughs. This is defended to point by Ul Hassan. Effortless. If ever he were to think about leaving Middlesex, Glamorgan should be all over him. He's got a great record in this ground, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, since the team's last meeting here, Glamorgan have won 5 and drawn 9. Saved by the rain once that I can think of. But unbeaten since last Middlesex visited.
Helm, shadow stretching out to his left as he runs in now. He bowls, and this is defended by Ul Hassan. He played that as though it didn't get up.
Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't suggest for a moment that it was a grubber, but we did see the first ball of the over go through with good pace, bounce and carry, and that one, Ul Hassan sitting in his crease, perhaps could have been forward to as well. But that's the test of Helm. You put it on a length, the batter's not sure, back or forward, and especially if you are somebody that possesses a bit of pace. Quickest in the match, Helm would suggest, I think. Quickest of the Middlesex bunch, when he really lets rip. Off he goes, blue towel hanging out the back of his trousers. Light blue, I don't think that's in any celebration of yesterday's events. As he bowls, this is driven back to mid-off by Ul Hassan. And a tumbling Roland Jones gets down. Go on, you say it.
And just gets back up again.
Only just.
Attritional cricket it's been, really, for much of this match, hasn't it?
Well, I mean, both the batters and the bowlers have come off and said there's a bit in it for the batters, there's a bit in it for the bowlers. There's not quite, like, neither of them are wholly happy, are they? And that's probably a good thing. They're both made to work, aren't they? So here goes Helm. 302 for 7, a lead of 142 for Glamorgan. It's full, it's driven, and it's fine of cover Holman, and that's what you were talking about just a few moments ago, Nick. They've picked up 2. It was just a gentle offering, wasn't it? And the ball rather trickles away. It was only just out of reach of Holman coming around from extra cover. Had he have been a cover, there'd have been no run, and it'd have had no chance of getting past him, because it really didn't go too far at all across what is a lush green square.
Yes, the middle of it's looking very nice ahead of England-Pakistan next Tuesday next week, week tomorrow.
304 for 7, Al Hassan on 14, and Helm bowls a forward defence from the left-hander. It falls away just wide of Holman, and there's no run. 304 for 7, end of the 88th, just 2 off the over from Helm. The lead's 144.
I'm told, by the way, that tickets are really at a premium for that game, and just
I hope so.
180 left at the last count from the Glamorgan team.
What's capacity here?
Just shy of 15,000
Is
usually.
It really? 15,000, that's brilliant.
So that big grandstand away to our right should be packed to bursting, and pretty vibrant with the Pakistan supporters in town. They always make a bit of noise.
Did you see the match at in Ireland the other day, where they were playing just north of Dublin? The name's gone from my mind now, but anyway, the venue doesn't particularly matter, but the crowd, it was just fantastic. You know, Pakistan fans were virtually making it a home match in Ireland, and it was brilliant. You know, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Pakistan winning the series 2-1, but Ireland gave them a fright.
As in comes the next delivery. Is it edged? No, it thought for a moment that Crane had got a little feather on that through to Davies, but no reaction from anyone in the middle. Might have been a little bit of away movement off the pitch. Yes, away swing, but after it had passed the wickets there from Higgins, which doesn't really matter. Through low to Davies. I remember watching an England-Pakistan game here in the Champions Trophy from the crowd, and there were all sorts of allegiances. As that is cut by Crane. That'll run away to the third man boundary, using the pace of the ball well over the ropes as it's glinted in the sunlight, travelling over the turf. Relatively new ball, just the 9th over with it. Crane is into double figures on 10, and Glamorgan 308 for 7, the lead 148. Certainly an interesting mixture of allegiances. There were Pakistani fans, there were England fans, there were Welsh supporters supporting England, there were Welsh supporters just there for a good time, and they're behind me as break off as Higgins is in and bowls to Crane. There was a small group of India supporters who were supporting England because they weren't Pakistan.
Well, well, exactly. That was what I was waiting for you to say, for the Welsh supporters supporting Pakistan as well. Come on, there must have been a few.
Well, yes, there are a lot of big Welsh Asian community heavily into their cricket. But we're not going to go old Norman Tebbit on this one. 308 for 7. Higgins bowls to Crane, who's watchfully playing that one out on the offside, no run.
Lead of 148. There are 93 overs remaining today. I think we can safely rule out the draw. We're going to have a victor here.
It would be very surprising if there were a draw, unless one of these two plays the innings of a lifetime.
The Glamorgan victory is far more likely than the draw at this stage, I'd suggest. I don't know how far into the day we'd have to go before the draw became more likely than the Glamorgan win.
Higgins bowls and Crane blocks it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, even if these two batted through to lunch and there were 64 overs remaining in the day, in another 30 overs time they've added another 100 to the score. It's a 250 lead with 64 overs remaining in the day. Middlesex are, again, it's not going to be a draw, is it? So really they'd have to go halfway through the afternoon before you even considered that this could be a draw.
As that is dabbed on the offside by Crane down into the gully, no run.
Virtually tea, I would suggest, before you could even think that the draw comes into this.
Realistically, these are two batters out there at the moment with career bests in their 60s. Gorvin, CB of 47, and McIlroy considerably fewer.
But who has McIlroy got a long handle? Does he like a bit of the long handle?
He's usually a prodder, and
is he?
Lets the other guy get on with it.
Well, mind you, that's not the end of the world actually. If he can just hang in there, and then who's the most likely of Crane, Ul-Hassan and Gorvin to clear the ropes for a couple of overs and jolt 30 or more into the lead?
I think these three are probably correct players rather than hitters.
Helm's around the wicket, he bowls, and Ul-Hassan behind this one, easy to backward point, and there's no run, 308.
So I think they'll carry on doing what they're doing, really, just trying to play correctly and pick off the occasional bad ball and nudge ones and twos where they can, and see how long they can last and whether they can get the target somewhere up towards 200.
But it honestly felt to me like today walking, it's like the cricket season's properly here now. Which is a bit of a shame because we're how many matches through the championship season, now the cricket season's finally here. As Helm's around the wicket, he bowls to Ul-Hassan. Bowls, and this is clipped to mid-wicket. I was wondering whether he was just going to dolly that up for a moment, but he checked the shot and it just gets through Holden, so they have a single. Ul-Hassan moves to 15, 309 for 7. The lead is 149.
Yeah, to be fair, last week we had some decent weather against Sussex in a Glamorgan victory, which always helps. Up at Yorkshire, maybe a couple of decent days, about a day and about 5 sessions worth of decent weather. The good weather seemed to arrive north a day later than back at home. But the Derbyshire home and Northants away games, really unpleasant conditions.
What was it like outside?
It was chilly inside at Northants. Gosh.
Helm over the wicket to Crane. First time today. Crane drives him, doesn't get hold of it, toe into the bat and puts it straight to mid-off, all along the floor. Robson Fields, no run. Good old Fletch. And a Middlesex seeing Derbyshire this year, I'm not sure actually. Let's have a little look and see. Who did you say the other one was? Northants.
Derbyshire and Northants, that game could go somewhere today. Northants 224 for 2, leading by 284. So you'd have thought a declaration. Emilio Gay's just got 100. Declaration by Northants is likely in the next hour or two, before lunch maybe.
Helm in bowls, and this is clipped away through mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot. Vast expanse on the onside. There's a deep square, and it's a very big boundary. They'll get a comfortable 3. As Holman returns. Oh, and a collision at the non-strike zone. We've had a few of those today. Max Holden turns to apologise to Mason Crane. 3 more to the total. Crane's on to 13 from 18. And the lead is 152.
Yes, don't talk to me about collisions on the cricketing field.
Oh dear.
I had a rather embarrassing one last season where I completely accidentally wiped out an opposition player who was rather younger and smaller than I was.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Not great. A bit embarrassing for me, a bit concussing for him.
Oh dear. In comes Helm bowls. This is clipped fine of mid-wicket, which is Holden. And they might even get 4 here. 3 converge, and that is a brilliant stop by Holden. Absolutely outstanding. Manages to flick it back in with his left hand, then slides over the rope. Had we got a TV replay for this one, umpire, we'd be upstairs having a look. But to the naked eye, it felt as though he got his outstretched hand there, flicked it back in, and then the torso went, which is an outstanding piece of fielding from Holden. We'll have a look now. Here we go. Ball's just about to hit the rope. Flick.
It's a freeze frame job, isn't it?
It is.
The fielder gets the benefit of the doubt in these matches.
For the effort he had there, I think he definitely does, doesn't he? That was an outstanding. I mean, it really didn't look as though he'd be able to stop that at all. As Helm's in, bowls Al and goes past the edge. A little dabble from Ul-Hassan, who hangs his head backwards in frustration. He nearly hits the side of his helmet with his hand, his glove. Frustrated. Yes, exactly.
Face palm.
That's probably what he's trying to do, forgetting how to grill on, yeah. Lovely ball from Helm to end the over. Just a bit of bounce again. And exciting stuff. 314 for 7. The lead's 154 now.
Yes, the snappers are here today to record things for the benefit of all publications. So... see the lovely pictures of Hugh Evans' agency on quite a lot of BBC Wales work. 314 for 7. Up at Grace Road, Leicestershire are blocking the heck out of it against Gloucestershire. They're 32 for 0 in the 17th over in their second innings. As Higgins starts a new over to bowl to Crane, who defends. back down the pitch, and there is no run. You may remember that Gloucestershire made their county record score of 706 for 6 declared. Leicestershire replying with 371, and then following on a 32 without loss. Leicestershire's job to bat out the day and save a draw. As Crane steers that one wide of backward point, he'll pick up a couple of runs as it's picked up by Fernandez towards the third man boundary. Crane to 15, Glamorgan 3-1-6 for 7, the lead 1-5-6.
This would usually be a question that you'd throw to me, Webby, but I'm going to throw it to you.
Okay.
At what point do you think Middlesex start to get a little bit frustrated and nervous here? The runs have ticked along this morning, haven't they, without any great alarm for Glamorgan. And when's the frustration start to build? Let's put it that way. Another 20?
As Higgins bowls, Crane dabs it into the gully, and there's no run. I would say if Middlesex haven't broken this stand in an hour or so,
An hour? Ooh.
Yeah, I think they've got plenty of time in hand still. Middlesex, they can still afford to concede another 40-ish runs and be in control of the game.
40th runs from this partnership, or 40th runs in total? I'd say in total. If this partnership puts on another 40, I think could be trouble.
Higgins bowls, and Crane drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. Some interesting games in Division 1. Essex look like pulling off a big chase at Chelmsford against Warwickshire. They're 242 for 4, needing a further 88 runs to win with 6 wickets in hand, but both Cox and Critchley are very well set there in a big partnership. At Blackpool, where Ben Stokes dominating the headlines with a 5 for yesterday, 5 for 98 for Durham, but his team's still up against it. As Higgins bowls, and Crane drives, a flourishing drive, but straight to deploy at a short cover position. So Durham in their second innings are 162 for 3, but that's requiring a further 313 runs to win, and Stokes is probably in next in that game. But good to see him in county championship action. Good to see any England current players in county championship action. As Crane is forward, defending to deploy at cover again. Up at Trent Bridge, Hampshire needing 169 to win, are 103 for 5, but that is a comeback, having been 44 for 5, so the impetus is with the visitors Hampshire there. And at Taunton, where Kent are batting for survival, they lost a few late wickets last night after a fabulous 238 from Zach Crawley took them towards the lead.
Here's Helm, he's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's left alone outside of the off stump. Full delivery, Hassan just plunging forward a pad.
So Kent there are 428 for 5 in their second innings. That might sound impressive, but that is mere 52 runs ahead at Taunton, so still an awful lot of work to do for Kent to try and salvage a draw over the water from here.
Helm, Cathedral Road end. Gentle approach he has, in bowls, and nice high arm, could bounce again through. This really is, I know I make it over-egging it slightly, but he's at his best. He really is wonderful to watch, isn't he?
He's the only one getting any sort of bounce out of the wicket at the moment from his height of 6'4" or thereabouts. A really strong county bowler who knows what he's doing, and as he said yesterday, has been on the fringe of the England debate for some occasions.
In he comes, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump, through to the keeper, 316 for 7.
He's clocked 81 with that delivery. That's
And
the situation with England at the moment. They want guys who are regularly mid-80s, don't they?
Well, I was going to say, you'd feel he's got more in the tank, but also one thing we've said of the pitch, it's not the quickest, is it, this surface? So, on a test track, you'd probably fancy, actually, Helm would do a... you'd be getting that around the mid-80s mark that they want. Well, they want 90s, don't they? But I'd like to be a billionaire, but here's Helm. He's around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's on a length, push back up the track. There's no run, 316 for 7. Yeah,
there seems to be a bit of an obsession with sheer pace, doesn't there? Which obviously is very welcome on Australia wickets. But do you base the entire England selection philosophy on Ashes series?
There's always an obsession.
There's plenty of other series in between.
Yeah, they're absolutely obsessed by it, aren't they?
That's 18 months away, and already they're saying to Jimmy Anderson, out the door, mate, you're not going to play in 18 months' time. Well, so what?
Yeah, I remember the last time they tried to drop Broad and Anderson. That didn't go so well, did it? But here's Helm bowls, and this has worked. Leg side, leg stump half volley. He's just given a little fine glance. Oh, dearie me, who's that behind the board there? It's thumped into the advertising board, and it's given somebody a jolt. Have a look. Here goes the little flick, and then just over the rope.
Yeah, the ball occasionally does fly up off the rope, doesn't it, and over the advertising hoarding, so you have to be careful if you're
fortunately that
sitting in the first couple of rows.
It's a 90-degree angle, isn't it? So it's fine. It was a wall it hit of the... But as you say, it can ramp up off the advertising boards themselves, can't it? Here's Helm. Round the wicket to Al Hassan. 320 for 7. Helm bowls outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Al Hassan. The lead is 160. I think anything that is over 180 makes a very good game. Anything over 200, and a couple of early wickets, it could be nervy, but we shall see. That's all to come. We can just sit back and enjoy it from our lofty position up here. If you're enjoying it in the sun trap over at the far end, I can see on the stream. There he is. Luke Holman's dad's up at the back again. I saw Luke last night. I said, I keep seeing your dad on the stream. He hasn't seen him at all in this game. Dad obviously gives him a bit of space on the away games. Which is the right thing to do, isn't it?
You don't want
sit back and enjoy it. Leave him alone.
Necessarily to be distracting someone who's playing.
Helicoptering? Is that what they call it?
Helicopter parenting, yeah. As Crane defends another one back down the wicket. Yes, my daughters have not always been too keen to have me attend too regularly their sporting endeavours.
What, even still now?
Well, it's not practical now because they're in London, so it doesn't really arise. As that is defended by Crane out on the offside. Went to see him probably once each during their university days. But I used to be a regular at the Welsh National Sports Centre just next to us when before daughter number 1 could drive herself there when she was 15, 16, but playing in adult teams. As that is a very short and loopy bouncer from Higgins.
One for the over, says umpire Baldwin.
That doesn't really provide any threat to Crane, where fellow watchers used to include Chris Cook, whose wife played netball in the same club.
Weren't vying for the same position, were they? A bit of antagonism between you and Cookie.
As that's down leg side and helped away by Crane. It was involving a little bit of bat. Umpire Baldwin does not tap his leg, and it's 4 more to the Glamorgan cause. 19 to Crane, 324 for 7. The lead is 164.
How many down Hampshire last time you had a look?
5.
They're 5 down.
Yeah.
Fuller's 36 not out of
they're fighting
45
back.
balls. Yeah. Middleton hanging in. 42 off 100, but there we go. I mean, look at those scores. 235 and 276. Played 209, 108 for 5. They're still 61 shy.
It's good to see some good contests between bat and ball, isn't it? as that is helped away. A very short and slowish delivery from Higgins. Well, it was slowish by the time it had thudded into the pitch and looped up, and Crane played a very gentle hook shot so that there was no chance of getting out, and just took the single. 325 for 7. Yeah, I don't... Well, Chris Cook's wife is probably a few years older, so... she was rather senior in the club. She was rather senior in the club to my daughter. Played for Wales, did Nick James, as she then was. So there should be some good sporting genes from their children. Higgins round the wicket, bowls. Ul Hassan leaves it go low through to Davies. Other sporting alumni there included Neil Jenkins, the former Wales rugby fly half, and Garin Jenkins, the former Wales rugby hooker, both of whom were watching their daughters play as well. So sometimes we used to just stand up on the balcony or sit up on the balcony and natter about rugby, to be honest. Trying to remember to cheer occasionally.
Did they ever ask you about cricket?
I didn't want to get too much into cricket with Cookie. It seemed like too much of a busman's holiday.
Here's Helm, 94th over, and this ball's eased away 2 points by Crane, 20 from 30. It's a very useful contribution already, 21 from 53, Ul Hassan.
So 7 championship games still going, as we say, a few good finishes. A couple of them might finish by lunchtime one way or the other. Sussex beat Yorkshire last night, and Surrey thrashed Worcestershire in Division 1.
Helm is in, bowls, and this is full and driven beautifully in front of point by Crane. Open face, square drive. He moves to 24. And Glamorgan are 329 for 7, leading by 169 now. This partnership's worth 36, and I'd suggest the frustration moment is nearly there for Middlesex, where they might just need to reconsider slightly these runs that are leaking away.
Yeah, that one was just the width, wasn't it? You cannot bowl wide on this wicket.
Helm is in, bowls, and this is wide again. That's a brilliant stop by Holden at cover, low to his right. That was powerfully struck, that one. Holden gets down, gets a hand to it. And it was a little bit more of a slap, that one, from Crane, wasn't it? But Holden got a very strong right hand, which allowed Roland Jones to come around. I was just about to say, my point being, where Middlesex needed to rethink their plans, I think they perhaps need to drop back point.
And
that is exactly what they have done. They've got a deep third and a point. Oh, well, indeed, it's a square leg, of course, because they've got through for a single, which I didn't see. How did they get through for a single there?
Well, the ball did carry the way off Holden, didn't it?
I think I was too busy watching the replay of the stop that I didn't see that they got through for a single. Here's a full ball, and it's pushed to Roland Jones at mid-off. But when Crane comes back onto strike, I think with that short boundary, a deep point is heavily advised at the moment.
11:30 on the board. I think it's about time we rotated strike, and I'll give way to Gareth Griffiths and come back and replace you in half an hour.
Nick Webb, thank you very much. See you in 30 minutes. Very good start for Glamorgan this morning. 330 for 7. The lead's 170 now. As Helm turns down below us. Around the wickets to the left-handed Ul Hassan. He bowls, and this is run by Ul Hassan with an angle bat only as far as second slip, where Elias Deploy fields the ball. Higgins at slip, Deploy at second. And well, I say he ran it, and maybe he was caught in between two minds there, but that bat was virtually horizontal behind him as the ball struck, and into the ground it went to second slip. 330 for 7. So 2 slips, a backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg, the 5-4 field. And here is Helm for the final time in the over. His 21st of the innings. He bowls, and in behind it, Ul Hassan defends into the offside. There's no run. 330 for 7 is the score. 170 is the lead. We're in the third innings of the match. Glamorgan second, Ul Hassan 21, Crane 25. Beautiful blue skies up above us. And a gorgeous sight next to me as well. Gareth Griffiths, good morning.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Kevin. Much appreciated. I don't have many of those. Yes, a great, good first half hour for Glamorgan. 36 runs added, no wickets lost. Lead is now 170. They'll be delighted with this first half hour. And Middlesex will be looking to change things a little bit, and the changes come with the captain Toby Rowland-Jones coming on instead of Ryan Higgins at the River Taff end. Yeah, I was listening to your conversation with Nick about when do Middlesex start getting.
I was trying to poke and prod him, wasn't I?
Yes,
I couldn't get an answer.
It was very diplomatic, but I wonder, how they will to see. The captain now will bring himself on and try and make something happen. Ryan Higgins has been good in this game, but just hasn't managed to make that breakthrough in the first half hour. So Rowland-Jones comes on. He's got a slip, helmet slip. He's got a short cover, short mid-wicket. Hasn't put anybody out on the offside boundary at the moment to Crane, so he's just going to have a look and see what he can gain. It's when they start trying to contain runs and still trying to take wickets. That's the dilemma that they've got now. As Rowland-Jones comes in from the River Taff end to Crane. Nice and full. Crane drives the ball to mid-off, no run.
I mean, the first change for me, as I say, is probably deep square and deep point. Couple of slips, maybe even 3. Just say, all right, look, we offer the cover. Perhaps we've got a deep point, so that we don't need the cover. Bring in a third slip, and in fact, they're taking out a slip. They're going for a short extra cover, but almost a case of, look, if you want to do it in singles, but we're going to look for the edge. Yeah,
they've got the deep square and fine legs. So they've got 2 out on the leg side, but nobody out on the offside at the moment as Rowland-Jones comes in. But again, nice and straight. Crane just guides the ball to the short mid-wicket, no run.
Almost hang it outside off. I mean, there's many options, many ways you can go about it, isn't there, bowler? 5th, 6th stump line. Put in 3 slips, pat the offside and say to the tail enders, right, well, you can push a single out to deep point if you want, but you may well nick it through to one of 3 slips, try and get them that way. Or at the moment, they've got a 5-4 field, just the 1 slip, and he's going to bowl at the stumps. But it'll be mighty frustrating if one of these edges past slip right now. We've already seen 2. Edge in between slipper and keeper in this match.
Rowland-Jones comes in full again and stops the ball on the way through, and it hits the wicket, but Al-Hassan is back in his crease.
Yeah, well, he's bringing in all 3 modes at the moment, isn't he? He's bowling halfway up off stump and saying to Crane, you hit, I miss, be it LBW or bowled. Or equally, he's got the catchers in front. Short mid-wicket, short extra cover. Mid-off's warming up. Bamba, he'll be in from the Cathedral Road end soon.
And all these discussions will take place, won't they? We'll plan A, and then what we're going to do if half an hour we haven't made the breakthrough, as Rowland-Jones comes in. Again, and it guides it down, Mason Crane. Lovely little shot there, just past first slip, into the vacant third man area. 4 runs for Crane, and he moves on to 29. 3-3-4 for 7. The lead is 174, and a lovely little late cut there, past the slip, down to third man for 4. And for Edward, if you were listening back home, that's another 4 runs down in third man for our friend Edward Bevan.
But also, I'm not going to labour the point, but I get it. They're bringing in all 3 modes of dismissal at the moment, bowling at the stumps. There we go. Deep third's going to go back now, and they're now going to have a fly slip rather than an orthodox slip. And as we say, we've seen a couple go through, haven't we, in this game? Actually, he's tightening up again now. Helm is not going to be a fly slip.
No, they are protecting that third man area, and the short extra has gone to a backward point, so there's 3 on the offside, saving 1 as Rowland-Jones comes in, and this time it's on the leg side, and it's flicked away by Crane. Both sides of the wicket there bowling, Toby Rowland-Jones. 4 more runs for Glamorgan, 4 more for Mason Crane. He moves on to 33, 338 for 7. The lead is now 178. So, yes, the captain wouldn't have wanted that. He's bowled both sides of the wicket there, and they've gone for 2 successive boundaries.
Very, very, very easy game from up here. It really is. But that's my point of bowling at the stumps at the moment. You can equally you concede runs off the stumps. You put in a couple of slips, pat the offside. You've got a deep, big boundary outside the off stump, haven't you, for Crane?
Final ball of the over. Rowland-Jones is in, and again Crane drives, but it goes to extra cover. There's no run there. It's cut off by Holman. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan 338 for 7. The lead 178. Mason Crane on 33, and Al-Hassan on 21.
And I don't think it's defensive at all to bowl a 5th, 6th stump line here to a tail ender and put in 3 slips, a deep third, deep point, mid off, and say, go on then, look at the covers there. You know, if you're you're a 9-10 and jack for a reason. If you get it away through the covers with a glorious cover drive, I've given you a half volley, or it's a brilliant shot, fair play. But to dry up the runs, I'd be bowling fifth or sixth stump and see how long the tail-enders can resist at the moment. Because there are only 3 wickets to go. I mean, these runs have leaked this morning. What did they resume overnight? 190...
So 294.
294, sorry, 294.
So 44 runs added.
In 37 minutes. Yeah. 3 wickets still standing and 2 set batters now. And this is a relatively new ball, isn't it? It's only 15 overs old, so Middlesex would be, in one way, a little disappointed, but in another, that would, I'm sure, give the batters a little bit of confidence that, well, look at how the tail have played the new ball this morning, that Middlesex will get out there, but equally there comes the pressure of the chase, doesn't there? And the momentum of this match shifted yesterday morning, didn't it, towards Glamorgan. It's still with them this morning, as here's Bamber around the wicket, he bowls, and this is short onto the hip, and it's hooked for 6. Goodness me. Well, there's a cry of catch it. I don't know whether that was a top edge. It's a short boundary. They've got deep square and long leg set back. And that brings Glamorgan to 184. Their lead is now more than they scored themselves in the first innings. 344 for 7.
Yeah, that was an instinct shot, wasn't it? It was a little bit short. He climbed onto it quite quickly. Little bit of hesitation once he hit the ball whether he was going to clear the short boundary, but yes, in the end there was enough on it, and there was quite a classy shot in the end. He just sort of pivoted with it, and he picked the line and length quite early.
Long legs wide, no deep third. Here's Banbury, bowls at the stumps. It's defended back up the track, and there's no run. I mean, they're hunting wickets at the moment by bowling at the stumps, Middlesex. But it's that classic conundrum. Could you do it cheaper? Could you do it, the old toss a few up, he'll get a couple of 6s and then he'll get out. Oh no, I can do it cheaper than that. Illingworth, wasn't it? I think that was. But yeah, deep square and long leg. Here goes Bamber. They're backing themselves against the tail, aren't they, to bowl at the stumps and be better than the batters. As here's Banbury's in, bowls leg side, gets away with it, actually climbs down the leg side, which was what prevented Hassan being able to get a little clip on it. As soon as you saw the line on that, you thought, away it goes, fine leg. Long leg won't have a chance around to fine leg with it. And again, the margin for error for Middlesex at the moment is quite fine, isn't it, when you're bowling at the stumps? You've really got to be on the spot. We saw that in the last over, didn't we? The guide to deep third, the flick to fine leg. 184's the lead, 344 for 7. Bamber's around the wicket. He bowls, and that's a good ball again. He gets in behind that one. Hassan, couple of those last 2 deliveries found a bit of bounce, didn't they? And there's Hassan just making a signal. There's a bit of shape on it as well off the surface. Yeah,
and it's worth reiterating that Zain Al-Hassan and Mason Crane were actually the top scorers in the first innings. They had 32 not out, Mason Crane, and Al-Hassan was the top scorer with 34. So they can bat, and Al-Hassan has been, recognised as a batsman as well as a fourth seamer. So, in terms of that, they have the foundations to give Glamorgan a good lead here.
Bamba bowls, forward goes Hassan, defending into the offside, extra cover doing the fielding. List deploy. Look around the field. They're a little bit quiet at the moment, aren't they, Middlesex? They've clearly come out with their plan and they're sticking to it, which is fine. But it is getting to the point now, which is why I've kind of talked about it the last 2 overs, where you think maybe they need a little rethink here. They need to come up with a plan B.
Yes, 50 runs added overnight in, 40 minutes?
Well, they're going to Bamber and Roland Jones, still with plan A that was deployed by Higgins and Roland Jones, as Bamber's in. Bowls! Oh, that shapes away. And again, for everything that we say, there's a little bit in this pitch still, isn't there? And where did that go? I think it was a seam. We'll see it one more time from behind now, and it might have just straightened through the air, actually. And then, with its line changed, continued away from the outside edge, then swung further once passing the bat through to Davies, where it died in front of the keeper. Crane has 33. Hassan has 27. He has 16 of a partnership, which is now worth 51. My apologies for not marking it with the 6. We were taken aback by the 6, weren't we? But it brought up the 50 partnership. 344 for 7. The lead's 144. And Gareth, I really do think we've got a great game of cricket in our hands today.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a cracking day, isn't it? As Toby Roland Jones comes for the second over of the morning for him, as Mason Crane guides the ball out to backward point, no run.
He's got a deep third, which, as you say, Ed Bevan will be happy with that. Is he not here today, Ed?
I haven't seen him yet.
No, I thought he was going to be here today. But yeah, if he's listening at home, or watching at home, or maybe he's just expecting a live tech service from you and I, is he? We're meant to be hammering it through to his phone. He
Yeah.
must be here. This is a brilliant finish brewing. How long's the drive for Ed coming in the mornings? Half an hour, 40 minutes?
45 minutes to an hour, perhaps, depending on the traffic.
Ooh.
As Roland Jones is in, and again, nice and straight. Mason Crane
Well,
just guides the ball back to him.
I tell you what, if you are within an hour's radius of the ground, I'd say get down. You know, if you're watching, listening, I think we're going to be in for a really good finish here. There might have been a few who thought, well, a couple of quick wickets in the morning, this will be done by just after lunch. I think we're going to be here all the way today. In fact, we will be here all the day. 184 already is the lead.
Yes, it
We
might well be.
take 50 overs to knock off if the 3 wickets fell now.
Roland Jones comes into bowl, and again, Mason Crane on the front foot. Confident shot, but just straight to mid-off, no run.
So I'd get yourself down. I think there's a really, really good finish to be had here, one way or the other. You'd still just about favour Middlesex because there's not enough demons in this pitch. We've seen a Centurion on day 2, 2 Centurions on day 3, and we've seen a couple of tailenders dig in now. So, you know, there's always the talk that Cardiff flattens on days 3 and 4. Well, equally, there's a little bit in it, though, and then there's the pressure of the chase, and there's the pressure of having been the better side for 6 sessions, and then they lost day 3.
Roland Jones comes into bowl, and then flicked off his legs there by Mason Crane. He runs the first one quickly, might look for 2, but no, it's just the one down to deep square leg where Holden fields.
And they don't look too far ahead, but there is the pressure of the table. Relegated Middlesex, they'll want to go back up. All these players, I mean, you know, you talk to the management, and absolutely they'll say, look, there's clearly since 2016, Middlesex need to get themselves in order. Since winning the title, it's not gone very well, so they need to get themselves in order. Fine. And, you know, they need to have a little bit of a longer term think about things, and they're putting the pieces into position. But equally, these players out there, Mark Stoneman and Ryan Higgins, they're just having a natter at cover at the moment. They want to be in Division 1, don't they?
Yeah. And Roland Jones comes round the wicket to the left-handed Alassane, and it's a full ball. Alassane drives confidently on the offside, but it goes out to extra cover, no run.
Toby Roland Jones, he won't want to hang up his boots before he's had one more crack at Division 1, and you know that was almost the thought. You know, I remember speaking to Tim Mercer when Middlesex went up 2 seasons ago. Well, that's it. You know, you got another crack at Division 1. Get up there and get on with it. Didn't happen at all really for Middlesex last year. I mean, they had a reasonable first half of the season, but the second half just fell away.
Final ball of the 97th over to be bowled by the Middlesex captain Toby Roland Jones, and again nice and straight, and Alassane defends, no run there. Glamorgan 345 for 7, Alassane 27, Crane 34. The lead's 185 now, so it's going along at a nice pace this morning for the Glamorgan batters.
You throw all that into the mix, and that just puts a bit of pressure on the chase here, doesn't it? Because you've got a side who were thinking, oh, Sussex turn up at Lords next week. Sussex has just beaten Yorkshire. Sussex got a handy lead. Still got to go to Yorkshire. Still got to go to Sussex. Glamorgan are a point behind Middlesex coming into the game. Glamorgan come out on top of this one, then it's already a good Division 2 this year, isn't it? It looks like anybody really could get a run going in this division and get up.
And Middlesex can't have one eye on Sussex at the moment, can they? They've got to have all their focus on what's going to happen here today.
Well, that's it. But, you know, a couple of wickets, and it's only in human nature, isn't it? You know, as I say, management will be thinking about a longer-term plan, and quite rightly. It's Bamber over the wicket. He bowls, and this is punched to point by Crane off the back foot, and there's no run. But, you know, the players get out there 20 for 2. You're trying to keep your focus, and you try not to think about, actually, this is a pretty important chase here. And just in the game context itself, Middlesex won the first 6 sessions of the match, didn't they? Glamorgan came back and won the first 2 sessions of yesterday, and probably the third as well, but those couple of late wickets just pushed it back towards Middlesex overnight. You'd say the whole match situation, but overall the day belonged to Glamorgan, so yeah, we got a belter. I'm excited, Gareth, can you tell?
Yeah, no, I can tell, yes.
Bamber's in, he's bowling, and this ball's eased into the offside. It's fielded at cover, and there's no run. 345 for 7. I think we're going to have a belter. Absolute belter of a finish here.
You mentioned there the couple of wickets, Marnus Labuschagne and Colin Ingram, both scoring good hundreds yesterday. You just thought when they were dismissed in that final session, you thought that might well have been it.
Yeah.
But, Mason Crane and Zayn Alassane are sort of dragging Glamorgan back into the game now with this partnership, which is worth 52 at the moment.
Bamber over the wicket to Crane. Charged in from the Cathedral Road end. He bowls, and that is edgily down to deep third for a single. Thick edge from Crane. Moves to 35 from 45. 346 for 7. This is the point where I was, in my mind, thinking for when I asked Nick when would Middlesex start to feel a little frustrated now. Now's the point.
He was half an hour down the road, wasn't he? With a little bit.
Well, I think you put another 50 runs on this board now, and you're chasing nearly 250 to win. And there'll be a bit of time pressure on it as well. As his Banbury's in, bowls, and right in behind this one. All Sand defends to mid-on, no run.
Sam Robson there, wondering what he's thinking at the moment, just wondering when he will get in and with Mark Stoneman to start the chase.
And there's a lot of batting. Middlesex all the way down to number 9 and 10, really. Roland Jones at 9, Helm at 10. Bamber really does know how to hold up an end. More than that. But even still, the pressure of a chase is something different. Here goes Bamber. He's around the wicket. He bowls, and this is full and driven to mid-off. No run. Whatever happens here today, Middlesex are in for a belter next week against Sussex at Lords. John Simpson arrives at Lords, captain in Sussex.
And then
Jara.
And that's the final game of the first block. First 7 matches, is it?
Oh, I just got myself all excited. Don't upset me now,
I know,
Gareth. Building myself up, I was.
You've got to wait a little bit longer for the next couple of matches.
Honestly. Bamber's in, he bowls, and this is worked mid-wicket, and there's no run. I got in the lift this morning, and I was already feeling a little bit sad. I was like, I want another couple of days at Cardiff. It's been a lovely few days watching some good cricket. The sun's out, the cricket season's here at last, and we're just about to end basically half the season, half the championship season.
But the T20 Blast will be here, Kevin.
Well, look, I love the Blast, and I do. I love T20 cricket. I think it's great for the game, but it is sad. It is sad that we're down to 14 games, and here we are. The sun finally comes out for the summer, and this is why you play. You never know. You can have a belt in April, and have a wretched June. How many times have we had it? Those lakes at Leicestershire a couple of weeks ago. There was a June like that a few years ago. A long time ago now, 2007. I remember the really, really wet June that we had that year. And that's the way it goes. So to some extent we've been lucky, but equally there's been a lot of drawn matches this year because of the weather and thanks to the Kookaburra games first 2 rounds of the season. So you wait all winter for it to come along and it's all going by in a flash.
So Middlesex captain Toby Rowland-Jones in for his 3rd over of the final day. Straight. Mason Crane just pushes it to mid-wicket, just trying to get it through, but no run there.
You've set me off on another tangent there now. Where are you going to send me next?
Well,
you've given me a coffee and you've set me off.
That's the beauty, isn't it? How was the coffee today? You weren't too happy with the tea last night.
Well, the cow was obviously feeling a little bit better today.
Yes,
it was a more milky affair, that coffee.
Yes.
Well done.
Yeah, I think sometimes it takes a couple of days to work perfect it, and then you go off again. So it won't
3 years' time.
Yes, I'll have forgotten. As Rowland-Jones over the wicket to the right-handed Mason Crane. Mason Crane again drives out to mid-on, no run.
But yeah, Blast season. I look forward to it. I've got to drive down here again for a Blast. That's one thing. We talked yesterday about they want to cut down the number of days cricket that they have to play. Less cricket won't hurt a few days. It won't hurt the England side. It'll be fine. Cut them down. Well, good 2.5 hours per 14 games of the season they add to their workload.
Rowland-Jones is in again. Forward, Mason Crane out to extra cover.
What did my terrible maths work it out at? 2.5, so over 14 days, that's 28. And up to 42. 36 hours additional where they go over the close of play. 2.5 hours a game, I reckon. So you could save yourself, how many days cricket just by finishing at 6 o'clock, finishing on time each day.
Rowland-Jones over the wicket to the right hand of Crane. Oh, that's a beauty. Just beats Crane outside the outside edge through to the wicketkeeper Davies. Just shows that there's still quite a bit in it for the Middlesex seamers if they can get the ball in the right place.
Yeah, he's played down the wrong line there. Actually, no, that has moved, hasn't it? Out of the hand, I think, fair enough. He bowls that one. There's a little bit of late swing. Just changes the line.
Squared him up there.
Yep.
Squared him up there with a bit of a beauty actually, and it just showed Bamber in the last over as well. The ability to it's still there to beat the bat as Rowland-Jones will look to come in and do the same again. Again, nice and full. Crane drives out to mid off, no run.
But yeah, how many hours of play is that? 36 hours across the entire season. How many days play is that? 6 hours a day.
6.
So. You can save yourself 6 days a season just by finishing at 6 o'clock each day. Well, there's a bit less cricket for you, lads.
It is, yeah.
So every time, and each time they obviously vote for a reduction in games, you're voting for a reduction in players as well.
Roland Jones, final ball of the over, and Mason Crane defends. A maiden there from Toby Roland Jones. Be a welcome maiden, just to make sure that the run rate isn't getting up and the deficit isn't too much. Glamorgan 346 for 7, Alisson 27, Crane 35. The lead now is 186, 83 overs remaining in the day.
You reduce the number of players, you're not going to need as bigger squads if you're going to have fewer days cricket, or as many teams, even smaller again. Are you making the game more elite or less elite? Isn't that a big problem we're facing as well at the moment? So it's all very simplistic to turn around and say, let's reduce the number of days. I think 16 down to 14's already done a little bit of damage to our production line. Here's Bamber, he's around the wicket, 346 for 7. Bamber's in, bowls, and this is defended into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket. Well, Sands on 27, Crane 35.
Feel you could put down that proposal on paper, Kev?
Oh, I've only been saying it for 20 years.
They don't listen to us, though. They don't listen to us.
I mean, look, it should be common sense for the players. If they're knackered, get off the field earlier. You know, get your overs bowled. His Banbury's in, bowls, and this ball's driven away to extra cover, no run. 346 for 7.
Over 8, not too bad here in this game though. Middlesex +1 and Glamorgan, what, they were +7?
The +1 and the minus and all that, it doesn't work, does it? Because it's not deterring players.
No.
You know, the only way is fines. You know, fine the skipper if the over 8, if you're not off the field by whatever time. Is that the we've got the air ambulance? Have we hovering overhead? It's just gone overhead.
We saw that yesterday as well, didn't we, from the University of Wales Hospital?
Oh yes, we did. Yeah, there's a police helicopter as well.
Yeah, the Heath Hospital, as it's locally known, but the University of Wales Hospital over there.
Bamber's in, block hole delivery, dug out by Al Hassan. This is good from Bamber. He's brought a little bit more control back to it, hasn't he?
And the sky is so clear that you can actually see the marks there. There's hardly a cloud in the sky up there at the moment, isn't it? Bright blue sky, and we're just seeing it over, going off to our left, wherever it may be headed.
That's glorious. Absolutely glorious, isn't it? 3 planes as well in the distance. 2 of them heading in the same direction. Just following each other, aren't they? One up above. Bamber round the wicket he bowls, and full, straight and defended to extra cover. There's no run. Holman fields. This is really good from Bamber. Rack up the dot balls. And they're doing it with the field, so Bamber's just bowling to his field now. He's bowling extremely well on that off stump.
Fourth seamer used today, Ethan Bamber. Would you expect him to be earlier, or just where you think that he'd come into the attack?
I think between the 4 of them, they're a really strong attack, aren't they? Bamber, he's around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. And I whisper it so I don't upset Roland Jones, Higgins, and Helm, but I think Bamber's my favourite. He's just so reliable. He's brilliant. He runs in, does his job. He's so hard on himself. As soon as he's off, like, I've had a bad day. You really haven't, Ethan. You look at his record. He's he's going to be a fine pro for Middlesex. If injuries are kind, then he'll be running in with the Middlesex colours on for many years. ECB allowing, of course. So here's Bamber bowls, and this ball's driven to extra cover, and there's no run. 346 for 7. That's assuming Middlesex aren't one of the counties that'll be scrapped.
Have you admitted on air that Ethan Bamber is your favourite?
Yeah, I think so. I think
yes,
he probably gives it away. He's brilliant, Bamber. Everyone likes Bamber. I mean, again, if he were a yard quicker, a yard taller, he'd be in the England side. He's just so reliable. And when he gets it slightly wrong, he's ever so hard on himself, which he shouldn't be. Really shouldn't be.
Bamber at mid-off now, and Toby Roland Jones looking to get back into your good books now as he comes in for the fourth. No, I'm only teasing. He's always in your good books.
He
the
is.
Middlesex skipper.
The
skipper. He comes into Mason Crane. He's been nice and straight, hasn't he, Roland Jones? Just a couple in that first over where he strayed, and he got dispatched to the third man and fine leg for 4s. But he's been nice and straight. You can see the tactics here.
And Roland Jones, he really was the man behind the title in 2016 for me. I think as you look back with time, If you'd have taken any one player out of the side, which would have done the most damage to Middlesex's chances of winning the title, and it would have been Roland Jones. That was the year that got him through to England in 2017, the 5-for against South Africa, and then the injuries cruelly struck.
Terrible luck since then, isn't he? As he bounds in for his second ball of the over. Again, straight. Grayson pushes the ball back to him. Roland Jones just kicks the ball to cover.
He was one of those bowlers that you just couldn't take your eye off him. As soon as he had the ball in hand, it's like Roland Jones is bowling. Come on, right, let's see what's going to happen. Even if he didn't take wickets, he'd just carry a huge amount of threat, and you could see that batters just did not like facing him.
Always at you, isn't he? Just
Exactly
never, always putting the batsman under pressure. And he's been like that this morning, to be fair. He's kept a tight line, just trying to dry up the runs, just trying to frustrate the Glamorgan batsman. He's through to creating a big appeal here from Roland Jones, but it looked like he was going down the leg side, and I'm sure the replays will confirm that now. But again, an indication, nice and straight, trying to keep him honest. Yeah, just down the leg side. I think you can tell there was
Wasn't worse.
No,
down the leg side for sure.
I think it was a bit of a half-hearted appeal, and
you could see all of off stump, couldn't you, from over the umpire's head? So
yeah, just checking the ball there as well. Middlesex, and no change of ball needed. What is it now? It is 20.3 overs old. Just having a little look, but it's fine to continue with this ball. As Roland Jones, again, over the wicket, again, nice and straight. Making Mason Crane play. Mason Crane pushes it out to mid-on, no run. Glamorgan still 346 for 7.
I mean, he's still coming through, 77 miles an hour there, Roland Jones, but yeah, when from that height, the extra bounce that he got, just the heavy length. Some bowlers bowl a heavier length than others, don't they? It's as simple as that, and that's what Roland Jones did. So even at 82, 83, 84 miles an hour, he was really uncomfortable to play for batters.
You sense they're trying to make something happen here, Middlesex. Roland Jones, fifth ball of the over, and false shot there from Mason Crane. He was looking to push it out in the offside, but it went to short mid-wicket. No run, and 11 dot balls now for Toby Roland Jones. We'll be looking for a second maiden, just to keep the pressure on Glamorgan. 346 for 7.
And has Bamber done the same since that 6? Has he conceded a run? Not sure he has.
No, it's been tight for the last 3 overs, and
so he'd have had 11 balls himself since that 6.
So that'll be the tactic, won't it? Now they've tried different things, but just try to frustrate the Glamorgan batsman. Final ball of the over, Roland Jones, and again Mason Crane guides the ball to short mid-wicket, but no run. 2 successive maidens there for the Middlesex skipper. Just putting the pressure on Glamorgan a little bit, but they'll be happy, Glamorgan, with their first hour. Glamorgan 346 for 7, 52 runs added in this first hour. They lead by 186. Mason Crane 35, Zain Al Hassan 27.
Well, I think their minds have probably been focused and sharpened by that run rate. They couldn't allow Glamorgan to keep going at what they were doing. They've already put it to a position where the result is starting to go to a grey area of doubt. You know, I think anything below 180, 190, say, go on, it should be Middlesex's game. Anything 200 to 240, you'd probably say a grey area. If they get it up and over 240, well, again, the draw comes into it then, doesn't it? You know, time will be against us if they get that far ahead. They're 186 ahead at the moment, but Middlesex will be thinking 3 quick wickets and no more than, or not much more than 200. As here's Bamber in bowls, and he's on the stumps again, and they've just put it on the stump consistently now, just full of a length, and said to the Glamorgan batters, right, you've got to get it off the stumps. You've got to score off the stumps.
And that extra little bit of pressure as well. Jack Davies, the wicket-keeper, now standing up, just to get that little bit of claustrophobia really for the batsmen, just to let them know that they're there. They've got the short extra, as you say, short mid-wicket, slip in. So just trying to build the pressure here now, Middlesex.
Yeah. Bamber, he is around the wicket as he bowls. This ball's eased away into the offside, and there's no run again. If I'm right that Bamber hasn't conceded a run since that 6, then that is 13 dot balls in a row for Bamber. And did you say there's another 12 in that mix for Roland Jones as well? So 25 dot balls in a bounce?
Yeah, just over 4 overs then, where they kept the pressure on.
Might have missed a single in there somewhere from Bamber, but I think I'm right in saying that he hasn't since the 6. Nick Webb will be back with us in a moment. Nick, have we got time to see out the end of the over, or do you need to sit down just in case for the 12 o'clock? No. Here's Bamber around the wicket bowls, and this is bumped back by Al Hassan. There's no run. Slip a gully, cover extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. And I guess what the change has been with these two is they've just bowled to their field a little better, haven't they? As they've tried things up here. Just managed to put it halfway up the off stump and not stray from there. Bamber in again, bowls, and just to say, he strays down the leg side, but a good take by Davies standing up. Big appeal from Bamber that was a little inside tickle, whether the bat hit the pad or whether the ball might have just hit the hip guard on the way through, but very good take from Davies, because that could have easily, or a deflection off the hip guard, got away for 4 leg byes. Or whether it was bat or pad that made the noise, it would have been away for 4 byes, but good stuff from the keeper standing up. Commentator's curse, having said that he's relentlessly hitting halfway up off stump, he immediately sends one down leg. In again, Bamber bowls, and this one is just slightly outside the off stump, which allows Ul Hassan to get forward and look to drive, but wasn't quite there to go full-blooded at it, and he pushes straight to cover. Let's deploy. Last ball of the over coming up. I'll tell you what, in my half an hour off, I will not be taking my eyes off this, because this is bubbling along nicely now. Middlesex need to wrap this up very, very quickly now. As Bamber comes in, he bowls, and there we go. Halfway up the off stump again. Forward defence from Ul Hassan, 27 for him. Crane 35, 346 for 7. Glamorgan, they lead by 186. And after a few words from Gareth Griffiths, it'll be Nick Webb.
Yes, another Middlesex trying to strangle Glamorgan a little bit now. Another maiden there from Bamber. Toby Rowland-Jones has bowled 2 on the bounce as well. So just trying to stop that earlier run rate that Glamorgan had. They've added 52 runs overnight. Just over an hour's play now. Glamorgan lead is by 186. Glamorgan 346 for 7. 80 overs remain in the day, so the game is finally poised now after perhaps starting the day thinking that a Middlesex win would come perhaps mid to late afternoon. The Glamorgan batsmen have done very well as Middlesex captain Rowland-Jones is in from the River Taff end. Again he goes for the LBW decision. Again it looks like it's gone down the leg side. The one in the previous over he was also interested in for Mason Crane, but the ball going down the leg side there, and no run. It remains 346 for 7.
97.3 overs was the last run scored, so 4 maidens on the bounce before this.
Yeah, just that extra bit of pressure at Middlesex. They saw some of the Glamorgan getting a little bit of purchase really from the opening half an hour, and they just tightened things up. They bowled nice and straight. Rowland-Jones bounds in, again, right on the wickets. Mason Crane guides the ball to mid-off, but there's no run.
It does sound so simple and basic, and you think, well, why are we bothering to say it? You need to bowl straight. But of course, in a lot of UK county conditions, you get a little bit more chance of dismissing batters by bowling just outside off stump.
Yeah, they put the man at third man. They've got 3 on the offside, saving the 1. They've got short mid-wicket and mid-on. So there's 5 and saving the 1. They've got Tom Helm at slip. So they're just trying to put a bit of pressure on. Rowland-Jones bowls to Mason Crane, and again it's out to mid-on, but again they can't beat the field. No run.
Yes, there's a lot of straight deliveries being bowled by Middlesex. Mason Crane managed to use the pace of the ball a couple of times early on off Higgins to deflect down to fine leg on a couple of occasions and run the ball down to third man, but the third man option has been cut off now and the bowling is straighter.
Rowland-Jones again, just frustrating, as I said. Mason Crane again finds short mid-wicket. And you sense in the last 4 or 5 overs the Middlesex team are a little bit chirpy, a little bit louder. They've gone a little bit quiet after that opening 45 minutes. But they feel it back in the game now, just trying to frustrate Glamorgan, just trying to get that loose shot and get the breakthrough that they desperately need.
John Hughes at start of play was hoping for Glamorgan to biff 50 or 60 more. Well, they've got 52 on the day, isn't it, now?
52 added overnight, yes, yeah.
No biffing, though.
No. Rowland-Jones, penultimate ball of the over. Mason Gray just pushes the ball out to mid-off. Again, he's looking now for a 3rd successive maiden. Toby Rowland-Jones, which would be the 5th successive maiden between him and Ethan Bamber. So, as you say, a while since Glamorgan have scored a run.
Yes, really only the one biff today was Ul Hassan's pull over square leg for 6.
Yeah, an instinctive shot, that lovely little swivel pull for 6 over the short boundary. Roland Jones is in. Mason Crane just pushes it back, defends it back to the bowler. A third maiden on the bounce for Toby Roland Jones, the Middlesex skipper. Glamorgan is still 346 for 7. The lead is still 186. Crane 35. Ul Hassan, who will be facing Bamber on 27.
And having spent 20 minutes outdoors during my break off commentary, I'm hugely impressed by the level of noise that's being kept up by the Middlesex fielders out there, given that a lot of balls are being met by the middle of the bat and not much is happening, but their encouragement of their bowlers is marvellous. As Bamber is in, running away from us, and Ul Hassan drives back to mid-off, and there is no run. Fairly still, Jay, just a gentle breeze, very pleasant viewing conditions indeed again for this this modest crowd. The school children who formed the Guard of Honour trooping round, being shown the indoor cricket school and having their picture taken with the giant hand with the cricket ball in the car park, making the most of their day here, as that is driven by Ul Hassan, but straight to Roland Jones. And it's incredible how much effort at the moment is going into shots that are going absolutely nowhere. Yeah,
you mentioned that yesterday when Marnus, Labuschagne and Colin Ingram were trying to rebuild the Glamorgan innings, and how often they were hitting the fielders, but not, not in their usual fluid self. And I think, it's just a sort of indication of perhaps the pace of the pitch, and which Marnus Labuschagne mentioned last night to you in his interview after his excellent 100 for Glamorgan.
As Bamber bowls, and driven again by Ul Hassan, and fielded at shortish cover by a back-pedalling Holman. And if a player of the standard of Marnus Labuschagne is mentally exhausted by batting for 2 or 3 hours and scoring 100, then you can imagine how much harder work it is for these lower order batters. So they've done so well so far, but can they continue to frustrate Middlesex for the rest of this session? Ul Hassan drives again, and back to the bowler this time, and there is no run. He's actually played 3 pretty decent shots in a row there, Ul Hassan, and not looked like getting a run.
No, the tactic of the bowling straight has really helped Middlesex in his last 6 overs. It's making it very difficult for the Glamorgan batsmen to get the ball. They just need to manoeuvre it some way just to break this stranglehold that the Middlesex are trying to install on Glamorgan.
As Bamber in to bowl, and Ul Hassan knocks this one on the leg side, but straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And to Labuschagne a bit of a disservice. He was at the crease for 13 minutes short of 5 hours, in fact, scoring at a rate of 55 runs per 100 balls, which is pretty modest for him. He'd probably look to be up around 70, 75 in the county game. Likewise, Ingram was 65 runs per 100 balls. Ul Hassan is down on 32. As he defends that one down into the gully, ball bouncing down into the ground, bouncing up but going nowhere. So another maiden goes by, 346 for 7. The Glamorgan lead going nowhere, stuck on 186. But it's not down to a point yet where the overs remaining is going to prove much of a concern for Middlesex if they're chasing 200 in 70. That's just the start of the situation where the scoring rate might come into play.
Yeah, 78 overs remaining today, and there could be a couple for the change of innings as Roland Jones comes in, and Mason Crane eat, sleep, repeat. It pushes it out to mid-on, and no run. No, 77.5 overs remaining now. Obviously, there'll be a couple taken off that for the change of innings. Yeah, so 186 is the lead. So as you say, 270 is probably the start, and then you wonder, on a pitch like this where the run rate has been around 3 for most of, a little bit below since the opening burst on the first morning, as Roland Jones, a little shorter this time. Mason Crane just easily dabs it down to mid-off, and again, no run.
Yes, he's trudging a little, Toby Rowland-Jones, maybe in the manner of Gus Fraser before him in Middlesex colours. Just looking a little bit weary.
Who blinks first here now, isn't it? As you say, it's been is it, more than 7 overs since the last run. Toby Rowland-Jones. This start, Mason Crane, you could sense he played a lovely little drive to mid-off, and you could sense he was off. And Lassan the same from the non-strikers, and desperate to get that single, but it wasn't to be. You can sense the frustration. We just, just to keep this scoreboard ticking. But they don't have to do anything too much different at the moment. They've been out there now for an hour and 12 minutes. Glamorgan haven't lost a wicket, so that will be the key factor for them so far this morning. Roland Jones bounds in, and finally, not quite an ironic applause. There is one from my colleague Nick Webb, but finally pushes it out into the mid-wicket, takes the single. Crane moves on to 36, 347 for 7, and been very watchful this morning. And he finally gets down the non-striker's end as the left-handed Elasan will face Roland Jones for the first time in a little while, as the Middlesex skipper chooses to come round the wicket to the left-hander. Slip in place, Tom Helm, and there's not much change there. It's nice and full. Elasan plays an elegant looking shot to mid-on, but no run. Yeah, just a change of angle here now for the left-hander, so just to test the Middlesex skipper, just to get his radar, just make sure he's exploiting the same tactics that he brought in against the right-handed Crane. Glamorgan 347 for 7, the leader's 187. The Middlesex skipper, Roland Jones, round the wicket to the left-handed Elasan, and an elegant drive there off the back foot, stopped by Holden at backward point, and they scamper through for the single. So Elasan moves on to 28. Glamorgan 348 for 7. The leader's 188, and he has taken the strike.
And in celebration of which the kids of Meadow Lane School are already into their lunchtime sandwiches. They've gone early.
There's always that debate, isn't it? When it turns 12 o'clock, when do you start having lunch? Do you go for the traditional time of just after 12, or do you wait until the cricketing time of 1 o'clock?
They're not waiting. 42 dot balls in a row, that was. 7 overs worth. As Bamba is in to bowl to Ul Hassan. Oh, nearly turns that to mid-wicket. A leap forward by Ryan Higgins, trying to get underneath it. As Ul Hassan comes down and does a bit of gardening, that did spoon up in the air. And frustratingly for Higgins, despite an athletic leap forwards, he was only able to scoop it up on the first bounce.
He was early on that, wasn't he? He was just trying to flick it sort of towards deep square leg for the single, but he just a little bit early on it, but he survives.
348 for 7, lead 188. He does play that shot that he intended to there, turning it towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's fielded by the sweeper out there, and the 350 is up for Glamorgan to desultory applause. The lead is 190. Ul Hassan 30, Crane 36. Holman is warming up at short cover, so we're going to see the first spin of the day shortly, you would have thought. It's probably about time. All the seamers have had a go. Bamba in to bowl. Square drive by Ul Hassan, one of his favourite shots. He's put that one away to the boundary, racing away to the ropes and beyond towards the grandstand as Ul Hassan moves to 34. Glamorgan to 354 for 7. Width is punished. They haven't offered width very often, Middlesex bowlers, but when they have, Glamorgan have done their best to put it away.
It's a reward for the patience of Crane and Alisand, because they've had those 42 dot balls and they just waited for the bad ball. They haven't panicked, and they've been very diligent this morning, and Glamorgan will hope they continue that approach for the next 45 minutes of this session.
One slip, one man on the drive on the offside, shortish mid-wicket. As Bamber in to bowl to Ul Hassan, returns the bat on that and is caught at short mid-wicket. And Middlesex get the breakthrough they needed. 354 for 8 as Ul Hassan, who was nearly caught at short mid-wicket earlier in the over, repeats the mistake, and this time it lobbed up. And he knew he was walking almost before the catch had been taken.
It was almost a carbon copy of that delivery, wasn't it, earlier in the over? He's just, but he's got a little bit more on that. He didn't actually get as much on the delivery that just fell short of Higgins at short mid-wicket. And just as we were saying how patient they'd been, he was just trying to turn that round the deep square leg for the single, similarity that he had and when he picked up 2 runs in the over. But he's just flicked it up, and as you said, Nick, as soon as he hit the bat, he knew what was coming next. He just it was an easy catch to Higgins running to his left, and the stand is broken. The breakthrough that Middlesex needed has come, and a reward for the patience of the Middlesex seamers.
Yeah, maybe that Middlesex are batting before lunch yet, as Andy Gorvin will do his best to prevent that, playing just his second game of the season. He was out for 1 against Sussex and then 13 in the first innings here. Having a chat with Mason Crane, the 2 men who played a bit of age group cricket together in Hampshire. Crane is now on a season's loan from Hampshire, and Gorvin came via the Cardiff MCCU system. And Crane has obviously been out here all morning, really getting a couple of messages home to Gorvin about how to go about his work and try and put another sequence of dots together, if not runs. Join the dots is almost as useful for Glamorgan.
Very useful eighth wicket stand there, though, between Alisand and Crane. 61 in 22, just under the 22 overs, so a very useful stand there for the Glamorgan lower order.
Bamber to bowl to Gorvin, who's down on a good length ball, defending it back to the bowler. So 61 added, it's taken the lead to 194, maybe 200 is the next psychological barrier for Glamorgan and Middlesex in terms of the lead and the final innings target, which at the moment would be 195. 2 right-handers at the wicket now. Gorvin faces up and gets a thick edge to that one, but he got over the ball and it runs down to third man for a single, so Gorvin is off the mark. 355 for 8. Run rate 3.35 for the innings. It's a question of survival. Bamber hitting 80.1, most of his deliveries in that over in the high 70s. But the breakthrough over for Middlesex, as we are to see spin as Roland Jones's economical spell is at an end. He's 1 for 59 off 26 overs, bowled 10 maidens in the course of that so far, but different challenges now being posed by Middlesex as Holman comes on at one end and Tom Helm is warming up for another blast from this Cathedral Road end, presumably to replace Bamber in an over or two.
Yeah, first spin of the morning session. Hour and 20 minutes into the session, you say Luke Holman, the leg spin from the River Taff end, and 1 for 53 from 11 overs so far for Luke Holman. He'll, as I said, provide a different challenge to Gorvin and Crane. Gorvin on strike, just the single so far. Mason for Gorvin, Mason Crane on 36, not out. So leg spin. We've got a slip. We've got a backward point cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. There's deep square leg in front of square. Just so we've got a 5-4 field because we've got a short leg in as well there. So test for Gorvin here. The leg spin of Holman. Holman's first delivery. Little bit wide. Gorvin looks to create a bit of space for himself and just dabs it down backward a point. Fielded by Helm. Single there for Gorvin. Gorvin moves on to 2. The lead's now 196. Glamorgan 356 for 8.
Graham Brill in Merthyr emails, seems wickets at Sapphire Gardens are more result friendly. It'll be the second positive result in as many games after lots of draws.
Yeah, field change here for Glamorgan. Max Holden comes out of short leg and he goes to a short mid wicket, and there's mid on is put out, and there's 3 out on the leg side. So it's a long on, deep mid wicket and deep square leg, just to show the established batsman Mason Crane, just giving him the strike. 36 at the moment as Holman comes in. Mason Crane dabs forward to that short mid wicket where Max Holden just come out of, but he's that short mid wicket. Still got all the gear on, as you can tell. He's walking a little gingerly there with all the shin pads on, but I'm sure he'll looking to come back in if they can rotate the strike to Gorvin. Luke Holman drives from Crane out to deep extra single. So they've given him the strike. They put Gorvin got Gorvin on strike, which is what they wanted. Crane moves on to 37. Holden comes back in to short leg, and the fielders come in on the offside, and 2 come in from the leg side as well.
Yeah, the Glamorgan might try and protect the last man, Jamie McIlroy, to some degree, but I don't think that Crane is going to try and protect Gorvin and keep him off strike.
No, he was happy to take the single there, wasn't he, as he drove. And Holman's in, and Gorvin solid forward defence out to short extra cover, no run.
Graham suggesting that Middlesex need to be a little more on the front foot to force the issue. Well, they've turned to spin, so that's trying to force it, I guess.
Holman, 5th ball of his first over of the morning. Gorvin, looking for the quick single. He pushes it out to mid-wicket, and they easily scamper through there. So Gorvin moves on to 358 for 8, and that lead is creeping up to 200. It's 198 at the moment as Crane will face the final ball, and Middlesex again spread the field, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. Mid-on stays in, but there's a man out on the cover boundary as well. Final ball of the Holman's opening over of the 4th day. And again, short and wide, cut by Mason Crane, but there's no run there as Helm fields it at backward point. End of the over, Glamorgan 358 for 8. The lead is 198, Crane 37, Gorvin on 3.
And Graham Brill hoping that Mason Crane, who's been a good signing, he says, could play a big part in today with bat and ball. Need a few more runs to defend if they're going to give Mason Crane a long spell, I think, because leg spinners, not just Crane, but leg spinners generally are prone to be more expensive than average, but Crane's done his bit with the bat so far. He's gone from 1 overnight to 37 not out, but he's watching now from the non-striker's end as Ethan Bamber is going to have at least 1 more over, and bowling to the number 10 bat, Andy Gorvin, has actually opened the innings for Glamorgan once, I think. As that's a full-length ball driven on the leg side by Gorvin. No run, 358 for 8. Last season there was a huge variety of Glamorgan openers in across the various formats of cricket. There were I've forgotten the list now, but there were a dozen different Glamorgan opening bats across the most improbably possibly Prem Sisodia in a T20 game, as that is a short delivery outside off stump from Ethan Bamber, but it just loops through waist high to past Gorvin, and it was dying by the time it reached Davies. Yes,
the game and life has changed since the Morris and Butcher, Morris and S. James, isn't it? Whether yes. you could actually just put the first 2 down for every single match of the season. Things have moved on since then, haven't they? Sometimes experimentation. Sometimes you fall upon the the right candidate.
Bamber bowls, short delivery outside off stump. Gorvin just stays where he is and ducks gently. And, well, there may be a cunning plan to follow those short balls with a vicious Yorker from Ethan Bamber, but the short balls outside off stump in themselves are unlikely to induce Glamorgan to take any risks. Slip, shortish mid-wicket, 4 saving the single as Bamber bowls, and Gorvin comes forward and defends, and Bamber boots it back at the stumps, but Gorvin had turned and made his ground by the time the ball rattled against the timbers.
Good footballing skills there from Ethan Bamber.
Yeah. Gentle little pass to someone in space inside the centre circle, maybe.
Yeah, good connection, middle of the goal.
Umpire Baldwin has made whole the wicket once more. 3:58 for 8 with 33 minutes to go until the lunch interval. Will Middlesex be batting by then? 198 is the lead. Gorvin looking to add the defiance from Crane and Ulsan is forward, defending up to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, they don't need to forget about scoring entirely, because they do need to take advantage if anything loose comes their way, but they will go into pretty much a defensive mindset, you would imagine, as evidenced by those 42 dot balls in a row. As Bamber comes racing in bowls, and Gorvin tries to steer it away on the offside, but just steers it as far as point, and there's no run. Thank you, Gareth. No ball. 360 for 8, and the lead reaches 200.
Well, that's anticlimax in getting that total, but welcome nonetheless.
So Bamber's in, running away from Cathedral Road end. Still non-stop sunshine, and Gorvin comes forward and defends on the offside, and there is no run. nickweb2017@gmail.com if listeners of either county or none wish to contact me with their thoughts. 360 for 8, 200 ahead. Keith Davis says Middlesex players very vocal. They haven't stopped yapping since 11 a.m. Head in hands emoji. Well, it's what you need to keep the bowlers' spirits up when nothing much is happening, maybe.
Yes, and Tom Helm again warming up. You sense maybe he is coming on this Cathedral Road end next over for Bamber. He's very loose at the moment, just a bit of a burst before lunch. But meanwhile, it's from the River Taff end, it will be Luke Holman again, the leg spin. Again, they're having a little look at the ball, so we'll see whether it's out of shape. Will it go through? And what the ball is, what now? 28 overs old.
It's a bit marginal, isn't it? It went through once, but not consistently, and in the manner of a 5-year-old concentrating very hard on not dropping the egg off the spoon, Mr. Baldwin heads off towards the dressing room and the box of balls that will be proffered to him.
So if he was at a sports day, that's very fine balance, fair play. Yeah, the ball hasn't moved from the. It hasn't gone through the gap there, so they're changed. 28 overs, has that been around the average this season so far, before the ball has changed?
This game, I think, has been rather worse than most, to be honest. We've seen a lot more inspections started by the umpires, I think. Middlesex haven't needed to complain too long and loudly to get it changed, because the umpires have agreed with them. And Mr. Baldwin notes it down, and will toss a suitable 28-over-old ball back to Luke Holman, as Gareth Griffiths will give way to Kevin Hand, and at least Middlesex from his point of view, have claimed the 1 wicket since last he was with us. Here comes Holman then to bowl to Mason Crane on 37 not out. Lead 200 as Crane pushes forward. I think probably if you'd offered that to most Glamorgan supporters, they would have said 200 at the start of play from 134 would have been all right. They'd have taken it.
At what point do you think Middlesex starts to get nervous, Nick?
They've got a wicket. They've got a new batter to bowl at, and there's an appeal for a catch behind. Crane says he hit it down into the ground, and that was all very strange. There was a shout of catch it. Middlesex are claiming the ball popped up off someone's boot. The umpires are getting together. Mason Crane says, what's going on? Is he out?
Well, they'll do well without a TV replay to give that out, won't they? Let's have a look.
Let's have a look at the replay. The ball popped up to slip. Crane cut it down into the ground.
Into the gloves?
I think that should probably be out, but can they give it?
I don't think they can.
No, they can't give it because it is cannoned up. Off the
Holman's
boot.
head's right in the way at the wrong point from that angle, isn't it?
Looked
As
as
we're
though
looking
it was
now.
off the boot of the keeper and it popped up to slip, and that, well...
No, it's into the ground.
Half volley, was it? Half volley. Crane thought
that
it was...
That angle I think shows...
Yeah.
You can see that one again. That one I think showed it hit the ground.
Would have been a fluke dismissal had Middlesex got it, but they've got every right to appeal as Crane is pushing forward.
First angle looked out, but I think the one from deep third, which we're about to see again now, it cuts it, and I think you can just see it go there into the ground.
Yeah, it might be half volley off the boot. 360 for 8. Crane tries to pull and gets virtually nothing of it, and the ball lobs away and would have been caught by a leg slip had there been one. Crane practices the shot because that was a risky moment. That might have skewed up off a top edge to the keeper on another day. And Holman causing a few problems for Mason Crane. Can he do likewise for Andy Gorvin? 361 for 8. Lead 201. Slip and a short leg in place for Gorvin. And he leaves that one and it turns away past the off stump. So nervous moments once more for Glamorgan, having got Crane and Ul-Hassan well set. Gorvin now has to play himself in as he deflects that one down gently on the leg side. Essex look on the victory, well, maybe, on the verge of victory over Warwickshire. They're 307 for 6, a good chase for them at Chelmsford. Critchley is 84 not out, 23 runs needed to beat the Bears. And Hampshire have beaten Nottinghamshire by 5 wickets. That is a fine recovery thanks to James Fuller and Fletcher Middleton. Fuller, the aggressor, with 77 not out. They took Hampshire from 44 for 5 up to 171 for 5. So bouncing back to defeat Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. As we have another bowling change for Kevin to describe.
Tom Helm, 7 for in the match. Likes bowling at Cardiff, and he's the man charged with finishing the job. 2 wickets. Bang, bang. It needs to be for Middlesex at this stage. 201 is already a tricky chase. You put another 30 or 40 on that, and I think you're starting to lean towards 1, the draw, and 2, potentially a Glamorgan win as well. Slip crouching down as Helm's in. Field spreads. He bowls to Crane, who drives him for 4 through the covers. Little bit of width, deep point is back, but it was a loosener from Helm. Just dragged it down outside of the off stump, and it was slapped hard by Crane. He's into the 40s. He's on to 42, and the lead's 205.
Well, the seamers are getting absolutely no joy for anything that's wide of the wicket. Normally, of course, in many conditions, a ball outside off stump could be threatening, but edges are not very often coming into play.
Helm is past the umpire. He bowls, and it's full straight in its edge. Just past slip for 4 more.
What do I know?
369 for 8. And the lead is 209. No, I was with you, Nick.
That sort of illustrates my point, though, because even had there been a second slip there, I don't think it would have carried.
No. Yeah, I'm with you. That I would have gone anyway. I've made that point this morning, but it's an easy game up here, isn't it? There is a deep point, a deep third, a long leg, and a deep backward square. 4 on the single and a slip. As Helm moves in. He bowls, and this ball is driven away out to deep point for a single, and it's 210, the lead now, 370 for 8. Crane moves to 47.
We have now reached the point that unless Glamorgan are all out on the interval and therefore Middlesex don't lose the 2... Well, Middlesex are going to have to score at 3 and over, which isn't demanding in most circumstances, but the run rate at times during this game has been under 3, so... We're just very marginally getting to the territory where run rate might come into play. Not very likely, but 2 slips now for Gorvin.
Here goes Helm. He is in, he bowls, and... Oh, now! What has that taken? Forward defence from Gorvin. May have nipped back and beat the inside edge. It looked so they were going to go up for an LBW. Did it hit the back hip, though? Is it heights maybe a problem?
It can't have been very near.
Ooh, front hip.
I'm surprised they didn't give it a little bit more of a yell, given how vocal they've been this morning. But Gorvin remains 3 off 15 deliveries.
Here goes Helm. Midway through his run up, he bowls, and it's full. It's clipped through. Deep square. I thought he got it away in front of square, actually. Deep square, so coming together. Deep backward square leg and long leg, a single more. I said Crane, I think. Gorvin, my apologies. Gorvin moves to 4.
It's just become so difficult to get boundaries, one off the edge, and just the one through the covers. It's been the first genuine boundary, that, for a good half an hour.
Here's Helm moving in once again, and bowls a bouncer, which Crane attempts to hook through to the keeper. Yeah, tennis ball through almost to that one, didn't it? Ballooned up, and through to the keeper it goes. Davies, end of the overs. 20 minutes to lunch on day 4. Glamorgan lead by 211 with 2 wickets standing, and for me, this is now moving into the balance.
It's not a great hook shot from Mason Crane, to be fair. He was, the pace of the ball is fairly gentle off the wicket, and it's really not worth the effort unless you're completely under control, because there's always the possibility of the ball lobbing up off top edges, and Crane has got some confidence. He's got 47 runs on the board, but maybe it's too much of a risk shot to attempt the hook. Even though he might get undone by lack of pace rather than pace on this particular wicket, which has produced attritional rather than attacking cricket. And Luke Holman, we'll hope it provides a bit of turn as well. He is likely to get revs on it, as that's sliced towards gully and taken, and Gorvin has gone, just tempting the batter there, Luke Holman, and it is 9 down, 371 for 9. Gorvin drove at a wide one, Holman got turn, Gorvin got the bottom of the bat on it, and it skewed up to Helm, who took a good low catch.
Yep, so they're nearly there, and
off the bowling of Luke Holman for 4.
Well, a disappointing one for Gorvin, disappointing for Crane perhaps as well, but that's the point of the spinner against a tail-ender, isn't it? They only resist for so long before they have to try and slap at it.
Yes, it is a balance. I mean, obviously Glamorgan need to try and improve their lead, but on the other hand, you get out playing attacking shots sometimes. There we are. He could have safely left it alone and it would have been an uneventful dot ball, but you've got to score somehow. So difficult to criticise in these circumstances as Jamie McIlroy arrives in the arena.
Glamorgan have scored at a better rate across this match than Middlesex, haven't they? Middlesex were held at 3 throughout the innings, weren't they, and really struggled to get across it. Glamorgan will be going at 3 to 3.5 throughout the game. So just looking at the scoreboard, we've got 71 to go. Let's say the wicket fell now, 2 for the change of innings. That's 69 to chase 212, which is the 3 and over that Middlesex went at in the first innings.
Yep.
But, you know, again, if it were to fall now, they'd have to go through a 10-minute before lunch, wouldn't they, where their chips away 3 overs. And equally after lunch, they just had to be careful. Middlesex couldn't afford to be 20 for 2 in reply, really, could they? It would be a different matter. Another 10 or 20 on this board, a lead of 220, 230, and there's a game to be had for me in this one. They're nearly there to pushing it. And again, you know, time left in the game. Draw still is not really on the cards, I don't think.
Not at the moment, not unless McIlroy plays the longest innings of his career.
Crane will be a bit nervy at the moment.
Crane will be trying to take the strike now, I think.
5 balls to go this over. How's your heart rate, Mason Crane?
He can do nothing about it as Holman bowls and McIlroy pushes forward to defend. McIlroy, tallish guy, 6'2", 6'3", so at least he's got a little bit of a reach in defence if he can get forward and smother the spin. Holman in bowls. McIlroy does just that, getting as far forward as he can and playing it back to the bowler. Middlesex's over rate is +1, so they're fine on that front as we come towards the conclusion of Glamorgan's second innings. That's shorter and flatter, and McIlroy tries to pull it and just hits it down into the ground, bobbles up towards leg slip, where Duploy fields from slip, so it's a slip and a short leg, maybe worth an extra one round the bat. Holman in bowls and McIlroy stretches forward, is beaten outside the outside edge. Neat removal of one bail by keeper Davies, just in case he'd stretched forward too far. Now Holman tells all his, or quite a few of his fielders, to push back to the boundary if McIlroy wants to take a single. I don't think he will. Helm is coming up from gully though. Where's he going? Second slip. Yep. Good shout from Middlesex. Cover is just about saving the single, as Holman is in to bowl to McIlroy, who defends into the offside. The ball dribbles out. There is absolutely no interest in taking the single from Glamorgan. It's the end of the over. 111 bowled. Glamorgan lead by 211 and 71 overs remain in the game. Potentially less the 2 for the change in innings, unless that falls at lunch.
Yeah, that's true.
Which it could do.
How many minutes to lunch?
Quarter
Would
of
it
an hour.
have to be? Well, if it falls in the next 15 minutes, it's lunch, isn't it?
It's 10 minutes, isn't it? So
sorry, in the next. Yeah, sorry. If it falls, if it doesn't fall in the next 5 minutes,
and it does in the 10 after that, then it's
can you
lunch.
sub-edit my sentence, please? Tidy that up. And of course, lunch is delayed as well because 9 wickets down. So lunch could be
anytime.
Yeah,
a movable feast.
Here's Helm, right arm over, he bowls, and heave-ho from Crane, looking to sky that over mid-on. He's on 47, he was looking for his 50 there. Field spread, deep third, deep point, deep cover, deep backward square, long leg. There's not much going to be in Helm's half here, mid-off and mid-on up. It's almost like a one-day field, isn't it?
Heave-ho, me hearties. Mason
Yeah.
Crane throwing the kitchen sink at that, but there was a bit of width and it was outside off stump, so he's entitled to do so, I guess.
Well, I mean, Helm will surprise him with a Yorker at some point, but the majority of this over, you'd imagine, will be in Helm's own half, as this one does go full and is edged down to deep third for a single, which he rejects. Throws the bat hard outside the off stump at it. Length ball, wide outside off. Just full of a length, in fact, that one was. He wanted it really front foot outside off, didn't he?
Yeah, Crane just looking to hit boundaries now by the look of it.
Well, he's got cover blocked off. He got a few through cover, didn't he?
Doesn't show much trust in your number 11, does it?
No, and I'd imagine he'd want the 50 as well. He'll want to get to that and then get on. He's deserved his 50 here, Crane, hasn't he? Mid-off and mid-on have dropped deeper, but they're not long off and long on. As Helm is in, bowls short of a length, and Crane looks to run him, but it's through to the gloves of Davies. Polite inquiry by Tom Helm, nothing more. Umpire Chantry.
It wasn't even a polite inquiry from the keeper. You know you're on a hiding to nothing when the keeper doesn't go up.
Yeah. Quiet field at the moment, isn't it, from Middlesex?
Strange, considering they were so noisy for the first hour when nothing was happening. Maybe they think that now it has happened and the bowlers don't need that extra encouragement.
Well, they'd have come out fully thinking, come on, 3 wickets, get it done. Frustrating morning for the Moats. Here's Helm in bowls, and Crane pushes a single out to deep cover, and he moves to 48. There are 2 balls left to the over, so happy to let McIlroy block out for 2.
There we are, there's the tactics. 4 balls faced by Crane, and happy to let McIlroy have not more than 2 as the Middlesex field converges, including a couple of slips. Where's the short leg? Come on, the helmet's out there. Short ball into the hip. Number 11 bat.
There's Helm, 2 slips in place, and he bowls to McIlroy. None from 5 for him so far. There's a deep third, backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and a long leg, and Helm runs into bowl to McIlroy. He's put it on a length, and McIlroy almost has a dabble outside the off stump. McIlroy just makes the little sign, that one's shaped away. Yeah, it went off the seam, that, boy.
It's funny how many batters do that, isn't it, to indicate movement. I mean, who are they telling? Partner, possibly.
Yeah, well, also he's telling a few of the Middlesex openers, I reckon. A few of the top Middlesex top order. Look at that.
If you can get it to swings, then so can I.
Yeah. I mean, there's a fair bit of movement there for Helm. Ball into its 31st over. 32nd, is it indeed? It's his. Helm in again. He bowls, and McIlroy digs out the Yorker. He must have fancied that was coming in full and straight towards his toes, or thereabouts. 82 miles an hour. McIlroy gets the toe end of his bat to it, and 372 for 9 is the score.
And with that delivery, I think we can safely say, with the clock on 12:49, that Middlesex are not going to have to face an over before lunch, even if they claim a wicket now. The batters are having a little chat anyway, and Holman will consider his tactics, bowling to Mason Crane on a solidly resistant 48 not out, having got his maiden first-class half-century at Northampton and scored 32 not out in the first innings, so he's got 80 runs in the match. So that batting side of Crane's powers is going to come into team selection in future, you guess, albeit Glamorgan have played him on some fairly unresponsive tracks. It's only the game at Lord's that he's missed out on so far, and a long consultation now between Holman and Roland Jones, making Crane wait. Deploy is in at slip. Cover and backward point are saving a single. The other 6 are in various parts of the deep as Holman is in to bowl, and Crane is beaten as he caught at the wicket. No.
Bit of turn there.
Yeah, Crane will enjoy the sight of that as fellow leggy Holman almost was his undoing. That was a sharp turn. That went a long way.
I'll tell you what, Mason Crane will be licking his lips, won't he? After he gets 2 runs.
As Holman is out. LBW pushing forward, and so Glamorgan are all out for 372. Crane has gone for 48, and the target will be 213 to win. Crane LBW Holman for 48. There was an initial panic as the ball flicked up towards slip and wasn't taken, but it was a fairly straightforward leg before decision. That one didn't turn as much and therefore went pretty much straight on and would have hit middle and off. So Crane's long resistance comes to an end. Shame he didn't get the half century he deserved for that. But it is the lunch interval here now on BBC Sports. 213 to win, and therefore we don't take off, I don't think, the 2 overs, do we? So it's 69 overs for them to score 213 at a nudge over, 3 runs and over.
Those last 2 deliveries just add an extra little dimension to this chase, don't they? For Mason Crane, the spin up, and well, Carlson as well, perhaps. A few lefties in the Middlesex top order. We shall see. 213 should not be easy, but Middlesex should fancy this. They'll have really hoped to have wrapped it up quicker than that this morning, the final 3 wickets, but that's not the way sport works, is it?
Holman finishes with 3 for 57 then, Helm 3 for 71. And the wickets this morning, Ul Hassan caught Higgins, bowled Bamber for 34, 354 for 8 at mid-wicket. Gorvin caught at point by Tom Helm off the bowling of Luke Holman for 4, 371 for 9, and just 1 run later. Crane leg before to Holman also for 48. So Middlesex favourites. Glamorgan will still think they're in the game to some extent. We will be back with commentary at round about 1:30 here on BBC Sport Online.
In that total there were 21 extras comprising 8 byes, 3 leg byes and 10 no balls. Here are the Middlesex bowling figures. Ethan Bamber 25 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 70. Tom Helm 23 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 71. Toby Rowland-Jones 26 overs, 10
balls. Byram slaps it away, square, dispatches it. Bamber on his way, bowls down leg side, glanced away for Byram. Fine leg.
In his first over, he comes in for his second, and again he pushes through. Labuschagne pushes out, and that's a delightful little shot. He just leant on it.
As Bamber is in and bowls, and Byram hits it firmly through the offside cover. May have got
about 29 wickets in 3 games.
Next delivery, driven handsomely through the cover.
In front of him, only slightly, as he's around the wicket, bowls, and oh, he's bowled him! Goodness me, he's gone straight through! Well, it looks as though it met the middle.
Than we are. Here's Rowland-Jones bowling to Labuschagne, nicely timed between the 2 mid-wickets. Rowland-Jones on his way to Labuschagne, who's on 15, and Rima, no, he's beaten the fielder, I thought.
Yeah. And Higgins bowls full, oh, clipped to mid-wicket and a dolly of a catch, and northeast. 2 balls left of the 18th over of the innings. He bowls, and leg side, it gets away. 4 leg byes, I think, as he did. Here's Higgins bowls, and that's driven just in front of Fernandez at point. Can't stop it.
Morgan 57 for 2. Rowland-Jones come in, and that's a delightful little late cut there. Bounds in. Short ball this time, and Carlson has swatted it away. Front foot, Marnus Labuschagne interested. So in comes Bamber. And Labuschagne, oh, he's edged, and it's gone between the keeper and Tom Helm. Based on what they've seen on the pitch so far, as Bamber's in again. It's short and wide this time, and Labuschagne off the back foot. Lovely cut, lovely timing.
Colin Ingram. It's Kieran Carlson on strike at the moment, and he's bowled. And Helm strikes on his way in to bowl to Colin Ingram, and Ingram is finally off the mark, getting one on his legs with his leg breaks and googlies, and his first ball is cracked through the offside. Runs behind as Labuschagne cuts this one. It'll be 4 more down to the 3rd
river end. Hits the crease, he bowls, and that's dabbed backward point down to the vacant 3rd. Holman gives chase. From the river end, he bowls, and this is clipped away. Back on a square. Through square indeed.
Still behind. Ingram pulls, and he's got hold of that one. Dispatched it through mid-wicket. Boothill. Swept by Ingram. 4 runs down to the vacant fine leg position. And Ingram tries to go big. He does go big through the leg side. Smashed away for 4 more.
Helm bowls, and it's edged, and oh goodness me, second slip.
Roland Jones round the wicket. Ingram drives. He's got that one through the offside. Races away.
Slip and short mid-wicket in place, and it's short and wide, and Ingram makes a little bit of room for himself. Delightful, world-class batsman. In comes Higgins, and that's a delightful shot from Colin Ingram. He's been waiting for that one, square of the wicket. Higgins short and wide, and just past the keeper, and between the Higgins round the wicket again, and this time Ingram just flicks it off his pads out to long. Bit more serene here at the moment. No sign of a result as yet, as Fernandez comes over the wicket, and Colin Ingram's gone straight away. He's gone over
one in close on the drive on either side of the wicket. Roland Jones bowls to Ingram, short ball that he pulls, and that will reach
the indoor school away to our left as Fernandez bowls, and he goes over Robson and puts him pretty much where he just slip. And Fernandez is in now. Bowls. Oh, swept. Met it on the full, I think. Ingram moves to. Here comes Fernandez. He's left arm around. Bowls. Oh, that's swept safely in the air for a moment, but here's Fernandez. He's in. Bowls. That's swept hard through mid wicket for 4 more. Labuschagne's into the 8. Fernandez, and this is swept hard again. Labuschagne's enjoying his moment here. He's on to 87.
Yeah. Helm to Labuschagne. Labuschagne, slower ball, outside off stump, and Labuschagne just waited for that.
Came on, and matters changed. As Bamba's in, bowls, and this is run down to the vacant third by Labuschagne. Not sure he quite.
From the river tough end to Labuschagne. And Labuschagne pushes off the hip, and he's got his 100 with a lovely.
And in likely lads fashion, Ingram tries a little dinky sweep shot and will get it away.
Shouting in the middle of all the fans about the score.
Faster, flatter from Holman, and he's caught at mid-wicket. Is he? Is that?
Here comes Roland Jones. Bowls. This is driven away. Bumped through the covers. Beautiful shot. Oh, that's glorious. Here goes Roland Jones. He bowls, and that's run fine of gully. No slip in place, no deep third, and that's 4. Charging in from the Cromwell Road end. Thick inside edge and a forward defence. Oh, goodness me. No, he's gone. Oh.
See, with 2 relatively quick wickets. Ingram back on his stumps. That must be close. The ball shoots down towards
Jones around the wicket. He bowls, and this is swatted. Fine for 4.
And that is Colin Ingram's century then. Short leg and the slip crouch. Al Hassan will not be not out overnight because he's dispatched that one.
5. Sports extra as Helm's in, bowls, and that's hit in the air and caught at backward point.
Gained that by the extra swing. And Bamba's in, and Al Hassan is an excellent shot out of his hips. Goes through beautiful.
Here's Helm. He's in, bowls, and this ball's run away down to deep third, and they will pick up 4.
For Wales and Cardiff, that is.
Helm's in, he bowls, and that's edged and gone! Second slip. Harris looks back at the track, a forward defence.
As in comes Higgins, and that's a nice shot from Crane. Driven through the covers, and that will reach the boundary, running away. As that is cut by Crane. That'll run away to the third man boundary.
Drop Rawdon Anderson, that didn't go so well, did it? But here's Helm, bowls, and this has worked. Leg side, leg stump half volley. He's just given a little fine of antagonism between you and Cookie.
As that's down leg side and helped away by Crane.
He's in, bowls, and this is full and driven beautifully in front of point by Crane.
Haven't made the breakthrough as Roland Jones comes in. Again, and it guides it down Mason Crane. Lovely little shot there, just past first slip. Roland Jones. Comes in, and this time it's on the leg side, and it's flicked away by Crane. Both sides of the wicket there bowling.
Still with them this morning as here's Bamber around the wicket, he bowls, and this is short onto the hip, and it's hooked for 6. Goodness me.
48 for 7, lead 188. He does play that shot that he intended to there, turning it towards the mid-wicket. Seamers have a go. Bamber in to bowl. Square drive by Ul Hassan, one of his favourite shots. He's put that one away. Wicket. As Bamber in to bowl to Ul Hassan, returns the bat on that and is caught at short mid-wicket.
Slip crouching down as Helm's in. Field spread. He bowls to Crane, who drives him for 4. Helm is past the umpire. He bowls, and it's full straight in its edge. Just past slip for 4 more.
What do I know? He is likely to get revs on it, as that's sliced towards gully and taken.
After he gets 2 runs.
As Holman is out. LBW pushing forward. And so Glamorgan are all out for 372.
To open the batting in Middlesex's second innings, Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman. And many thanks to Jochen Varian to the boys and girls from Meadow Lane Primary School for forming this afternoon's Guard of Honour. To open the bowling for Glamorgan at the River End, Jamie McElroy.
So, a very good afternoon to you. If you're wondering why we're here at 1:30 instead of 1:40, that's because the Glamorgan innings closed at 12:51. 372 all out. Mason Crane last out for 48. Third wicket for Luke Holman. And Middlesex need 213 to win. Jamie McElroy will be bowling to Mark Stoneman. Kevin, at least, I suppose the game is going to go into the final session, in all probability.
Are you saying, well, yes, I guess I did say I was sad it was the final day.
Here comes McElroy then, running towards us from the River Taff end, and that is the first runs. Middlesex up and running straight away with a couple through mid-wicket for Mark Stoneman, who was in such fine form in the first innings, top scorer of the match indeed, with 129. So Glamorgan cannot afford to leak too many, with a modest run rate needed of just over 3 and over. As McElroy is on his way again. 2 slips, 5 saving the single. Plays that one up towards mid-on, comfortably enough.
If you're not playing, you're not a fan, then your mind does kind of turn to rush hour, doesn't it? You think, well, if it's not going to be done by 2, it may as well be done at 6. Because 2, you might just get out at about, barely even still, if you're travelling back to London from here, 2 o'clock's no good to you. By the time you've done your interview and you're in your car, it's at least 3:30. So you might just get across the 7 by rush hour.
Is there any good time to be travelling the M4?
No, not in my experience of late.
McElroy to Stoneman, who slashes that one down to third man and will get a single. Glamorgan do have a third man. It's Andy Gorvin. And Stoneman moves to 3. And the runs required to 210. The over 8 for Glamorgan is +5, so they don't need to worry about rattling through overs to save losing points.
Have you been to Gloucestershire yet for your 4-day game this season?
No, that's at Cheltenham in the mid-season ones.
Day 4 at Gloucestershire. That's one where you can think about getting on the motorway in time for back to West London. Also, day four food at Gloucestershire is good as well. You get a what was it now? Quesadilla. Was it quesadilla?
All right. Yes. McElroy into the right-handed Sam Robson. And he works that to square leg, and there is no run.
No, what do you call them? You go to a Mexican restaurant to get them, they're like a wrap.
Quesadilla is
kind
of a Mexican food, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's more a wrap.
I can never remember which is which.
Quesadilla is like a little sandwich, isn't it? It's not a
burritos and chimichangas and
burrito. Maybe it's a burrito. Is that what we got on the final day?
I don't know, because Cheltenham, you get just a ticket and you can go and spend it at one of the...
Well, it was good when they were sponsored by St Lucia, or whatever they were sponsored by, because you got a...
McElroy bowls, Robson turns it to mid-wicket, no run.
A bit goat curry or...
I thought you were going to say a free holiday in the West Indies.
Well, if only. Can I trade this luncheon pass for a business class, mind?
No, Cheltenham. There's some nice stuff available from the food outlets. The trouble is that you have to queue with everyone else.
The riffraff,
which is a bit of a time constraint, really, when you're got to be back on air. McElroy is in, bowls and turned to square leg again by Robson, and again there is no run. That is the end of the first over. 3 runs have come from it, and if Middlesex continue to score 3 per over, then they will be nearly there. They'll just have to hit one extra boundary somewhere along the way.
Wasn't that the great complaint when the blast started up at Lords, and one of the MCC members was quoted as about the riffraff being allowed into the pavilion? Some dafty.
Reminds me of just before the riffraff were the unknown people who lived in the areas outside the towns and cities, and who were looked down upon and seen as strange and weird and feral. I'm about to read on holiday the second Shades of Grey novel, which I'm very much looking forward to, from the mid-Wales-based author. Jasper Ford. Kieran Carlson to open the bowling.
There we go. Left-hander, Rocky Stoneman.
Creative thinking from Glamorgan.
We did mention him, didn't we, at the end of that innings when Holman was finding a bit of grip. Here's Carlson, he's in, bowls, and this is punched to deep point for a single. Bisects backward point and cover. And sweeping up is Ul Hassan. 4 without loss, 208 more to win. Would you have gone straight to spin?
Well, it's a brave move. I always applaud creative thinking from captains. Bit of bounce maybe with the harder ball, if he's willing to give it some flight.
He's got Robson on strike now, slipping a short leg, and he's in. Carlson bowls and up on his toes. Robson pushes back, no run, 4 without loss. Or was it the great unwashed? Is that what they said in that quote of the MCC? I think it was in the Daily Mail or something, wasn't it? Some madness. Here goes Carlson bowls, and forward goes Robson, pushing into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket. 4 without loss in the second over. 213 the target, and well, if they could grab a couple early, Glamorgan, this could be pretty tight. It's Carlson bowls, and Robson backs up and turns to square leg. Yes, yes, yes is the call from Stoneman, and Robson is comfortably through at the non-striker's end, just as comfortably as Stoneman is at the wicket-keeper's end. The striker's end.
Yeah, it's just...
we never call it the striker's end, there's the non-striker and the striker's end.
That.
Carlson bowls, and a forward defence from Stoneman, no run.
Yeah, just knocking around a couple of singles early on, that's all Middlesex need, isn't it?
What's the required rate? 3.1. Current's 2.7. That's it. 3 singles and over, and they're home. Carlson bowls, bit of flight, and it's tickled to mid-wicket. There's no run. 5 without loss, end of the second over. Well, yes, we mentioned Carlson because of the number of the left-handers in the Middlesex order.
Yes.
So Stoneman, followed by Holden, followed by Deploy, then a right-hander in Higgins. Then Holman, Fernandez and Davies, 3 more left-handers. Roland Jones, Helm and Bamber are right-handers to finish off. So poor old Mason Crane has only got Robson and Higgins to turn the ball away from.
Yeah, so the majority of rough is going to be outside the left-handers off stump.
Speaking of rough, just seen a few Middlesex fans on the live stream there.
Oof.
How are you, folks? No, could name a few of them in there. Oh, it's Pete Holman as well at the back. Definitely not you, Pete.
Well, his son Luke wrapped up the Glamorgan innings for the last couple of wickets today, to add to that of Marnus Labuschagne. So did his job in that innings with 3 for 57. McIlroy is in to bowl, and on the back foot Robson knocks it under the offside, and there is no run. Second slip Marnus Labuschagne is considerably in front of first slip Colin Ingram, and he's also a bit wider, so he's between second and third, and now he's shuffling a pace wider. So Ingram is quite wide, and they're up a little bit from normal as McIlroy bowls, and worked into the leg side by Robson, fielded at square leg, running around towards mid-wicket. No run, 5 without loss. Target 213, but plenty of time to do it in 69 overs. Glamorgan not quite hanging out long enough to bring run rate seriously into the equation. McIlroy in bowls outside off stump, and a brilliant stop by Zain ul Hassan at backward point as Robson cut it away. Might well have got a boundary had that one got past, and ul Hassan flung himself to his left to intercept.
And that's how you take wickets, that's how you win matches. Little moments like that. How often do you see a brilliant piece of fielding, batters kept on strike, and before the over's done, he's out.
At full stretch there, Zain ul Hassan, as McIlroy's in again to bowl to Robson, who turns it off his legs down towards fine leg, and that's fine enough to run away for 4 runs and the first boundary of the Middlesex innings as they move on to 9 without loss. I think on this still afternoon with not much breeze, we might revert microphones and go back to the one that we
sensitive microphone.
Go back to the sensitive microphone.
You be nice to that microphone though when you take it downstairs. Don't go upsetting it.
Sensitive sort.
We'll have HR on to you.
I'm chasing HR myself at the moment. 9 without loss.
Don't send the sensitive microphone after them, send the angry one.
As Robson plays that delivery to mid-wicket, McIlroy coming around the wicket to try and improve his angles, having just slipped one down leg side.
How's the indifferent microphone doing?
So 2 slips, 3 saving the single on the offside, 3 saving the single on the leg side, and fine leg back on the rope. No third man, but McIlroy will be hoping not to err in that area. So that's scooped up to past square leg. It may well run away for 4. Despairing dive, and it saved a couple of runs from Gorvin stroke Byram there, with Gorvin going full length just inside the ropes, running round from fine leg and managing to get his hand behind it at the last moment, and the ball just about scooped away from the boundary ropes. As we said this morning, it's another one that would have gone to a TMO or the third umpire had there been one, but just a couple more. Stoneman has 4, Robson has 7, and relatively plain sailing for Middlesex in these first 3 overs.
Carlson, slip in place, short extra cover, short mid-wicket. It's a deep square, a deep cover as Carlson bowls short. He punched away out to deep point. Bit of an arm ball that, wasn't it? Dragged it down. Seemed to release it that little bit quicker. Only a single though. They've gone straight to the deep point in the deep square, which is something I was mentioning for Middlesex this morning, was probably a ploy again. Hindsight's lovely, isn't it? But you look back and think, you know what, runs at a premium. Protect those boundaries as here's Carlson bowls, and Robson rocks back and turns a single out to deep square, where ul Hassan fields now as a deep square rather than a deep point. Left-handed Stoneman back onto strike. There was a cry of catch with short leg in place, but no real chance. The target, the runs required, drops below 200 with that single, 199. So here's Carlson bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. This morning, when they were leading by 134, 199 as a lead would have been riches Glamorgan perhaps only greedily could have dreamed of. Needs a breakthrough though, just to set the tone for this innings as Carlson bowls, and forward goes Stoneman, pushing into the offside. There's no run. That's the one thing I say about opening with Carlson here. The senior spinner's Crane of the two. All right, you've got a lefty out there, but you do have a right-hander as well. But you do like to set a tone at the start of an innings or the start of a session, of which this is both, of course. As forward goes Stoneman, pushing into the offside, no run.
Yeah, in the first innings, Carlson eventually went for just over 2 and over, but his first, I think, 12 overs went for just 19, so he'll be looking for that sort of economy and to put a bit of pressure on.
He's only conceded 4 so far. It's his 12th delivery. He bowls in a forward defence from Stoneman. None for 4 off 2 for Carlson, 13 without loss. So back to McIlroy, but yes, young Gorvin, old Harris, old man Harris, can't believe I'm saying that. Old man Harris, eh?
You can say it to him, I'm not.
Well, he always used to be old man Mercer.
He's got a good couple of decades on me, James Harris, so I'm not going to call him old. So 200 exactly to win then. The board tells us trail by 199, so we have to mentally add 1 to that figure.
Oh, yes, sorry, I see. Yes, trail by 199. Ah. That's not what they usually do at grounds, is it?
That is defended by Robson, back to McIlroy.
That's not a regular occurrence, is it, around grounds? Do they say trail by?
I'm not sure, but it's just the way this board is set up, that you lead by something or you trail by something. It doesn't have a third option of X runs to win.
I must pay more attention. It's grounds.
Glamorgan desperate, in need of an early breakthrough, and they won't get it there, as that's run down by Robson towards the boundary. This one, I think, will reach the ropes. It's a despairing chase by Ul Hassan, who nearly clatters into the boards beyond the boundary, and the ball has beaten him. Labuschagne dived at slip. Ul Hassan chased furiously, but Robson picks up another 4, moves to 12. The total is 17 without loss, chasing 2-1-3. So Glamorgan desperate to build some pressure, but already Ul Hassan has been dropped back from backward point to third man, and Labuschagne is pushed wide from third slip to gully. And he'll have a bit of a chase here, because Robson's played the next ball nicely past him and the cover fielder Mason Crane. It's Crane who wins the chase, but through for another 2 runs, and this is just what Middlesex wanted, really, to just get above the required run rate to start with, knock a few around, pick up the odd boundary here and there.
Well, yeah, it feels a little too gentle at the moment. You know, there has been the note about Cardiff flattening out as the days go on. It's got as flat a note at the start of this innings as the day did for the Middlesex bowlers.
As McIlroy bowls, and there's another single here for Robson down to backward square, and you wonder if McIlroy's spell is going to be relatively short, and maybe Gorvin will be brought on to bowl his medium pace to wicket and try and frustrate the batters that way. It's not happening at the moment. Middlesex 20 without loss, 193 further runs needed to win. There's Stoneman on strike, top scorer of the match with 129, and that a very hard working innings. Centuries too from Labuschagne and Ingram, but it wasn't quite enough to pose Middlesex a really demanding target. As down the wicket comes Stoneman and jabs it through cover, and they'll hustle back for a second run. McIlroy gets back to the stumps and takes the bails off in case, but Stoneman giving it the charge there.
Yeah, I think a little leading edge, wasn't it? Yeah, popped up on him maybe. He talks about the extra bounce that Helm in particular was getting today, but looking to close the face.
Why is Stoneman playing that shot?
Well, I guess Middlesex do want to take the momentum here, and that's why I just wonder, you know, where there's singles around at the moment.
McIlroy in bowls. Big appeal for LBW. No response. Didn't sound like an LBW appeal that expected the answer yes.
Oh, just outside, wasn't he? But only just, mind.
Slightly high. McIlroy takes his cap and sunnies. 22 for naught Middlesex. 5 overs only bowled. They've got plenty of time to get the runs. 191 more of them needed on this serene afternoon, and they'll be hoping the visitors to make it continue serene rather than Morgan trying to inject a bit of doubt and tension into proceedings.
Slipping a short leg crouch down as Robson awaits Carlson. The off spinner is over the wicket from the Cathedral Road end, and this is tickled to mid wicket. No run. It's on the back foot, easing it away into the onside, playing with the spin. Robson 5-4 field on the onside for the off-spinner. So here comes Carlson again, and Robson rocks back and he gets this one away out to Ul Hassan at deep mid-wicket. So that brings Stoneman back onto strike, and this is what Carlson and Glamorgan want. The left-hander on strike, and see if the off-spinner can start getting a few of these lefties in the Middlesex top order. Comes in now, around the wicket, bowls, and Stoneman pushes to cover and no run. Slip backward point, deep cover, extra cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and deep square. Carlson, Stoneman again. Bowls, bit of flight, tickled through square. A single's taken. 24 without loss. 2 balls to cover the over. He'll be disappointed to let Stoneman get off strike there with that little tickle through square. Deep square set back for the sweep. But he'd ideally not be allowing any little gentle turns through square leg for a single like that. He bowls now to Robson, who has a backward square in position, just as he works with the spin on the front foot. Just the 2 off the over again. 2 singles per over in his first 3. If he can get through this one now with a dot ball, he bowls to Robson and it's dabbed to mid-wicket, and it is exactly that. 3 overs, none for 6 for Carlson. 6 singles, 2 in each of his 3 overs. So far, 24 without loss. Middlesex require a further 189 to win. They trail by 188, so we have a look at the scoreboard.
So Sam North East is going to have to be inventive here. McIlroy will probably have just this one unless he makes a breakthrough, I think, because he's been milked around a bit in his first few overs. And Gorvin and Harris, the other seamers, and Ul Hassan possibly, but not sure if we're likely to see him during this innings. Mason Crane with the leg spin, if they can work out the right batters to bowl at, or the correct batters to bowl at with the leg spinner. Here comes McIlroy. Bowls and hit into the offside by Stoneman, and down on one knee, looking to drive aggressively, but as we saw so often in the Glamorgan innings, the ball just with a rather dull thud. Even the new ball not coming too hard off the bat regularly, and straight to the fielder.
James Harris is the other man, isn't he, Webby, against his former county?
Yeah.
See if he gets in and gets his tail up.
Yeah, got the wickets in the first innings, but this pitch is getting flatter and flatter as playing slightly across the line there, Stoneman, but safely enough to Carlson at cover. No run. James Harris might be a riskier option.
Economy.
In terms of the economy, yeah. But they might have to buy wickets, but they haven't got too much in the bank to buy them with. Harris talked about the need to bowl short occasionally. Well, it's paying off less and less as Stoneman works this off his legs down towards Ul Hassan. Will they come back for a second? Yes, they will, and it's well judged as the throw comes in. And Stoneman is home for the second. He's into double figures. It's 26 without loss. 187 more runs needed to win. Here at Sapphire Gardens on BBC Sport Online. So turning in the distance is McIlroy, and running in towards us to bowl to the left-hander. Just the one slip now already, and Stoneman defends it back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Yeah, Harris, Gorvin got a bit of shape, didn't he? Ul Hassan is reliable, but somebody's got to be the strike bowler. Somebody's got to be, well, at the same, not only aggressive and threatening, but economical, as you say.
As Stoneman is forward defending Edward Bevan following us from home suggests that games around the country showing the county game is in great shape.
Isn't it just it?
There's certainly been plenty of interesting finishes. We heard from Lord Tenby, and now Lady Tenby is complaining that she has a problem, that Lord Tenby has been promising to clean the windows all winter, and said he'd do it this afternoon. Now he's telling me that it might have had to wait due to a wagging tail. Very funny. As forward comes Stoneman, not the dog walking sort of wagging tail, but that exhibited by Glamorgan this morning. Steve West at lunch was confident of Glamorgan's chances. Graham Smith less so, asking how Glamorgan can win it on a wicket with nothing in it for bowlers. Well, the trouble is, there's nothing much in it for the batters either, that they have to work for their runs. But Middlesex, if they keep their heads, are still very big favourites.
Carlson begins the new over. His fourth, and for 6 he bowls to Robson, and the right-hander backs up to this one, dabs into the onside.
And if Middlesex do get home, will Grant Bradburn be encouraged by the greater fight that Glamorgan have shown in the latter half of this match, or discouraged by getting so far behind on the first 4 sessions?
Carlson again bowls. Oh, and that got a bit of bounce, and just Robson waited on it in the end. A little late cuddle bring him a couple here. Deep point goes around to deep third to collect. Robson moves to 20, 30 without loss.
As if you look at the first part of the game, Glamorgan shot out for 183, and then Middlesex got to 171 before their second wicket fell. Well, that was the position that they've never really given up since then.
28 without loss. He got to 18. My apologies. I was behind the scoreboard as Carlson bowls, and Robson works this nicely off the back foot, but only for a single just wide of Ul Hassan at mid-on. Who's Ul Hassan swap places with? Someone else has gone out to deep square now. Is that McElroy down there? Number 30... Come in number 35. Yes, McElroy. No, it's Labuschagne, is it?
Is it 33?
33, Labuschagne. What's he doing all the way out there? He's a deep point now for the right-handed Stoneman. There's some bounce there for Carlson. Through to the gloves of the keeper. And that's why he's on. Have a look at the replay, but good line, good length, some good bounce. Carlson in again. Bowls and a forward defence from Stoneman, no run.
Even though he's standing on the boundary, you can almost feel Marnus Labuschagne fuming from here.
What about now? Oh,
just the state of the game.
Yeah, put 2 on the board now, and still time for Glamorgan as Carlson bowls. A lot of flight. It's tickled out of the block hole to mid-wicket by Stoneman, just gently dabbed at it into the onside. It's nearly the end of the over.
I think I'd better rotate myself out of the attack and give Gareth Griffiths a blast to see if he's any more successful at taking wickets than I am.
That's the ploy, is it? Nick Webb, thank you very much. I wonder which of us was going to go. And well, there's also going to be a change, is there? No, there's not. McElroy takes off his hat, hands it to the umpire, and with the left armour to continue. That's the river end. Gareth, welcome back.
Thank you.
They need a wicket. They
need
do. 2.
They do.
We talk about 20 for 2 in a chase anyway. If they're 20 for 2, could get tight.
Yeah, 29
without loss.
29 for no wicket after 8 overs. Yes, McElroy 0 for 20 after 4. We're looking for a change of fortune here. His left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Robson, and Robson just flicks it off his pad. Delightful shot there through mid-wicket for 4. Meeting real easy shot there for a batsman of the class of Robson. And Middlesex move on to 33 for no wicket. Robson moves on to 23. He's come out the blocks quite quickly.
He has. What was there to be put away? I think the right-handed, left-handed at the moment is causing a little bit of problem for Glamorgan. We'd like to settle in and settle down on a line and try and tie these two down.
Yeah, McElroy just needs to get his radar back here as he's round the wicket. Oh, and that's better. He just beats Robson on the outside edge. Just ball move just away from him there a little bit. They'd be more encouraged by that. Just watching it on the replay now, and yeah, he's just played down the wrong line a little bit, but he's just left him a little bit. And that's, yes, just a little bit of movement away. And McElroy would be looking for that. They've got Ingram in at first slip. point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. So the 6 in the circle. Got a third man and fine leg. McIlroy comes in as you hear the bells in the background. Nice and straight. Robson defends it back to the bowler. Bowler leaves it there for Carlson to retrieve and no run.
The bells.
I haven't quite worked out where they're coming from.
Yeah, we were saying, we're sat at the Cathedral Road end, but I think Nick was suggesting that...
City Hall way, sort of that, yes. Yeah, we mentioned them at exactly the same time yesterday, I think. It was 2 o'clock, wasn't it? That, just after lunch. McIlroy round the wicket. And Robson, no run again out to Carlson, mid-wicket. Carlson stops any chance of a single.
Yeah, we haven't got any sacks today.
No,
Monday afternoon sacks for us, Gareth.
That was very much a Sunday afternoon thing, I think, really. Never found it. I did go out for a walk, but I couldn't find it, so I was just wondering if we were actually hearing things, but it did generally sound like a...
Was it yourself or Nick that was suggesting it was a cycling saxophonist?
No, we were just wondering whether we was coming out the back by the hockey, because it was quite busy there yesterday. McIlroy round the wicket, down the leg side, and that's gone for 4 runs. It is 4 byes down the leg side, and this is loose from Glamorgan to start with.
Yeah.
37 for no wicket. Losing his radar a bit. You mentioned the right hand, left hand combination. Yeah, it just went on with the as it went past the wicket there. No real chance for Chris Cook there.
It's been a flat start all round, hasn't it?
It has. They've gone with the gamble of bringing in Carlson. Presumably they wanted him to bowl more at the left hander just to try and get.
Yeah, none for 9 from 4. He's not. Anything wrong, has he? But it's just a flat start to this.
McIlroy's been expensive. Final ball of his 5th over, and again he beats the outside edge. So there is something there for the Glamorgan bowlers. They're not testing the Middlesex openers enough yet. McIlroy 5 overs, 0 for 24. Middlesex 37 for no wicket after 9 overs in chase of 200 and. So they're trailed by 175. So
213.
213, yeah. So the 175 runs more needed, and Glamorgan would have wanted to start better than this.
Yeah, like I say, they're setting a tone and setting the tempo. You open with your best bowlers, don't you? And I get why they've gone with Carlson. And Carlson hasn't done anything wrong. It's none for 9 from 4. There's absolutely nothing wrong there, is there? But it just all feels very quiet and very flat. 213 should be a lot of runs in a chase. You should be making the batters feel as though it's a lot of runs. And almost going to Carlson, it feels as though Glamorgan have come out a little bit. I mean, he had that one ball that got some bounce to Stoneman in the last over, didn't he? So let's see. He's right arm around, he bowls, and Stoneman defends. Squirts away off the outside part of the bat to point. But it almost feels a little bit as though Glamorgan don't fully believe.
Yeah, they try to bring themselves back into this game, haven't they, with 372 in their second innings. Good hundreds from Labuschagne and Ingram.
This is outside the off stump. It kicks up some bounce again, but starting wide, Stoneman leaves the lane. Well, as such, they pretty much won 4 sessions on the bounce. But they've come into this one rather flat, which is a bit strange, isn't it? You win 4 sessions on the bounce, you're trying to take that momentum with you, aren't you? And that belief. And here's Carlson, he bowls. Full defence from Stoneman into the offside.
Yeah, we spoke about the atmosphere amongst the Middlesex side this morning when things weren't going quite their way, but they kept chirping, they kept the noise side, they kept the levels up, didn't they? Knowing that they could get that breakthrough.
Yeah. Here's Carlson. Bowls, and Stoneman cuts him only as far as the deep point for a single. First run off Carlson's 5th over. He really has done well for his side here in keeping the runs down. I mean, there is a little bit of a belief with this current batch of balls that they only really comes to life after 10 overs. They don't seem to do much for 10 overs, and then all of a sudden, starts to do something. So maybe they bought some overs here with Carlson at the top, but McIlroy's expensive at the other end. He's going at 5s. Number 24 or 5. Carlson to Robson now. The right-hander defends.
Yeah, the reason why I hesitated on that the last time was that with the target was that I was looking at the scoreboard rather than here, and it's 174 they trail by 38.
So they need 175.
Yes, so they were one out. I was doubting my maths as well then.
Yeah, it's done me already. Here's Carlson bowls, and this ball's worked out to deep square for a single off the back foot by Robson. He moved to 24 from 32, 39 with that loss after 10. Yeah, I was trying to think of any other scoreboards around the country. I was trying to think how it works on the scoreboards, but it does. Can't particularly think of them at the moment or picture them, but it does strike me as though
Yeah, I'll stick with
stuffed both of us.
I'll stick with the board on the TV then, on the stream at the moment,
Let's go with target,
while they actually correct that by the 1 run.
Is Andy Gorvin.
There we go. First change. Gorvin replaces McElroy.
Yes, and Andy Gorvin, fresh from taking 5 wickets against Sussex last week. Glamorgan will be hoping for such heroics again this time around, but
where's Harris against his former county? Kind of, you're pondering it at lunch. You think it all morning as well. You're thinking, oh, Harris, if he gets his tail up against his former county, he's on the field, isn't he? Just having a look around. Where is he? Maybe he's not on the field actually at the moment.
What he was when he came out?
Was he?
Let's have a look.
Number 9?
Number 9 is it? Yeah, he is. Yes.
Where?
Is he down at fine leg here? Who's at fine leg? Is that McElroy down there?
McElroy down there. Yeah. I don't think he's on at the moment. Trying to see, unless he.
I think he's at mid-on. He's at mid-on. Yes. So anyway, it's Gorvin from the River Taff end, and Robson confidently drives out to mid-off, but there's no run there. Yes, so he's a mid-on. Yep. Yeah. To see the sweatbands there and the traditional collar up and cap that James Harris has there. But yes, I mean, I'd imagine he will be on at the Cathedral Road end next once they perhaps. I mean, Carlton has done a good job. He's 0 for 11 from 5, but I'd imagine at some point we will see him at the Cathedral Road end if they've chosen to go with Gorvin from the River Taff end as he comes in again, wicket to wicket, nice and straight. Big, not an appeal, but sort of just a little from Chris Cook there. Just wondering if he just played in front of that first pad. Gorvin was interested as well. Yeah, just played in front of that front pad there, Robson, but just waiting on the ball and no real danger there in the end. But Glamorgan will have to try and take what they get now, isn't it?
I think this is the first spell Gorvin's had from the River end in this match, because running in now, I don't think I've ever seen anybody run as quickly to the crease.
No, he's fascinated you his run up this week, isn't it? As Gorvin's in again and Robson just flicks it out to deep square leg for the single. His run up this week, has fascinated you, isn't it?
75 miles an hour, that's good, that's all right. Yeah. It's Mercer pace. No, it's quicker than Mercer, I should say. It's nearly Bamber and Higgins pace, isn't it?
Yeah, the
Bamber does go up into the 80s, I should say.
Yeah, the hitch kick, and he comes in at he charges it, doesn't he?
Well, like I say, from watching him from behind, he, those heels really kick up quickly. But then again, watching him from the front, it's a proper sprint.
Yeah, change of angle here
Rapid approach.
Yeah, change of angle here from Gorvin to the left-hander. Stoneman's Colin Ingram's in at slip. He's a very advanced player in slip as well, as Gorvin comes into Stoneman and makes Stoneman play, just pushes it back to the bowler. Yeah, you've got Ingram at slip there, you've got point cover, extra cover, mid-off, then you've got mid-on, mid-wicket, and then 2 out on the leg side for the deep square and long leg. He's just... we've noticed this in the game, haven't we? Deploy was in the for the Middlesex... For Middlesex, the slip is in front of the keeper, just sort of showing the pace of the pitch, I think. Gorvin comes in and nice little nudge off his hips there from Stoneman. It's just the one in the end. Pushes it out there and 41 for no wicket.
Just 2 conceded off the over. Good start. This is what they want, isn't it? They've leaked. What did you say? 25 was it? 24 that McElroy went for off his 5.
Final ball of Gorvin's first over, and again Robson just defends it back, fielded by Gorvin. So that's just the 2 runs, as you say. The morning session, just Middlesex there, 41 for no wicket. Middlesex, when they weren't making the break, they put the pressure on, didn't they? In terms of there's no indication, there's no chance that they're not going to get the runs or that there's going to be a result, but you just want to put that bit of pressure on them. Middlesex bowlers, 42 I think, dot balls to Glamorgan's batsmen this morning, so Glamorgan need that sort of bit of pressure.
Okay. Mason Crane.
So we'll have to wait for James Harris a bit longer.
Yeah. Well, Crane received those 2 deliveries finishing the innings, the ripping leg spinner from Luke Holman, and then the ball that didn't turn, just skidded on. It wasn't the googly, it straightened ever so slightly, but certainly it was the ball before that did for Crane, who was on 48 at the time. very much deserved his half century. Excellent innings from him this morning. It's given Glamorgan a chance, but they need a wicket quickly here. They need to break this partnership. They just need to put a little bit of a nervous shudder into the Middlesex lineup. We were saying somewhere between 180 and 220 just becomes a bit of a grey area. Over 220 you're chasing, you just start to think that it's starting to sway the other way, but taking a big chunk of it out already. 172 more to win. Here's Crane, he bowls down the leg side from around the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman. It turns away through to the gloves of the keeper, who collects. And most importantly, there was a bit of chatter around the bat of catch, but most importantly, Cook prevented that one skidding away for any runs, and every run's got to be at a premium at this stage. Slipping a short leg crouch down as Crane bowls. Lovely bit of flight. Now that one turns away down the leg side again, and I think he did get a tickle on that, Stoneman. Let's see what umpire Chantry signals. Runs, yeah. Turns it away. There was a cry of catch once more from Crane. Should he be around the wicket here to Stoneman, or should he be... I mean, he's taking LBW out of the equation by coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
I think what he's looking in here is the rough outside the left-hander's off stump. He's looking to bring short leg into play, isn't he? just with about, you know, but with that you need the excessive turn and bounce. But that's the tactic he's looking to employ here.
He's also been closer to the rough on outside the leg stump.
Yeah.
His first two deliveries. But yeah, you make a good point, as you say, and that's where Carlson would have been looking to get that bounce as well to Stoneman. Now they're going to bring in the leg slip as a result, so we're going to have to wait for a helmet. A little pause as the helmet will be run out.
Labuschagne?
It could be in the attack soon enough.
Well, the overseas player, willing, obviously he's a role he does with Australia, isn't it? The short leg, sort of underneath the helmet, and not afraid to sort of come in and do that role for Glamorgan as well. Sort of.
He'll be chattering away in there, won't he? So,
yeah, he won't be quiet. He won't be quiet, no.
That'll add to the matter. North Eastern Crane have a chat about matters. And how do they go about this? Marnus puts on the helmet and settles down at leg slip. There's a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. And here's Crane with a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square, right arm around to Stoneman. And he looks to reverse sweep and he gets it in between the keeper and slip for 4. He got bat on it. I don't think it was a chance. There's some hands on heads, but I don't think it was particularly in the air. We'll see on the replay. A bit of flight, and I think he swept it into the ground and then it bounced up. Could be wrong.
Yeah, just 3 fielders on the offside here for Crane, and so there's a big gap there on the offside, and he's gone for the reverse sweep, and perhaps not where he intended, but the end result will please Stoneman.
Well, yeah, exactly, and they've changed this field. There's only 3 fielders on the offside, isn't there? And they're saying to Stoneman with Crane around the wicket, because I was questioning him being around the wicket. Now they've set the field accordingly to it. You can see the trap as he comes in, bowls, and it's turned to short leg, no run. But they're offering Stoneman that reverse sweep, which is, unless Crane really lets one slip out, there aren't many other scoring options on that offside for Stoneman. As Crane's in again, he bowls, and no, it's hitting outside the line of off. LBW is just not going to be in the equation for Crane around the wicket, Stoneman. As excited as they are about that one. It's a long way outside the off stump as it thumps onto the pad.
Yeah.
Crane again. Bowls, bit of flight. Now that could be closer because it was Fuller. Beat the inside edge. As I say, it's going to have to be something quite spectacular to get the wicket right arm around. Yeah, still outside the line of off. Stoneman as he struck. A long, long way outside the line of off. It was just a fraction full of that one, wasn't it? Which got a little bit more excitement. Oh, here we go. Sensitive Mike's on the move.
Umpire Chantry then, just giving Mason Crane a gentle reminder not to run down the centre of the wicket when he's appealing. But I think it just shows the desperation that Glamorgan have at the moment. They need that wicket, and as you say, right arm round the wicket to the left hand, he's always going to get that front pad outside the line of off stumpers, and it's going to be very difficult to get that LBW decision at the moment with that tactic that they're using. But a bit more encouraging now. The last couple of balls, they've set the field now for the short leg and short fine leg as well. So anyway, from the River Taff end, it's Gorvin in for his second over. and Robson easily guides it off his hip. They almost got in the way of each other then, McIlroy and Carlson, but all's well that ends well, and a nice little tap of the hands there. But deep square leg and fine leg almost getting in the way, but Robson picks up the single. He moves on to 20. Ooh.
Is that Nick on the mic?
Yeah.
We should give us a little smoke signal or something, a little tap on the mic, so we need to turn it off. But the sensitive mic will be in a moment.
It will, yes.
Carefully turn that one up. There it is.
Yeah. Gorvin round the wicket. Stoneman just blocks it out, back to the bowler. Yes. Nick is always I just said to you yesterday, there's nothing that man can't do. Running repairs, commentary, setting up. He is the ultimate all-rounder. Middlesex on up to 50 for no wicket then with that single. Stoneman on 20, Robson on 26. So they'll be happy that that's come up in the 13th over, and they will be content. Gorvin again, and Stoneman guides around to the backward point. McIlroy feels well, but single was always on there, backing up there from Robson. Good call comes through. Middlesex 51 for no wicket in the 13th over. Great start by the visiting batting pair. Yeah, Glamorgan just need to make something happen here, really. They've tried 4 bowlers they've tried so far. They've tried some different tactics, but nothing has quite come off. And as Middlesex chased down that total of 213, an easy, comfortable start for them so far. Gorvin's over the wicket to the right-handed Robson. Robson again gets forward to negate the bounce. Labuschagne at short extra cover there, Fields. No run.
51 without loss. They've really done a good job. Nearly a quarter of the way there in only 12 and a bit overs. 56 still remain. Plenty of time now. Plenty of time.
Glamorgan needs something to happen here as Gorvin is over the wicket a little bit wide, and Robson just waits for that, plays a delightful little cut. It'll be a chase here for Alisson, but he's not going to make it. It's 4 runs, and a lovely little delicate touch there from Sam Robson, who's really started well. He's moved on to 30. Middlesex 55 for no wicket. Gorvin just a little bit wide there and made to punish, but a lovely little late cut there from Sam Robson. 55 for no wicket.
Yeah, this
easy at the moment.
Yeah, this is Middlesex's game to lose now quite heavily, really, isn't it? It's a brilliant start from the former England opening batters. Never together.
Different times, yes. Final delivery of Gorvin's second over, and he tries to york him. Well played by Robson. Good change of tactic there from Gorvin. Came back there after the wide ball was put away for 4 by Robson. But Middlesex 55 for no wicket. 13 overs gone. Robson on 30, Stoneman on 21.
Wind's picked up again, just as sensitive mic's been placed outside. Almost right on cue, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
The weather gods heard Nick Webb was about to put the sensitive microphone out in the gantry. But yeah, it makes you feel like you're here, doesn't it? You're in the wind buffeting away, gives you a feel of it. I doubt there's much wind on the far side of the ground. They were pretty sweltering. I think somebody's fanning themselves actually as I look across to the far ground at the moment. The group gathered at the river end. Here goes Crane. Around the wicket, bowls to Stoneman, still 3 around the back. It's full and it's driven to mid-off. No, no, no is the cry. Gorvin goes around to collect. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I'd imagine if you sit in the shade up here, probably the winds are... Couldn't be chilly though, could it, in this shade up here?
People on coats. People got coats on.
Yeah, here's a bit of flight. It's fended by Stoneman into the offside. It's certainly not as warm as it was yesterday. I don't think, anyway. The forecast was that yesterday was going to be the hottest day.
Still delightful, though.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Here's Grain around the wicket, he bowls, and Stoneman digs that one out. Right into the block hole, turn to the bat, trickles away into the offside. 55 without loss in the 14th over of the final innings, the chase here at Cardiff. It's all eyes on Crane. A lot of turn for Luke Holman earlier. The ball before he dismissed Crane. Can Glamorgan's leg spinner find something here? Gets that one to turn back into Stoneman. He plays it well to backward point. Will Hassan does the fielding. On to come with the over. You know what cricket's like though. One wicket can all of a sudden bring 2 and 3. Were that to happen, then Middlesex would just be slowed slightly as Crane's in again. Bowls. A lot of flight forward defence from Stoneman, who likes batting against Glamorgan, we are discovering. 50 a century, 97 earlier this season, another century here. Good run in his last 4 games. Crane bowls to him again, right up and under his nose, and he tickles that fine at the mid-wicket for a single. 56 without loss, it's the end of the 14th. And Middlesex require a further 157 to win. Their target's 213. Their run rate is 4, the required is 2.8. The column that is oh so important to Glamorgan is the wickets column now. The start by Middlesex should set this up for a victory for the away team, unless they can really start to affect that wicket column. Crane's looking at the far end as though he's suggesting he wants a change of ends to Sam North East.
Yes.
As he finishes the over.
I'll apology to the scoreboard operator, because that figure is correct, but I always assumed that would have been the target rather than wood than trail by. So they are right. They weren't wrong. So apologies for that, but I always think that that would have been the target up there rather than how many runs they're actually trailing by. But
it did me earlier.
That was just me as well. So yes.
Yeah, it did me earlier.
Different, as you said, different scoreboards around the country have different ways and means, shall we say?
Yes. Ways and means of upsetting the commentator.
Yes. Yeah. So, Gorvin now, there's a long discussion.
With Harris.
Yes, and just
Why is Harris not bowling?
That's what they're saying. No, I think they're looking. He's tended to go round the wicket to the left-hander Stoneman so far, but I think he's coming now over the wicket, and they're coming with the 2 short mid-wickets. So there's obviously a slight change of tactic here, just in terms of how they feel that they can get Stoneman out, how they can get some success.
Well, he's got to keep it on the stumps here, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. And Gorvin is in, and he's short, and that won't trouble Stoneman. He just needs to be a bit fuller if he wants to bring those mid-wickets into play. Labuschagne there, the squarer of the mid-wickets, but they need to try something. And obviously plan A hasn't worked. Middlesex 56 for no wicket in the 15th over, and they're just trying to extract something from this pitch, force a mistake, get themselves back into this game, because at the moment it is relatively easy for Middlesex. They chase down that target of 213. Gorvin over the wicket to the left, and it's wide, and the ball stays low and goes through very low to the wicket-keeper Chris Cook, and it's been a testing time for the wicket-keepers here. The ball just sort of keeping low, and he's just taken that in front of his chest really on the second bounce. Variable bounce so far on this track. Short and wide though, he needs to, if he wants to bring those 2 short mid-wickets, he needs to bowl straight at the stumps. Short and wide again, and Stoneman just rocks back. That's easy for the former England opener. Just guides that to the in front of square on the offside for a boundary. Stoneman moves on to 26. Middlesex 60 for no wicket. Too easy that.
Yep. This is drifting away from Glamorgan at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's again another discussion between Gorvin and James Harris there. James Harris is a mid-off, the senior man, 34. Again, still can't believe that. But yeah, we haven't seen him in the attack yet, James Harris, against his former side. Gorvin over the wicket to Stoneman, and a little bit wider again. Stoneman does chase that a little bit, but no real danger there. Cook again diving to his left, retrieving.
Yeah,
Changing the field now. Eddie Byram's come across from one of those short mid-wicket places and he's gone to extra cover, and they've put a man out in the sweeper, really. So this is obviously to change the tactic. Maybe he's 3 on the offside, saving the single. They've got a third man and a deep point. Gorman comes in and then he bowls on the leg side. It pushes it out to Mason Crane at deep square leg for an easy single. Struggling to bowl to the field here a little bit. They've changed it a couple of times, but
Yeah.
61 for no wicket, Middlesex. Robson the right-handed Robson to face the final ball of Gorvin's over, and a little bit of Labuschagne's having a word. A little bit of changes here to see what they're going to do. So Labuschagne swapping here now with Carlson. Carlson's gone into a short extra cover and Labuschagne's coming into a gully position. No slip. Oh, a wide, and gully Labuschagne. No slip here. Short extra cover and short mid-wicket from Gorvin as he's into Robson. Robson finds Carlson at short extra cover. No run there. Middlesex 61 for no wicket. 15 overs gone. Stoneman 27. Robson 30 and rattling along quite nice 4 and over.
Yep. It's getting towards the last throw of the dice for Glamorgan now, isn't it? 151. Middlesex will be very disappointed if they're skittled in this time, but Glamorgan mustn't give up. But a lot of their good work this morning has been undone by this start by Stoneman and Robson. 134 Glamorgan led by this morning to set Middlesex 213 with only 3 wickets standing overnight. They've done a very, very good job, but it's just 151, 152 more to win now for Glamorgan, for Middlesex. And there's a conflab. Labuschagne, northeast, Carlson. Crane awaits to see what the outcome of the conversation is.
Is that captain, vice captain, senior pro?
Labuschagne puts on the helmet, settles back in at leg slip. There's a slip in place, there's a short leg. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. 4 on the single. And Crane around the wicket, the leg spinner. A reverse sweep from Stoneman again. Cry of catch. It's in the air for a moment. It's well wide of slip, and it's very much fine of Ul Hassan as well, who retreats from back point, and they take 2. Stoneman on 31.
Yeah, they're inviting that reverse sweep, and Stoneman is comfortable in taking it. Only 3 on the offside, and only 2 in the outfield on the offside, so leg side field. So it's quite a safe shot if you can execute it right.
Lots of flight and attempted sweep from Stoneman. He'll be disappointed he's missed out. There's yelps in the field, but again around the wicket they're not going to get Stoneman. LBW. Hit the pad, but clearly going down the leg side. May have actually been the googly that from Crane, but that one was down the leg side. That he's in again, bowls, and that's tickled just in front of Labuschagne at slip. That would have been a brilliant catch. Low to his right, he went to take it. Stone would have been mightily disappointed, but that's the trap that's set at the moment, isn't it? Oh, goodness me, only just out of reach. He went a long, long way, just couldn't quite get there. And so close. Maybe just bounced. Underneath the hand, indeed. If you were a little bit wider. In fact, they've got 2 my apologies. It's Robson who's come on to strike. They've got 2 slips. Or have they? It's all change again. Change by the minute, but that's because they're up against it now, Glamorgan. They've got Robson on strike there, so how will the leg spinner? I'm not sure he's bowled to Robson yet, has he, Crane? I think of it. He's in now, bowls, and the right-hander waits and eases into the offside. Leg break bowler himself, Robson.
Yeah, 2 slips, and they've got Byram on the 45 there, just in case he shovels a sweep shot if he attempts one. But they're looking for the turn here, and from Crane away from the right-hander.
Crane is in, he bowls, and this off the back foot is worked for a single by Robson out to deep square. To come with the 16th, 65 without loss. And looking good, Middlesex, for a victory. If they secure it, will tuck them up behind Sussex, who travel to Lords on Friday. Well, on Thursday indeed, I'm sure. for the match on Friday, as here's Crane. Not a flight and eased into the offside by Stoneman. There is no run. 65 without loss. Stoneman has 30. Robson has 31. Partnership 65. And just 148 more to win. Is it time for me to get out of the way? I think it is.
I think the half-hour interval is up, is it?
It's all changed.
Yes.
Is it? Or he just made... Oh, yes, Nick Webb is coming on his way. There's it Cummins.
After the running repairs of the...
Yes.
Sterling job again done by Nick Webb on the effects microphone. Again, change of tactics here. Chris Cook is up to the stumps. Glamorgan trying anything now, really. Still Gorvin, but over the wicket to the right-handed Robson. They've got a short extra cover, short mid-wicket. They've got Colin Ingram as a sort of orthodox slip. Cook is up to the stumps. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Byram's going out to deep square leg. They've got 2 out on the leg side, so just trying to create a bit of pressure here. Cook up to the stumps, to the medium pace of Gorvin.
Yes, he's quite often done that before.
Just trying to create a bit of pressure, just trying to make something happen as Gorvin comes in. Robson just guides the ball to short extra. Labuschagne trying to make something happen, as he normally does, has a shy at the stumps, but Stoneman had not left his ground.
That doesn't stop Marnus.
Well covered from James Harris.
Yes, you have to be aware of that at all times, don't you? Playing with Marnus, Labuschagne is liable to throw at the wickets, whether justified or not.
Glamorgan need that enthusiasm at the moment. Middlesex 65 for no wicket, chasing 2-1-3 to win. Gorvin over the wicket. Big appeal there from Gorvin. Muted from behind the stumps. Looked like it was going down. But Glamorgan just desperate for anything at the moment.
Here's a little bit across his stumps. For once, it was probably a little bit high, I suspect that. Striking Robson at the over the pad at the top of the leg.
You can often tell when the keeper's standing up where he was, and Chris Cook was down the leg side there. A hopeful appeal more than anything, a plea more than anything, an appeal, I think. That's Gorvin over the wicket, slightly wide, and Robson's played on. He's made something happen. He short and wide the ball was. Robson was looking to play a similar shot to what he did in a couple of overs ago when he pushed the ball down to cut the ball down to third man for the boundary, and he's gone, and that's the breakthrough that Glamorgan needed. Sam Robson gone for 31, Middlesex 65 for 1 in the 17th over, and Glamorgan really needed that, Nick Webb.
Absolutely, and continues the pattern of batters being outplayed on in this game, doesn't it? Because James Harris got 3 wickets that way in the Middlesex first innings, and Colin Ingram was also dismissed that way in the first innings, so that is... We had a little bit of doubt about one of the other dismissals, where there was a bat involved, possibly from Carlson in the second innings. So that could be the 6th played on of the match. Yeah, that one was a distinct one, wasn't it? Dragged on from way outside off stump, and really one of the most frustrating ways for a batter to get out. He's just playing for a little bit of bounce that wasn't there, and a bottom edge onto his off stump.
Yeah, kept very low, didn't it? The successful shot he played the over before was that there was a little bit more bounce. That just wasn't quite there for that. You can see what he was trying to do, but he hasn't executed in that little bottom edge drag onto the stumps. Has given Glamorgan a glimmer of hope. Middlesex 65 for 1. Still need 148 to win, but Max Holden comes in now, and I think the left-hand onslaught will start now, won't it?
One brings 2, boys. No bang bang, etc., etc.
That's what Chris Cook will be telling his team now from behind those stumps. Yeah, a good start for the Middlesex opener. Robson had looked quite impressive for his 31, but he has to go after that misjudgment, that's miscalculation there from the former England opener. As Holden comes out to join Mark Stoneman at the crease.
Yeah, plenty of batting to come, of course. This Middlesex side do bat pretty deep, but Morgan just need to get in Middlesex heads, don't they, and create a little bit of mental doubt, as well as the technical challenges that are in play on the pitch. But just need to get the batters thinking twice about what sort of shots are possible and which ones aren't possible.
So a lot of thought has gone into this field. Gorvin's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Holden. Marnus Labuschagne's put the helmet on, and he's going to be a short extra cover, and surely he'll be offering his words of advice to Max Holden now. You've got Colin Ingram at a orthodox slip. You've got short mid-wicket as well. Yeah, there's a lot of thought gone, and there's been there's a big chat actually. There's a lot of experience in that Glamorgan side, isn't it? And in terms of you were looking at Chris Cook, Marnus Labuschagne, Sam Northeast having a chat as Gorvin comes round the wicket to Holden, and very straight there, putting the pressure on Holden. And if you sense now, if Glamorgan are going to get anything from this game, unlikely as it is, this is the time that they need to take a couple of very quick wickets.
Door's just ajar. I need to apply a size 11 boot to it. Marnus Labuschagne will be staring into the batter's eyes and whispering a few words.
Yes, he's in the game at the moment, isn't he? As Gorvin is round the wicket to Holden. Just a lift there. It strikes Chris Cook. The helmet comes off. It'd be interesting, a bit of extra bounce there. Whether the ball hit on the helmet to force that off. We saw the one that kept low to Robson, and that's just had a little bit of a lift there off the pitch.
As the umpire is coming down the wicket to have a word with Chris Cook and check on his welfare. Did it flick up off the gloves, or was it direct to helmet?
I'm not sure if it's touched the gloves, but it's definitely risen off the surface. No, I think it's straight onto the helmet. Whether it's actually hit him straight in the head and the helmet's come off, I don't know, but we will have the checks, as we always do when there's an incident now involving the head and the helmet, and the Glamorgan physio medical staff will come out just to change it. Yeah, no, I think it's just hits him straight on the head. I think in the end, I didn't see a deviation there from anywhere.
So we get the review from behind the bowler. Just a little bit of extra bounce from Gorvin, and he's not the fastest of the Glamorgan attack, but still a nasty experience for Chris Cook, who is having a chat with one of the backroom staff and making sure that he's all right. Whether the helmet has given him a bang on the nose as it was dislodged as well. And Chris Cook will take his time on that. So while he does, I think he'll be all right to continue. Look at some of the other scores around the country. At Leicester, where Glamorgan head on Friday, Leicestershire trying to bat out the day. Well, they're 3 down after 54 overs. The scores are almost irrelevant there. Leicestershire were 335 behind on first innings. They're 145 for 3 in their second innings. So Gloucestershire have got, about half the day to claim another 7 wickets to get victory at Grace Road. At Derby, Northants declared their second innings on 310 for 3 with Emilio Gay, very promising young batter, on 153 not out. Derbyshire lost David Lloyd, former Glamorgan player, for 15 and Brooke Guest for 33. They're 97 for 2 and they require a further 274 runs to win as this injury check goes on. Chris Cook looks to be happy and fit to continue. In Division 1, Essex defeated Warwickshire by 4 wickets, a good chase, chasing 331. And Hampshire battled back from some early wickets to beat Nottinghamshire by 5 wickets at Trent Bridge. Durham are going well with a massive target at Blackpool. Ben Stokes was out for 18 there.
Gorvin in for the final ball of his over after the delay to the injury to Chris Cook. And that over, successful over for Andy Gorvin, successful over for Glamorgan. Middlesex 65 for 1, Stoneman 30, Holden nil. Holden, sorry, nil. That was my rugby days. Holden not out. And a further 148 needed for victory.
So Blackpool, Durham are 356 for 5, needing 119 to win with 5 wickets standing. And Ollie Robinson, that's the keeper Ollie Robinson rather than the bowler Ollie Robinson, is 134 not out. Ben Stokes was bowled by Luke Wells for 18 of 30 deliveries, hit 2 4s and 1 6, but Well, interestingly for England, Stokes is 5 for, I guess, in the second Lancashire innings. So hopefully he will be back as a bowling force for the Test summer. Maybe for the T20s. Here's Mason Crane then, into bowl to Stoneman. Oh, poor first delivery that's pulled around the corner for just the single. Crane slightly lucky to get away with that one. Kent have been dismissed for 564 at Taunton, which means that Somerset have 189 to win, so they'll be favourites there despite some Kent resistance led by Zach Crawley. Made 238, but the lower order not quite able to prolong it long enough as far as Kent were concerned. So new batter Holden on strike, leg slip, short leg and slip. I like it as Holden shouts of catch it, but that looked from here to have been hit down into the ground on the leg side by Holden and to bounce up. But good to see that Glamorgan are putting some pressure on the new man, but not like that as Crane delivers an over-pitched ball that Holden meets on the full and has just managed to get it over the deep cover boundary despite a despairing chase. So a nice easy way for Holden to get off the mark and to get leg spin out of the rough. First you have to pitch the ball.
You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get it into that rough to bring in the short leg and leg gully into place. But as I say, just as can happen with leg spinners, just overcompensating there outside the off stump and an easy drive on the full there for Holden.
70 for 1, 143 to win. Reverse sweep and 4 more. Nicely executed by Max Holden, sending it away to the third man ropes. I never quite remember which is it. When a player executes a reverse sweep, you have to think twice about where he's hit it.
Yeah, well, I suppose in this stance, you're right there, third man. I think I will go with that. Stoneman's been trying that for a couple of overs, but Holden obviously comfortable with that shot. They've left the area there. Only 2 fielders on the offside. A 6-3 split with the slip in as well, so there's room for that shot, and if it's played correctly.
Crane bowls, and that is clipped up towards mid-on and misfielded by McIlroy, and they'll go through for was it 1 or 2? 2. They got back for 2 as McIlroy had to recover. 76 for 1. More than a third of the way to their target are Middlesex with just 1 down. Here comes Crane again. Bowls and forward comes Holden, playing up to mid-off, fielded by Gorvin. No run, not a great over by Mason Crane. Max Holden's taken a couple of boundaries off it, and 76 for 1, 137 needed to win. Still 9 wickets in hand for the visitors.
Yeah, all of a sudden Holden finds himself 10 after a tricky start from facing Gorvin. He's had a couple of, he had one gorgeous cover drive to an easy ball from Crane, but then a well executed reverse sweep as well. Now he finds himself in double figures, so he'll have settled a little bit now after a tricky couple of balls from Andy Gorvin, but he will be more content. More deliberation here amongst the Glamorgan bowlers and fielders, just about the tactics they're going to employ. It's Stoneman, the fellow left-hander from Holden, so 2 left-handers at the crease from Middlesex at the moment. Gorvin is going to be coming round the wicket. A short extra cover, Ingram in its slip as in comes Gorvin, and just Stoneman just guides it out to point, no run there. And yeah, Glamorgan wondering how they can change the tactics here. They've got the short extra cover, they're short mid-wicket, just in front of square, looking maybe to try and get that mistake from Stoneman, but Stoneman has been very watchful so far for his 31, hasn't really been in much trouble in this opening 18 overs. As Gorvin is round the wicket to Stoneman, and again that's down the leg side, and it's just flicked off his legs by Stoneman, easily dispatched to 4 just behind square, and yeah, just not quite bowling to his field at the moment, Andy Gorvin, and it's Middlesex moved on to 80 for 1 and Stoneman to 35, just a little bit the radar off there down the leg side there.
Yeah, they haven't got these runs to play with, having induced the breakthrough by forcing Robson to play on for 31. Glamorgan needed to follow that up very quickly, and the run rate is well in advance of what's required at the moment. And most importantly for Middlesex, they've still got 9 wickets in hand.
Slight change of the field with fine leg going a little bit square as Gorvin's in, and again he outside the off stump this time, and Stoneman just strokes it out to McIlroy at deep point, easy for the single there.
Yes, you get the feeling that tea is going to be an enjoyable one for the visitors. 20 to 4. They may well be 2/3 the way to their target by then.
Bit more pressure here from Glamorgan, bringing the fielder in from the offside as McIlroy to Holden, but Holden just defends the ball back to Byram at mid-wicket. No run there. Middlesex 81 for 1.
Incidentally, in case you missed it on last night's interview with Marnus, Labuschagne asked him about his availability, and he said, well, till the end of the blast, and then maybe a couple of extra championship matches in the final block just before Australia play one-day cricket in England.
Final 2 more balls in the over left as again Gorvin on that leg stick. Again Holden just guides the ball out to short mid-wicket.
So those are Marnus Labuschagne's plans. So he will presumably play next week, and then the 2 championship matches in the middle of the season, and which come halfway through the blast, and maybe a couple more if they fit in with Australian plans in the back end of the season.
Gorvin, final ball the over, round the wicket to Holden. Holden again this time guides the ball to mid-off. James Harris there, no run. 81 for 1 after 19 overs. I suppose the immediate thing for Glamorgan players and supporters is what happens with the overseas for the next game, because we've obviously had the decision to play the 2 batsmen, Colin Ingram and Marnus Labuschagne in this match, but the Leicestershire away, what do they do when they've got 3 overseas players available? We're not writing this game off just yet, but Middlesex look in the driving seat to win this match. But what do they do? They've got Colin Ingram, who's in such fine form, Marnus Labuschagne, who's come here and scored 100 as well, and they've got their overseas fast bowler available. So that's the decision they'll have to make, what happens up in Leicestershire.
Yeah, Ingram's in fine form, but if you're going to rest one, maybe you rest Ingram ahead of T20 and maybe just give him a second 11 outing in a T20 game. As Crane starts a new over with another poor delivery that is turned down to fine leg by Holden, who takes a single. He moves to 11. 83 for 1. Sorry, that run up was on the board so quickly. It must have been on. It was Stoneman hitting it down to fine leg, and Holden now comes on to strike. 82 for 1. There's Crane bowls, and that's popped just wide of short leg. That was slightly in the air towards short mid wicket. It wasn't a catching chance, but it was a hint of a mistake from Holden, which will encourage Crane as the ball flew wide of short leg. If you can pitch 1 or 2 more around that area as Holden pushes forward and gets it off the inside half of the bat, but thankfully for him, along the ground out to mid-wicket. Now it is 83 for 1. So Holden goes to 11. Also complicating the picture of Glamorgan's overseas players is that the Tim van der Hoogten is back fit. Crane bowls and defended by Stoneman on the offside, fielded by the bowler. I think this match, all right, Glamorgan did bowl Middlesex out. James Harris got 4, but they will look at a more formidable threat if they have Hamzran van der Hoogten, as that's defended by Stoneman. Middlesex, of course, free of such considerations this summer for financial reasons, but they've got A powerful enough squad, certainly for this form of the game. As Stoneman drives into the offside, they'll take a single. Gorvin scampered hard out into the covers and kept them down to a single. 3 off the Crane over. 84 for 1 after 20. The overall target was 231 off 69. So 129 needed to win now, and still the 9 wickets in hand.
I suppose the argument with the overseas players, just looking at this game, were they right in playing the 2 overseas batsmen? I mean, obviously hindsight's a thing, but in terms of once they had a sort of not batter-heavy side, but with those 2 players, international players, and they get bowled out for 183 in the first innings, you're always chasing the game, then, aren't you?
Yep.
But that's the decision they made, and you'd expect they'd have expected to score more runs in that first innings, despite being put in by Middlesex. But anyway, we were waiting to see when James Harris would come into the attack. It's the 21st over he's going to be bowling from the River Taff end. He replaces Andy Gorvin, and just having a discussion about how he can dismiss a couple of his former teammates, or at least one of his former teammates, I think. 84 for 1. Stoneman on 38, Holden on 11. James Harris's first introduction into the second innings of Middlesex. He's going to come round the wicket. They've got deep point and deep square leg. Colin Ingram still in at slip, short extra cover, as well as Harris is round the wicket to Stoneman, nice and full, and it's Labuschagne now at short extra cover, stopping the run. Surprised, Nick, that James hasn't come in easy, or is this something you would have expected him to be in the attack in the 21st over?
I suppose opening with Carlson was a fair enough shout, given the wear and the pitch. Had to try something different. It was either Harris or McIlroy, I suppose, to open up. Harris
round the wicket to Stoneman. And it's on his legs, and Stoneman just flicks it away. They look for 2 here, as and a good field in there from Mason Crane, stopping the second. Glamorgan still determined to make Middlesex work for these runs. But Harris just on the leg stump there, just lost his radar a little bit as the ball was flicked out to deep square leg. Now, slight change in the field here for Holden. They brought the man in from deep point. Carlson's come into point. They're keeping the man at deep square leg. Just no cover on the offside boundary as Harris comes in, and no cover there. I'm not sure if there'd been somebody there anyway would have stopped that ball. A delightful drive there through extra cover from Max Holden for 4, and Holden getting into his stride a little bit now, benefiting from the width Glamorgan are giving him at the moment, and that was delightful boundary through extra cover, even if it was what you'd expect from a player of Holden's quality.
Yeah, no fear from these Middlesex batters. They've gone about it very positively, haven't they?
Yeah, from the outset from lunch, when they had 2-1-3 to chase down, they're 89 for 1 now as Harris comes round the wicket, and again he offers a little bit full. Holden drives him through the offside. It's a chase here for Labuschagne. He cuts it off. It'll just be 2 for Holden and for Middlesex. 2 more to the total, 91 for 1. Just a little bit full there from Harris, and a little bit wide, and Holden just guiding it through the cover for 2.
Yeah, I'm sure Labuschagne, with a fine fielding effort there, will be stewing really as to the result of this match, even though he's obviously in decent form himself, with a very hard-earned 111.
Yeah, and in his first game and in his first week back in the country, so that's something, encouragement for Glamorgan. Harris is round the wicket, and Holden just guides it down there to third man, just the single. Harris just trying to get the breakthrough, different tactics, but Middlesex
8 off the over already.
Yeah, comfortable at the moment. 1 ball left in Harris's first over.
Very easy indeed, and Middlesex will be tucking into tea with gusto, and maybe the lower order can afford an extra cake.
Stoneman on strike now, final ball of the over. Carlson goes out from point to deep point. Harris stays around the wicket, and just nice and straight on that one. Stoneman guides the ball to mid-on, no run there. End of the over, 8 runs from that over. 92 for 1, Stoneman 39, Holden 18, and the target now is 121 more runs to win, 213 in total, and Middlesex going along quite nicely at the moment.
Yeah, so looking at the table, if Middlesex do win this one and collect 21 points, and seems the strong likelihood at the moment, then they'll be up to 89 with their second win, and that'll be 7 points behind leaders Sussex, who've won 3 games. Conversely, Glamorgan, well, they're liable to slip down a place or two, depending on results elsewhere. Northants and Derby, the bottom two, are up against each other. And Leicestershire trying to bat out time against Gloucestershire. Leicestershire are still 3 wickets down mid-afternoon in their second innings, 179 runs in arrears, but on a pitch that has produced an awful lot of runs. You would think Leicestershire were favourites to hang on. Crane is in to bowl. That one turned sharply, but it was really nicely played by Max Holden, and he'll pick up a couple of runs out towards cover as Zain Ul Hassan had to backtrack towards the grandstand to do the fielding. Holden moves to 20 not out. Looks in good nick, as befits a man averaging 75 coming into this season. Got a 50 against Glamorgan at Lords as he drives that one up to mid-on, no run, and we'll be hoping to add another one here as Middlesex have resisted any pressure that Glamorgan could have put on them. Crane bowls, and Holden goes for a big one, and he's got hold of it enough. It is bouncing. It's not bouncing, it's signalled 6 by umpire Chantry. Over long on. Holden laying into that one, down on one knee, a very big swing of the bat, and clearing the ropes in front of the members section, and the cricket score to our left. 100 up for Middlesex. They are nearly halfway to their target. Reverse sweep comes out, and there's an appeal. Thought for a moment Holden had been bowled, but whacked on the pads by that one. Well, it was spinning a long way, a long way, and I think it probably still hit outside off stump, even though it might have gone on to hit, but that one turned ferociously. Crane bowls again. Holden drives to mid-on, calls for a quick single, and it's there because McIlroy is set quite deep. Rare that you see a ball spin that fiercely, that previous one.
Yeah, and he probably encouraged Holden by the fact that there's a big gap between mid-off and backward point for that reverse sweep, and there's an area that he can hit there.
101 for 1. Stoneman on strike, and just dabbing that delivery down into the offside. Crane, head in hands, now the double teapot, pondering on the vicissitudes of life and why he chose to be a leg spinner.
Yes, the life of a leg spinner. He's had them in trouble on certain occasions when he's been able to pitch it where he wants, but 0 for 36 from 6. As you said, the life of a leg spinner, slightly expensive sometimes, but also can be destructive when it goes his way. But it hasn't gone Mason Crane's way or Glamorgan's way so far this afternoon. Middlesex 101 for 1, 112 needed for victory, and again an expensive over. It's quite an extraordinary shot that from Max Holden, that 6, in terms of down on one knee and sort of sweeping over long on. You know, yes. Normally you think you'd be a lot squarer, but a lot of power in that shot, and he's obviously premeditated.
I'm not quite sure how it's physically possible that you take it over long on while you're down on one knee.
I'm sure they teach you that, but very, very inventive as Harris is around the wicket to Holden, who just guides the ball to mid-off, but there's no run there. Glamorgan now got men out on the off and leg side sweeping.
Just a reminder, later in the week, international cricket for the men, taking on Pakistan in T20 in Headingley on Wednesday night. Radio coverage of that from the BBC and online. next week. Tomorrow, England-Pakistan men here.
Harris round the wicket. Holden forcefully to mid-on, but no run there. The captain, Sam, north-east. Fields.
And England-Pakistan women as well, simultaneously. Well, more or less the same week anyway. Thursday they're playing a one-day international at the County Ground Derby, and again you can listen to that on the BBC Sport website.
Not long before Pakistan and England in Cardiff.
Indeed, week tomorrow. Maybe a couple of tickets left if you act quickly.
James Harris to Holden. Holden defends out to Gorvin at mid-off. No run.
Always a lovely sight to see Sapphire Gardens packed. And Glamorgan will be delighted to see a few pounds coming into their bank account.
Yes, always very welcome. Will you be here, Nick?
Not sure as yet, not sure.
No clash with Glamorgan games though. Change of the field here, and McIlroy comes up from third man. He's coming to backward point, and Colin Ingram's going a little bit sort of a gully area. Just Harris, oh no, he's moving now. McIlroy to cover, or more. No, the two on the sort of more of a extra cover. Labuschagne's coming across to a short mid-wicket area, so just trying a different line of attack here, or sort of short bit on really. Labuschagne just trying to get in the, well, not get in the eye line, but sort of put some pressure on Holden as Harris is round the wicket, and Holden finds Labuschagne there at short mid-on. Just trying something different. No third man now. McIlroy in an extra cover. You've got sort of gully, deep point, extra cover, mid-off. Labuschagne in that short mid-on, an orthodox mid-on, mid-wicket, and then two out on the leg side, deep square leg and fine leg as Harris tries to make this breakthrough. Middlesex 101 for 1, chasing 213 for victory, 112 needed. Final, no, 2 balls left of Harris's over. He's round the wicket, and Holden finds that man out on the deep point boundary, jogs through for a single, and Holden moves on to 28, 102 for 1. 1 ball left here. Mark Stone will face it, fellow left-hander. Similar field, no change from James Harris. McIlroy stays in at extra cover. Labuschagne at that short mid-on position. Harris round the wicket for the final ball of his over, and again Stoneman just defends solidly out to McIlroy at extra cover. No run. Middlesex 102 for 1, Stoneman 39, Holden 28, 111 needed for victory.
Gareth, thank you. And Gareth Griffiths will be back after the tea interval as Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London will come in alongside me, and Middlesex supporters will be enjoying this afternoon considerably more than those of Glamorgan, because nearly halfway to the target of 213, just the 1 wicket down. Robson bowled by Gorvin for 31, yet another played on victim in this game, and Crane having a long chat with former Hampshire teammate Sam Northeast, the skipper, and Glamorgan not quite able to build up enough pressure, Kevin.
Of course, North East as well. You know, hadn't even occurred to me. North East, Gorvin, Crane.
Yeah, Gorvin didn't play for Hampshire, but was academy at one point as a teenager. Crane then, from this Cathedral Road end, he has got deep backward square. Mid-wicket is about halfway back. Floated up, driven on the leg side, well stopped at short mid-wicket by Northeast, and there is no run. Holden on 28, not out. Got in a little bit of a mess with a reverse sweep in Crane's last over, but was hit outside off stump, and there he's squared up by that one. Kevin's glued to the screen to see how much spin Mason Crane is getting. He is landing 1 or 2 in the footmarks. getting it to turn ferociously, but Glamorgan haven't got many to play with. Oh, they'll have another wicket to play with now as Holden goes for another big one, aiming towards the pavilion, and Crane gets one through. And Holden is bowled for 28, 102 for 2.
Yeah, around the wicket. Oh, did he get a bottom edge on it as well? Did he get anything on it at all? Did it just turn?
It's turned ferociously out of that rough, which is what Crane is bowling for. I don't think it did hit the edge, hit the top of the off stump is what it hit. So Glamorgan strike the stumps again. 102 for 2, 111 left for Middlesex to win.
Well, we did say if they could have him 120 for... Oh, no, that was 20 for 2, wasn't it?
So 37 added for the second wicket as the experienced Duploy arrives. First season with Middlesex, but Glamorgan will know plenty about him from having faced him on numerous occasions in Derbyshire colours.
So those wise so-and-sos that told me Cardiff it flattens out on the 4th day, they weren't wrong. But for the spin.
Yeah, it's the leg spin and the rough, isn't it? It's taking a lot of spin for Mason Crane, but he gives the ball a bit of a rip. And Holman, of course, claimed 3 wickets with his leg spin in Glamorgan's second innings as Duploy is preparing for his Friday night out down at the discotheque with a few cool moves.
I've heard that's the moves. You can see you and Ed Bevan breaking out on a trip at Colwyn Bay for
haven't had that opportunity. Haven't had that opportunity to boogie down the sea esplanade since 2019, pre-COVID. Unfortunately, Glamorgan have not returned to North Wales since. Crane in to the new man Deploy, another left-hander, and he steps back and cracks it through the offside, and that should go for 4, or will it just hold up? No, it's going to stop inside the ropes. They might run 4, actually. Gorvin is in pursuit eventually, having flung himself full length to try and stop it in the first place, and they took 3 in the end. I think if they'd run hard from the start, they would have got 4 there. But probably thought it was going for 4, but Deploy had picked out the longest boundary. Anyway, he's off the mark with 3 first ball, 105 for 2, 108 to win. And next ball, Deploy playing no shot outside his off stump. The ball through to Chris Cook. Mason Crane, sensible fellow, has the old adamant sun cream across the nose. And Crane floats one up, and Stoneman is having no liberties there as he plays it gently out on the offside. 105 for 2, so 3 runs and the 1 wicket in that over. And not too much to disturb the tranquility of the Middlesex balcony, who all look very chilled at the moment.
Who's got the shades on? Ethan Bamber. Cool as you like.
Well, batting 11, I think he's probably counting on putting his feet up.
Richard Johnson's calling the coach driver. Yeah, you can come and get us now. Not just yeah.
It's not quite start the cars.
No.
Where are we? Just over half an hour to go till tea. Another 8 or 9.
Oh, tea served, by the way.
Is it?
Yes.
All right.
Welsh cakes.
Oof.
But they're not Sandra's Welsh cakes.
Some Club Welsh cakes to go with Sandra's Welsh cakes.
Here comes James Harris. He's got a short mid-on as he's in, bowls, and forward goes Deploy, defending back into the onside where the short mid-on collects. Marnus Labuschagne in there. I wonder why they put Labuschagne there.
Specialist chat.
What's your specialist subject, Marnus? Talking.
Well, we haven't seen him with the ball yet.
No.
Leg spin, off spin, or seam.
Make the ball sing. Oh, well, yes, indeed. There's a wide slip in place. Almost a gully as Harris is around the wicket, bowls, and Deploy turns to mid-wicket. There's no run. 105 for 2. Stoneman a rock at the top, Deploy the big number 4 batter.
Stoneman's former employers, Durham, could possibly do with them. They've lost a couple of wickets in that big chase against Lancashire. They are 383 for 7, needing a further 92 off their last 3 wickets. But they have got Ollie Robinson, the keeper, there, 145 not out. So what a brilliant game that must have been in Blackpool.
In comes Harris, he bowls, and this is tickled off a thick inside edge, really, I suppose, by deploy, so less of a tickle, more of a deflection, and towards the mid-wicket fielder it heads, all along the floor though, no run.
5 for Stokes. Nathan Lyon with a long bowl, but just a couple of wickets. 2 for 91. Could do with a few more from him. Lancashire is Durham with a huge chase. Still with us, in with a shout.
In comes Harris, he bowls, and it's a bouncer, which Cook gets up to collect.
That was well taken from Cook, wasn't it? There, not many have required him to jump.
No.
Usually to go down and protect his ankles, but that one was banged in by Harris, and
I think that's got to be the little bit of a frustration about this target, 213, that haven't really asked the questions that they perhaps might have hoped, because we have seen some bounce, haven't we, that's been indifferent. But yes, only 2 down, 105 on the board. Middlesex well on their way as Harris bowls and forward goes deploy, pushing to Labuschagne at mid-on, who's at short mid-on, who's very quick to remind deploy that he's there and will throw down the stumps if he thinks about a cheeky single.
Taunton, Somerset 22 for 0, needing a further 167 to defeat Kent, despite the visitors' long rearguard action there.
Comes Harris again from the river end. Signals from mid-on. I think it's for Ul Hassan to warm up maybe, as Harris wide on the crease bowls and deploy defends again. He's bowled well here, Harris, hasn't he? And again, it perhaps just throws the question slightly why he wasn't brought on earlier. None for 9 off 3. He's on the spot.
Up at Leicester, Leicestershire is still 3 down as they try and bat out the day against Gloucestershire, who posted 706 for 6. Wonder if we're in for more record-breaking next weekend as Glamorgan head to Grace Road, when of course Middlesex host Sussex at Lord's starting on Friday in the final block of in the final match, the final round of championship games, when the season will be half done. Oh, looks like another ball check. Heaven save us. At Derby, Derbyshire set 371 to beat Northants by the visitors' declaration. They are 131 for 3 in 33 overs, so still all results possible there. Lewis Rees is 44 not out. Another man we've claimed as Welsh, Lewis Rees. His dad's from Llanelli, even though his name, Lewis, is spelt the Spanish way.
Ah. What's the Spanish way?
Isn't it Spanish? L-U-I-S? Or am I not?
Yeah.
You've got more experience of
Luis Enrique, yeah.
Spanish affairs than me. 105 for 2. Crane to bowl. Off the back foot, Stoneman plays it nicely through the offside, but just pick up a single because he didn't manage to hit it that hard as he rehearses the shot at the non-striker's end. 106 for 2, 106 runs in arrears. So halfway, 107 needed. Crane bowls and Duploy back on his stumps. There was a loud appeal for LBW, even though it appeared to come off the inside edge. Crane obviously thought it might have come off the pad first, but the ball ended up at leg slip somehow.
Yeah, I thought it was bat, but Crane disagreed.
Sounded like bat.
Looked like bat, sounded like bat.
I take it was bat as Duploy comes forward, defending. Doesn't look entirely comfortable because Mason Crane is probably spinning the ball a couple of feet by now. It really is prime turn territory on this last day. as that is deflected down and well saved by Colin Ingram. Slip, who goes scrambling after it on his belly to prevent any thought of a run.
Well, I guess this is where the variations come in, isn't it? Because he's spinning it big, the leg spinner. He's ripping it, isn't he?
Oh.
But the batters, left-handers as well, set up for it.
That's clipped nicely off his legs by Duploy down towards backward square. They'll go through for a single. And
has he tried at all right arm over yet? I haven't missed him, have I? Trying over the wicket to the left-hander.
No, he's bowled,
which brings
entirely around the wicket.
LBW is completely out of the equation at the moment, isn't it?
Oof. Well, pitching outside as defending the last ball is Stoneman. Pitching outside, well, it depends how adventurous the umpire is to the ball that turns a long way back in.
Well, only if they're leaving alone, though.
Yeah,
or unless they back right up onto the stumps.
Unless they're back on the stumps, yeah.
Yeah, so it just seems, I mean, they've targeted the rough outside off, but it just seems worth a go. Oh, a bit of Labuschagne, I forgot.
What's he going to be bowling? What's he going to be bowling?
Got to be for spin, isn't it? It's got to be.
Harris is having a word, or is Harris looking to continue? There's a lot of debate going on. Labuschagne obviously wants a bowl, I think, or maybe he's just chipping in a few ideas. So he's chipping in a few field placing ideas, I think. Marnus Labuschagne saying we want fielders there and there. And Sam Northeast, well, I'm not sure if Labuschagne has got his way because he remains in at silly mid-on. I think Labuschagne wanted someone else in close, giving the batter evils.
Harris around the wicket, he bowls, and this is turned into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run, so no Labuschagne just yet. He looks as though he's limbering up, doesn't he? Maybe he's just trying to send a message, or maybe he's just trying to get in the eye of the batters, having a natter about this, that or the other.
Give us a bowl, give us a bowl, give us a bowl. Not many have taken wickets for Glamorgan with off-spin, leg spin and seam.
When you say not many, are aware of any others that have? So here's Harris in from the river end, he bowls, and forward goes Deploy, stroking back, no run again. Harris is bowling extremely well. He's bowled well in this game, hasn't he?
Yep.
I think there was one loose spell, but it wasn't particularly loose.
Yeah, he was slow to start, wasn't he, when Middlesex put on 97 for the first wicket in the first innings, and 171 for one, and then that was really the position of dominance. And although Glamorgan have fought hard to drag it back over the last couple of days, Middlesex had another little purple spell last night.
Harris is around the wicket, he bowls. Oh, it's a bumper, and that tennis ball's through to the keeper. That would be close to being... Yeah, no ball.
It's always the risk. Banged in by Harris, overhead height, therefore no ball. And 2 extra runs. Purple patch, I meant, rather than purple spell.
That was... it wasn't... As you watch it again, it wasn't that bad, actually.
It wasn't too bad, but it was over the batter's head in a reasonably upright position. 109 for 2, 104 to win.
Harris, lengthy run up, probably the longest of the match, I'd suggest. He sprints in at a good pace as well. This is full, bumped back by Deploy to the bowler, no run. 109 for 2, 20 minutes to tea. On the final day, here at Cardiff, Middlesex have all the time in the world under the blue skies of Cardiff to get these runs. The equation for Glamorgan, though, is a little bit more difficult. They've only got 103 to play with. They need 8 wickets. How's that run rate? Still at 4.1, required's only 2.5. And Harris wide on the crease, bowls to Deploy, who pushes just fine of cover, no run. Carlton coming around.
All the time in the world, it's Louis Armstrong warming up in the wings. Don't worry, I won't try and sing on air.
You'll notice I went straight to Skies Are Blue as well just afterwards. few red roses in the park walking through. On the way in and out each day here at Sapphire Gardens, as here's Harris bowls to deploy. Cry of catch as it beats an attempted push on the front foot by the left-hander. Around the wicket, was there any real movement on that one? A little bit of shape away.
There's not much we've seen from the seamers that's beaten the outside edge over the course of this match, is there?
No.
It's not that sort of pitch.
No, but Middlesex had a couple go through the vacant slip, didn't they, when they had a second slip but no slip. So here goes Harris again. Past the umpire, he bowls, and forward goes deploy to Carlson. Has to get back. He does like a run. Deploy. So does Stoneman, actually. 109.42. That's the end of the over. Stoneman has 40. Deploy has 4. At the moment, we're plodding towards a Middlesex victory. Those bowling speeds of Harris there, that must be across the match 86 miles an hour. That's probably the quickest, actually. I said Helm would be the quickest in the match, but Harris, I think, has outdone him there with the speeds. And this is the man, of course, who was always said to be never quick enough for England, which is why his action was changed. But I think if you're bowling it at that place and doing something with it, as he always used to.
I'm not sure if James Harris hasn't actually improved his pace during the period that he's been back with Glamorgan, because I'm not sure whether he was hitting those sort of speeds in his first season back. So just the no ball runs in that over. 109 for 2. 85.4 was Harris's peak, as Crane will be twirling in the low 50s. Floats it up, met on the full by Stoneman, driven to mid-wicket. McIlroy Field's single taken. 110 for 2, 103 needed to win by Middlesex. Still 42 overs, less one ball available to him, as North East trots over to provide another suggestion to Mason Crane. No harm in keeping the batters waiting a little bit. Les Duploy, 4 off 18 deliveries, has had to work hard to adapt to this pitch. The ball turning a long way from the rough for the leg spinner. Crane, oh, that's turned back a long way, and imploring appeals from the Glamorgan fielders and bowler. That extraordinary turn from Mason Crane. Well, I'm baffled to think that it might be seen as doing too much, because Duploy was back on his crease there. That was a really good shout from Crane. And Duploy thanking his lucky stars there, I think. Seemed to hit him in front of off. It's down the wicket he comes to try and relieve the pressure, and does so with a single to mid-wicket. My possibly Welsh-tinted view of the LBW appeal is that it probably hit him in front of off stump and would probably have taken leg.
Was he offering a shot? I guess he was.
Well, I thought it hit in line, actually.
Yeah, I think it may have been umpire's call if they went upstairs, but
yeah,
tight.
Worth an appeal as Stoneman takes a single, turning round the corner down towards fine leg. 112 for 2, 101 runs needed to win, and once that figure gets into double figures, Middlesex, rather than treble figures, Middlesex will feel psychologically just that into the home straight. Duploy on strike on 5, as he manages to turn one down to fine leg, milking the singles. Maybe the drama is over for the over. 113 for 2, 100 needed. Trail by 99 is on the board. 16 minutes until the tea interval. Crane in to Stoneman, who's pushing forward defensively, And of the two left-handers, Stoneman looks to be playing far more comfortably than Deploy at the moment, as we got another replay of the ripper from Crane.
Yeah. Probably had a fair shout there, Crane. I mean, again, I think that's hitting in line, isn't it? That stat that I relayed to you the other day, that with DRS now, the sumps are 33% bigger. I don't think they needed to be 3% bigger for that one to have been hitting. Or hitting in line. But 113 for 2 it is. And here's Harris with a deep backward point, long leg, deep backward square, and a slip in place. He's also got a short mid-on, and he bowls a bouncer, which Deploy gets down underneath, where it goes to the keeper. That one, let's have a look, see where that one passed through. Yeah, it was probably hitting somewhere around the badge of the helmet, had Deploy not ducked underneath it. I'll say I thought the one in the last over was a little harsh on Harris, but 113 for 2, 26 minutes past 3 on this Monday afternoon. Well done those that have made their way in. It doesn't look as though it's going to be the nail-biting finish that we perhaps thought, or I thought this morning anyway, is around the wicket. He's got in now! Deploy! Oh, wow! Well, there was a huge shout in the last over. Crane and Glamorgan were sure that they had Middlesex's number 4. Harris has him, 1 for 11 for the former Middlesex man, now back with Glamorgan. And Deploy has gone LBW as he tries to play into the onside. He's gone for 6, struck on the front pad, trying to work the onside, but he plays around it, and it's 113 for 3 now. Middlesex still require 100.
Well, that one really thwacked into and off the pads of Deploy. He was looking to turn on the leg side there, and well, the umpire probably ruling that it would have struck the top of leg stub, maybe. I thought that the previous appeal from Crane was more likely to be given out than that one, to be honest, but maybe evening things up.
2 and 2 made 5.
Yeah.
I mean 4.
Deploy out for 6 with 100 more needed to win. Conversely, 7 more wickets needed to win.
Well, you know, I just think this innings got off to a funny start, really, in that, you know, here's the pressure point. Here's the temperature raised. And if you you get past Higgins now. I mean, look at these two senior pros, Higgins and Stoneman.
Oh, you're not worrying
still...
yet, are you, Kev? You were telling me
I've been worried all
how
day.
Middlesex batted down to 11 in the first innings.
Well, indeed. Well, no, indeed. But the nerves of a chase. No, I think Holman, Fernandez, Davies, that's a lot of youth there in the next 3 hereafter. So this is now a big partnership. The pressure of a chase is huge. You've got to go out and get the runs. I've been saying all day. I think I was just about to say before the finger went up there, it might not be the nail biter we were expecting, but Middlesex will be asked to work properly all the way. I mean, it's an innings that's got better as it's gone along for Glamorgan, which is a bit of a shame for them, because I fancied 213 was a target that should not be easy for Middlesex, and at this point it's a
fall of wickets, 65, 102, 113. Glamorgan absolutely need to keep on taking wickets regularly. They can't afford any sort of, even a 50 partnership would probably be enough to get Middlesex home, but enough to give Glamorgan just a fraction of hope in the tea interval.
Harris right arm over to Ryan Higgins. He bowls full straight, and it's dug out by Higgins on the drive, going for the Yorker. Labuschagne at mid-on. Well, they've got the big wicket. Lewis Deploy, highly regarded. The big capture for Middlesex, not going with an overseas this year. They went for Brooks and Deploy as long-term signings instead.
Yeah, how's Brooks been getting on?
Yeah, okay. I think arriving at Lords... How much he'd have bowled at Lords before, but it takes a while to get used to the slopes, and he got 3 and an over at Bristol to finish off their innings the other week, but settling in still. As Harris moves in, he bowls and Higgins hooks him out to deep backward square for a single. He's off the mark. Throw comes in. It is a short boundary, so Higgins actually had to get a hurry onto the non-strikers end. 114 for 3. I mean, Middlesex are very excited about Brooks. They really think they've secured a really good signing, a huge prospect, and it's seen as a long term. You know, it's seen as this is a guy who's really going to and play all formats as well. He plays the 100, of course.
Yeah, I knew Warwickshire traditionally have loads of seamers, but a little bit surprised that they didn't hang on to him.
Yep. Harris is around the wicket to Stoneman, who's a massive figure for Middlesex right now. 42 from 74. There's a century in this to be had again for Stoneman, really, isn't there? There's still 100 best player, well, 99 runs to score. He's on 42.
Well, the runs are available if he gets slightly over half of them, but Middlesex won't care who scores them or if they come in leg byes.
Yeah. There goes Harris again. Around the wicket he bowls, and Stoneman back and across to that one. There's a little bit of shape. There's the movement of the hand from Stoneman. Just say, yep, that one moved. Again, this Duke's ball, it can be, and go back to McElroy at the start. There's been a little bit of a chat that it takes 10 overs or so for this batch of balls to come to life. There's always a theory of the batch of balls nowadays, isn't there? What's this batch doing? But there's the speeds for Harris. Again, look at that, 88 miles an hour, the third ball. Was that the wicket ball? The third ball. Which ball of the over did he take the wicket with? No, it was the second ball was the wicket. So it was the first ball. He went full, didn't he? So it was block hole, so it's going to look that little bit quicker because it didn't have such pitch. The second ball was 86, the third was 88. I mean, Harris, the fact that he was not quick enough for England, just madness, really. And that's why his action was changed and perhaps ruined potentially a wonderful international career. But anyway, what was I saying, Nick? Something about Stoneman. And Harris. The start of the innings, McElroy, the ball's certainly doing a little bit more now. There's a bit of fizz, there's a bit of urgency about Glamorgan, it feels, in the field now, but they've almost taken a while to get going, haven't they? As I say, in McElroy's defence, though, maybe it's taken the ball a little while to get going. Sometimes 30 overs, Duke's ball can really start to come to life for bowlers.
Well, Crane's been getting plenty of interest with the leg spinners batting, pitching it outside their off stump with the left-handers batting. But now he's got a righty in the form of Ryan Higgins, so he's got 2 slips in there. How about a silly point? Crane bowls. Oh, that's turned miles, and it's fielded at slip. That's quite extraordinary. It went nowhere near Chris Cook. It bit so hard. And I'm not sure that I've seen a cricket ball turning like this so consistently. As it was dropped by Colin Ingram. Wow. Crane bowls. And is he gone? Yes, he has. Higgins stretching forward. Up goes the finger, and Mason Crane has dismissed the right-handed Ryan Higgins, one of Middlesex's first innings heroes. And Middlesex 114 for 4. Just the faintest feather. Chris Cook was convinced straight away. Higgins looked up disappointed, but was given his marching orders. Woof.
Well, there is so much spin out there, and I think Crane has got to think about staying right arm over here to the left-handers as well and bring LBW into play, because there's an awful lot of turn out. They're almost too much turn to be bowling right arm around to the left-handers. They're setting up and taking LBW out of the equation, although he had a good shout against Deploy obviously 2 overs ago. But that's a lovely ball to the right-hander. What he'd really love is just a few more right-handers to bowl at. They've got Robson, they've got Higgins. They won't see a right-hander again now until Roland Jones at number 9. Middlesex will dearly hope that it doesn't get that far, but here come the youngsters, Holman, Fernandez and Davies. I'd imagine it'll be Fernandez next. Just trying to remember the first innings. I'm sure it'll be Fernandez next.
Well, they had a very odd order in the first innings, didn't they?
Yeah, of course they did.
Because the 2 night watchmen, I think Fernandez came in at 6 before Helm and Bamber.
You know, there's a ball ripping out there now, and wherever he bowls, right arm around, right arm over. You got Harris early into a spell, and well, I'd imagine Glamorgan right now would love another half an hour. Tea can't come quickly enough for Middlesex. It's 5 minutes away. They're 4 down. It should still be Middlesex's game, but mainly because of the start that they got, and that's the bit for me that is the oddity. I really thought this would be close. I thought this would be tight. I thought it would be a tough chase. But they got off to a flyer with Stoneman and Robson, and credit to them and credit to Stoneman. He's still there. But now the pressure's on.
Stoneman imparting a few words of wisdom to his much younger colleague on the way out.
Well, if one becomes 2 quickly here, then 5 down and only halfway to the target. It's his game on.
Right, this is a test of Fernandez' mettle and his mental application as well as his physical skills. So the teenage left-hander is taking guard.
He's straight away around the wicket to him again. You almost feel
there is a slip, a leg slip and a short leg.
Maybe he feels he's turning it too big even to get an LBW right arm over.
Crane floats it up and it's driven through the covers for 4 runs. No sign of nerves there for the youngster. Off the mark, first ball as he smashed it away, and the ball wasn't given time to turn. It was just a little bit too wide as well.
One thing I'll say for Fernandez is I don't think there'll be any nerves. He's a confident young man, and he should be. He's got bags of talent, and it's one thing you'd like to nurture, isn't it? Just keep that confidence, keep going. Don't be knocked by the ups and downs that come with professional sport or any level sport.
118 for 4, 95 to win for Middlesex. 6 wickets to win for Glamorgan. Can they grab another one before tea? As that one is a better ball from Crane, but it's well defended by Fernandez. Now, do you get forward or back on this pitch to the leg spinner to the left-hander, pitching into the rough? If you get back, then you could get pinned on the crease. If you get forward, it could lob up off anything. As Fernandez rather awkwardly but competently defending that one to short leg. And if Crane finds his length, then there are still questions to be asked. 95 to win, 6 wickets to win. Crane in, bowls. A big appeal for LBW, no shot played. The ball will run to boundary, it won't count. It's a dot ball. Fernandez thrusting the pad outside the line of the off stump. Playing no shot, you can't get leg buys.
It was so full outside the off stump there. He's managed to really kick at it with a 90-degree pad, hasn't he, as he makes contact kicking there. And that just really doesn't give the umpire any chance to make any decision. Has that got as much turn as the other, and is it on that trajectory?
Yeah, he's got close enough to the pitch of the ball. As you say, umpire can't judge the angle. But it's a dot ball despite the ball running to the boundary. No shot. No runs in terms of leg buys, unless you're trying to get out of the way of the ball, which is another possibility, but that wouldn't really apply against spinners. Very rarely anyway. 118 for 4. Last over before tea then. Middlesex need 95.
James Harris. Can he bag another one against his former county? 1 for 12 in this innings. He bowls. Stoneman's up on his toes. He's a single through point. And he'll have a look at Fernandez before tea. 4 for Fernandez, 43 Stoneman, 119 for 4. Stoneman comes down to have a chat with Fernandez. You'd gather that field in now, wouldn't you? I'd have a slip in place for the new batter, the left-hander. There's no deep third. There's no slip. It's almost crying out as though there's an edge in this over to me. We've got 4 on the onside in front of the square leg umpire. They've got a wide mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, a wide mid-on and a short mid-on. And here is Harris around the wicket. He bowls and onto the hip of Fernandez. It loops up into the air onto the onside. Cries of catch. Everybody runs to it, but I think it was just a hip. And yeah, it doesn't look like the bat was anywhere near it, but until Judder from Fernandez. They've got a circle of 4 on the offside, which is mid-off, cover, backward point, and that gully. Long leg, the other fielder, Ul Hassan. So no slip, no deep third. And Harris in again to bowl at the stumps from around the wickets. And Fullitt goes right up there towards the block hole, dug out by Fernandez, who I'm sure will be saying to himself now, get forward, get forward. He's had one onto the hip already. 119 for 4, 94 needed. So 4 top order batsers have gone for 119. They need 6 more wickets, of which 2 top order batters are still out there before the all-rounders. For 94 more runs. Harris from the river end bowls. It's onto the pads of Fernandez. Clips down to deep backward square. Long leg comes around. Ul Hassan collects. Fernandez is on to 5, and Stoneman is on to strike with 2 to go to tea on the final day. 38 overs remain, 92 to win. Do we mention the D word? Or the T word?
Tie. Never seen a championship tie. Like hen's eggs, aren't they? Hen's teeth, rather. Hen's eggs.
I was giving you
hen's eggs you see every day.
You know me, Webby. I'd never pick up a co-colleague at the first possible attempt. I'll give him half a breath to recover at least first. Harris has brought another fielder across to the offside. He's in, bowls, forward goes Stoneman, who defends to extra cover, and there's 1 to tea on day 4. 1 for 14 from 6 overs. Harris making an impact, so too Crane. It always felt to me that those were going to be the 2 most likely in this innings. I went to McElroy and Carson first. I guess for Carson, the off-spinner, they were looking for bounce, which is what the off-spinner would look for more than the wrist spinner with the new ball. As Harris from the river end, last ball before tea, bowls past the edge of Stoneman. Oh, goodness me. Outstanding bowling from Harris. Beautiful ball, line and length. He would dearly love to keep going. Look at that shape away from Stoneman. The ball's just starting to come to life in this innings. And Middlesex will walk off tentative at tea on day 4. They still require 93 more to win. This feels like a very, very big session ahead, not just for these 2 teams, but for the Division 2 table this season. There's Sussex to come on Friday for Middlesex at Lords, a team that Glamorgan have just beaten.
Well, Middlesex still favourites, but Glamorgan still in it to win it. For the commentary from 4 o'clock here on BBC Sport Online. Zainul Hassan as McElroy's in again to bowl to Robson, who turns it off his legs down towards fine leg, and that's Morgan desperate in need of an early breakthrough, and they won't get it there as that's run down by Robson towards the boundary.
Looking for a change of fortune here. His left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Robson, and Robson just flicks it off.
I've got some delightful scores in the other games around the country, which are still taking place. If you remember at Chelmsford earlier today,
lovely bit of flight. Now that one turns away down the legs, the right arm around to Stoneman. And he looks to reverse sweep, and he gets it in between the keeper and slip for 4.
It's Gorvin in for a second over.
Still requiring further
Easily guided off his hip. They almost got in the way of time. I believe something's happened here. Gorvin is over the wicket, a little bit wide, and Robson just waits for that. Plays a delightful little short and wide again, and Stoneman just rocks back. That's easy for a former England opener. Just guides that. That's Gorvin over the wicket, slightly wide, and Robson's played on. He made something happen.
New man,
222
but not like that as Crane. delivers
And
an over-pitched ball,
Durham
70 for 1, 143 to win. Reverse sweep and 4 more. Nicely executed by
Gorvin is round the wicket to Stoneman, and again that's down the leg side, and it's
The
just flicked
reminder
off
that
his
the
legs by
official
Stoneman
ball
easily.
website
Boundary as Harris comes in.
contains details of how to purchase
No
tickets
cover
for
there. I'm
all
not sure if there
forthcoming
needs somebody
games.
there anyway. Would have
Here
stopped
at
that.
Supply Gardens this summer, that includes the international matches.
and Holden goes for a big
here
one,
on
and he's got
Tuesday,
hold of it
28th
enough.
of May,
It
when
is
England
bouncing
play Pakistan,
ferociously.
as well as Friday the 13th of
To
September,
play with.
when
Oh,
England
they'll
meet
have another wicket to play
Australia.
with now as
Also
Holden
on the
goes for
official
another
Global
point.
website, the details of the various match day
Absolute right this morning
hospitality
anyway, isn't it?
packages
Around the
which are
wicket, he's got it
available
now,
for all
deploy!
games here
Oh,
at
wow.
Supply Gardens,
Wow.
including those in the T20 blast as well as the home.
And is he gone?
If you
Yes, he
haven't done
has.
so already,
Higgins stretching
you can obtain a
forward.
scholarship
LBW
free
right
of charge from reception. Reception
Floats
is
it up, and it's
situated
driven
on
through
ground
the
floor
covers
of the
for 4
Patrick
runs.
Pavilion.
No sign of nerves there for the youngster. Off the mark.
Cook's testimonial brochure or purchase a copy of the 2024 Glamorgan yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is still open. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking refreshments, then a wide range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Food and drink is also available from the mobile unit beneath the Casted Howell stand. Snacks can be obtained from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting your nearest steward in strictest confidence. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn. to resume the Middlesex second innings after tea, Mark Stoneman and Nathan Fernandez, and to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Mason Crane.
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to the final session here at Sapphire Gardens, with Middlesex on 120 for 4, needing a further 93 to win. And Mason Crane turning the ball square to bowl to Nathan Fernandez, the first delivery after the break. Much depending on Mark Stoneman, who is on 43 not out at the non-striker's end as Crane bowls, and that turns a long way, and Fernandez has to play it well off the back foot. Update for BBC radio listeners to follow fairly shortly, and then it's heads down for a very interesting hour or more, who knows. That's just glanced wide of leg slip. Fernandez will pick up runs. He'll pick up 4 runs, and just a little bit of alarm there as he glanced it away. Was it in the air? The replay shows that it bounced just short of Labuschagne, lurking at leg slip, but Middlesex won't care how it comes, as Fernandez moves on to 9, and he's turned that one to short leg. Labuschagne managed to block it. 89 runs needed to win. 6 wickets needed for Glamorgan to win. Odds still fairly firmly in Middlesex's favour. If Stoneman goes, and it might change. It's floated up and driven by Fernandez to mid-off, and there is no run. So Glamorgan keep on fighting. Shouldn't mask some suboptimal parts of their performance. Crane gives it plenty of air. Fernandez doesn't risk anything, turns it on the leg side, and there's no run. Last ball of the first over after tea. It's yielded 4 runs for Middlesex as Crane bowls to Fernandez. 3 round the bat, gives it air. There'll be runs here, probably 4 of them, as he's driven it through the offside. It's being chased, and it is just saved by Gorvin inside the ropes to save a single and keep them down to 3. But a good over for Middlesex. 7 taken off the target, 86 to win. Middlesex 127 for 4 just after tea, chasing 213 to win, and Glamorgan just fighting back late in this encounter. 2 wickets for Crane, 1 apiece for Gorvin and Harris. Middlesex still have their opener, Mark Stoneman, on 43 not out. They are the favourites to complete victory. Glamorgan have fought hard today, though. Middlesex 127 for 4, needing 86 more to win. As Kevin Hand is alongside me here on BBC Sport Online.
60-40 Middlesex for me at the start of this innings. I think probably still 60-40 Middlesex now. 127 for 4 wickets. They've got 6 wickets more to get 85.
Yeah, it was probably about 90-10 when they got to 100 for 1, but
yeah.
2 wickets for Crane and 1 for Harris, and a few alarms being caused as Glamorgan going back to Jamie McIlroy. Thought they might have kept Harris going.
Well, from the river end, I mean, the ball's just started to do a little bit, hasn't it? Let's see. There's no slip in place. He bowls to Fernandez, who's forward defending. Back to the bowler, there's no run. This will be a very short, sharp experiment if he goes at the pace he went at earlier. Was it none for 24 off 5? But yeah, needs it tight on the stumps. And Middlesex have to find these runs, and they've got, that's the point, isn't it? They've got to make it so that Middlesex are looking for the runs, searching for the runs. 5-4 fields. McElroy from the river end, he bowls, forward goes Fernandez, pushing defensively to mid-off, and there's no run. 1-2-7 for 4, Fernandez 12, Stoneman 43.
Neil Thornycroft earlier suggested the umpire making amends with the Harris LBW decision against Duploi. Well, he wouldn't really have had a clear view of the one from the other end, so wouldn't be making up for his own judgment. There was one turned down off Crane to deploy.
McElroy in, bowls, full straight and driven up to mid-on. Fernandez is on 12. And opening partner for Stoneman at the start of the season when Robson injured his thumb. Fernandez made his first-class debut, opening the innings. Now ushered down the order, a bit of left-arm spin. He can add to proceedings as well. Who's warming up at gully? Number 41. Come in, number 41, Ingram.
Unlikely.
Loosening up his hips. Here's full ball that's clipped away beautifully by Fernandez. He'll get a couple here in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Not going all the way through with the shot. Watchfully played. Picks him up 2. 1-2-9 for 4. 79 miles an hour. McElroy. Maybe it's just a slightly prolonged break for Harris with the tee interval, which he'll then be asked to bowl potentially through to the end of the innings when he comes back on. But he has looked to the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, you just want your best bowlers in action, don't you, I think, at this stage.
McElroy to Fernandez, bowls, and Fernandez works to mid-wicket, no run. Length ball. Just below 4 and over the run rate required, 2.3. Plenty of time for all outcomes here. Were Middlesex to lose a couple and the run rate slows again, then you could almost find backs against the wall for Middlesex in 30 overs time. 36 remain of the match after this delivery from McElroy. 2 on the board now, and you might have to start thinking 60-40 Glamorgan. As here's McElroy bowls and forward goes Fernandez, pushing defensively into the onside, no run. Stoneman 43 will have strike, Fernandez 14, 84 more to win for Middlesex. They're 129 for 4.
Yeah, Stoneman is the key to this one, though Fernandez has made a chirpy enough start. 4 off his first ball, and Mason Crane just has to do his best to eliminate that one poor ball and over that virtually all leg spinners are prone to deliver. 129 for 4, 84 to win. Crane with 3 around the bat now to Stoneman as well as Fernandez. Glamorgan know they have to go for broke, and if they get Stoneman, then that would be a huge boost to victory chances. But Stoneman's seen it all before. He's in good form. 129 the first innings, 43 not out already in the second, and that one sees him pushing forward to Crane, correctly getting as far forward as he could, head over the ball and blocking it back down the pitch. Crane in to bowl that shortish, worked off the back foot by Stoneman, but even an established batter has to work hard to get the ball away, and he didn't do so on that occasion. Bowler fielding in a short cover position. Leg slip and short leg and slip around the bat as that's driven into the offside, and there'll be more runs here. It's another chase for Gorvin out towards the cover boundary. They've gone for 2. Gorvin turns and gets his throw underway very quickly and keeps them down to 2. Maybe Glamorgan need to just fill in that cover gap at the moment, because there have been quite a few dispatched through there, and risk 1 fewer at mid-wicket maybe. Crane bowls again, knocked into the gap on the offside, and this will be another couple of runs at least. It may just go to the boundary. A despairing leap is not quite good enough from Zainul Hassan, who hurled himself at the ball just before it went over the boundary. but the ball followed him over. 135 for 4. Stoneman to 49 not out of 82 deliveries. Middlesex are actually well ahead of the run rate, but that doesn't matter. 78 to win, 6 wickets in hand, and Stoneman and Fernandez just easing the nerves that might have crept in when Middlesex lost 3 for 12 in a little sequence just before tea. Back on his stumps goes Stoneman, gets bat firmly down on it, turns it to northeast at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Still beautiful weather here at Sapphire Gardens, a little light breeze, plenty of blue sky, clouds high, lovely watching weather, lovely playing weather, and Crane bowling to Stoneman, who pushes out into the offside in no particular hurry to get to his half-century. Crane now 2 for 62 off 12 overs, turning the ball as sharply as I can remember anyone turning it in county cricket. But Middlesex approaching 2/3 the way through to their target.
Yes, over to McElroy again from the river end. Chatter in the field. You immediately look to Labuschagne to see where he is when you can hear some chatter going on. He's at extra cover. Ingram is the gully. Backward point cover. And Labuschagne's being moved to, excuse me, I think short mid-on. Short mid-on it is. So a 4 on the offside fields. Labuschagne moving across, and here's McElroy, right arm over, he bowls to Fernandez, it's down the leg side and it's away for 4. Oh dear. Well, the quietness around the ground in the field there will tell you everything you need to know. There are runs that can ill afford to concede at the moment. 74 more to win.
Bit of swing maybe from James Harris. Maybe it just flicked off the pad and wasn't given as such, but swinging the wrong place, going down the leg side and beating fine leg despite Cook getting a glove on it. Lancashire beat Durham by 60 runs. Durham 414 all out. Ollie Robinson was 171 not out.
McElroy past the umpire, he bowls, and on a length, pops slightly on Fernandez, or certainly he played it high on the bat anyway, and through square leg it goes. Byram comes around from mid-wicket. One more to the total, and onto strike comes Stoneman. Oh yes, he played that. Almost shoveled it into the onside, didn't he, off the splice, which is why it went up.
George Balderson was the match winner for Lancashire with 4 out of the last 5 wickets to fall. The other was a run out. Lancashire beat Durham by 60 runs, wins for Essex and Hampshire in the First Division as well.
Stoneman's on 49, McElroy's in, he bowls, and it's full, it's straight, and it's defended to cover. Deep point set back.
Also in the First Division, Somerset 69, 70 for 2, 71 for 2, needing a further 118 to beat Kent, so their favourites for a home win at Taunton. Northamptonshire are favourites to win at Derby, with Derby Shire 159 for 7, 212 runs away.
McElroy bowls, and this ball's driven away through the covers. Lovely shot for 4, and that's his 50. Century in the first innings, and his run against Glamorgan continues. 50 century, 97 century, and now another 50. Not out. 53 from 86 deliveries, and that's a fine way to bring up the runs and the half century for Stoneman. 144 for 4.
His 6th boundary.
Hanging back of a couple of heads in the field there for that one. McElroy's in, bowls, and back on the spot on off stump, and it's eased away into the offside. No run. 4 byes, first ball of the over, a run, second ball of the over. Boundary, 4th ball, top balls either side of it, 1 to come. Required rates down to just 2 now. It's all about the wickets, Colin, but they can't afford to leak any runs at the moment. 69 more needed for Middlesex. Just this over, 9 off it. has eased the pressure again. And McIlroy comes in, bowls to Stoneman, angles that one back in. It's defended to cover. It's 144 for 4. Stoneman has 53. Fernandez will have the strike. 34 overs to bowl. And 35 gone in the innings. 69 more to win.
Details that we gave there of Stoneman's half century to follow his century. I guess he and Helm would be fighting for man of the match at the moment if Middlesex get the expected victory. At Grace Road, Leicestershire are 4 down into the final session against Gloucestershire. Looks as though, unless the Gloucesters dig out something dramatic, that Leicestershire will be able to survive. They're 103 behind after Gloucestershire ran up 706 for 6. But half centuries from Patel, Hill and Hanscom in the Foxes' second innings, and they look like surviving. Here's Mason Crane in to bowl, and played gently by Fernandez up to Carlson at mid-on, and there's no run. There's Crane around the wicket, floats it up. There's an appeal and it's given. Now, is that LBW or caught? It doesn't matter. It's 144 for 5. Fernandez, I think, has been caught close in, and Crane has got his man. The ball bobbled up and it was taken by Ingram at slip.
Inside edge onto the pads, loops up. Look at that. Can you believe it? Fernandez's first thought was, is it going to bowl him the inside edge? Hit the pad, and off the pad it looped over the stumps, but alert fielding at slip. It looped up over the keeper as well, who was also claiming the LBW, as you rightly say. Crane was claiming the catch, though. Cook couldn't really see what was happening. 5 down, 144 for 5. 69 more to win. And, well, over to the all-rounders. Of which I suppose Fernandez, he made his debut as a spinner, but Davies has opened the batting as well, so the point is pressure now, though, isn't it?
That was fine anticipation from Colin Ingram, wasn't it? He was there to take the catch comfortably, having moved quickly 2 or 3 steps to his right and take the ball behind Chris Cook, who didn't have a chance really, as the ball looped up and over him. Off inside edge, pad, who knows what. But back goes Fernandez. And out will come Holman?
Jack Davies.
Davies.
Just before you were doing your update, actually, at the top of the hour, he got that inside edge, didn't he? The wrong side of Labuschagne, who I think one had gone one way of Labuschagne from Stoneman just before the interval. And then this one went the other side, whether he'd gone a little bit wider because of the Stoneman one before tee. He was basically in the wrong place for the 2 chances that have gone to leg slip so far. Labuschagne, but there's plenty happening for Crane, but they're going to have to tighten up at the other end. They can't afford another over like that. 9 off the last one for McIlroy.
Well, Glamorgan told us that Crane could win matches for Glamorgan, and he's doing his best to drag this one out of the mire. 69 to win, 5 wickets to win.
Yeah, he's
yet another lefty to bowl at in the form of Jack Davies, and still 3 round the bat.
North East comes to have a chat with him. 3 on the offside, slip, backward point, and mid off. There's a leg slip and a short leg crouching down. Short mid wicket's not far away.
And the first delivery is driven gently by Davies up to Carlson at mid on. No prospect of a run.
So they'll continue with this around the wicket ploy to the left-handers. He still hasn't come over the wicket, has he?
Wants that rough. Forward stretches Davies, and flick back by Byram towards the stumps at short leg, just in case he'd overbalanced forward, which he hadn't. And the ball is just turning so much. for Mason Crane. Maybe we'll see a few more wickets like this at Sapphire Gardens yet. As he's bowled that one flatter, but he's got away with it as Davies has played it to wide mid-off, and there is no run.
But I remember when there was the criticism of Taunton, I had no problem with it being a turning wicket. If you could have a big spinning wicket in England somewhere, it's going to help the development of spinners, isn't it?
Here's Crane, once capped by England, bowls, good delivery, well played by Davies, getting his leg forward and pushing it back down the wicket, and there is no run. Fascinating stuff here at Sapphire Gardens. Crane 3 for 62, 33 overs could be available, but the draw is probably about as likely as the tie at the moment. Not very.
Yeah.
So Harris for McIlroy.
I mean, a spinning wicket here at Sapphire Gardens, if pace is a problem, we've discussed this pitch throughout the 4 days. We've seen seam, we've seen swing, we've seen spin. There has been some up and down bounce, nothing alarming to either extent, really. I don't think any batter would go, well, that, you wouldn't one say you've got a grubber or one say you've got one that's really leapt. But basically, there's been a bit, as Ryan Higgins said last night, there's enough in it for the bowlers and there's enough in it for the batters. And to some extent, neither of them are quite happy on this pitch. But we're coming to a thrilling finish here. Here's Harris back into the attack. Around the wicket from the river end. He starts with a bouncer to Stoneman. There's a deep square set back and a long leg. Now, would he consider going with the short ball theory to that deep square boundary when he's got Stoneman on strike? There's a very large boundary out to the grandstand. Deep square and long leg set back. There's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Mid-off. Cover. Deep point. Deep third. Again, it's suggesting it won't be there for Stoneman to be driving, but equally you can guarantee there'll be one asking the question, and there it is, right up there. Stoneman pushes into the offside. We saw on the wagon wheel of his 50, actually, there's been nothing in the V, has there, for Stoneman in this innings. It's all been square of the wicket. Which again tells you a little bit about the pace of the pitch. Quicker pitches, the ball will go back down the grounds. And for those on the stream, there's the wagon wheel again. Through the covers. Through a straight mid-wicket at very best, one of the runs. Or two indeed. As Harris bowls, and this ball's eased into the offside by Stoneman. Stoneman will know this hinges on him now. If he's there at the end, Middlesex probably win. With Stoneman to fall now. Then the scramble with 6 wickets left for the final 69 runs would be exactly that. Sun belting down. Fortunately, the sun's played its part. We've only lost 8 overs, we reckon, in this game. So here's Harris from the river end. He bowls. Stoneman's up on his toes. Thinks about the single. Yes, no. Davies gets back. Who set off first there? It may have been Stoneman. Stoneman apologises. He likes a quick single, Stoneman. But does that just betray a few nerves of the experienced old pro?
Yeah, there are some big gaps for him to knock singles into, but Carlson was quickly to it.
Stoneman awaits. No slip at all in place at the moment. You can understand that against Stoneman as his Harris in bowls. Stoneman goes for a late cut. Through to the keeper, low outside of the off stump. He was eyeing up that shorter boundary, and to some extent I guess Harris gets away with that. We'll see how wide it was. Yeah, it was wide, just didn't get up. Stoneman, puff of the cheeks, hangs his head backwards, feels he's missed out there. Through to Cook it goes.
Yeah, Colin Ingram, who was the only slip for a long time, is now trotted down to third man.
Yep.
In the shadow of the indoor cricket.
They barely have a run to play with, do they? 69 to win. Harris in bowls, a bouncer. Doesn't quite get up that one either, and Stoneman gets right down underneath it. Bounces on the way through to the keeper. 69 to win. Fernandez has, Davies will have strike. He has to get off the mark. Stoneman has 53. 69 to win from 32. We are going to the wire on this one.
Fascinating stuff here at Sapphire Gardens, which is what you want for spectators, young and old alike. The game going into the last session of the 4 days, As you say, precious little loss to rain, and still both sides in with a chance of winning, even though the pitch hasn't been hugely inspiring in terms of producing attacking cricket. It has ended up by ragging square on this last day, and Crane to bowl to Davis, who is forward defending up to mid-off. There's no run. So a fascinating game of cricket, whatever happens from now on. As Crane bowls a full bunger that is, well, he's got away with it. He's smashed it straight to short mid-wicket. And North East somehow has managed to get some part of his anatomy in the way. 144 for 5 as Davies' eyes must have lit up there. Here's Crane in again, and this time it's a drive into the covers for at least a single. They'll come back for a second. Gorvin in with a throw. He had to struggle there, had to dive. Davis got home in a puff of dust, going full length, and for a moment it looked as though he might be struggling, as Gorvin's throw was reasonably accurate but didn't arrive quite quickly enough from deep cover. Glamorgan have still left that hole there at cover, and Middlesex have scored quite a few runs through there. 146 for 5, 67 to win. 5 wickets in hand. Crane bowls, Davies stretches forward and defends back down the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run. If you are just joining us, Middlesex have lost Robson for 31, Holden 28, Duploy 6, Higgins 1 and Fernandez 15. Crane bowls, Beale, quarter of an appeal, as Davies got way forward and was hit outside off stump. 3 wickets to Crane, 1 apiece to Gorvin and Harris. And a close struggle. Crane bowls on the back foot, Davies watching it very carefully onto the bat. So 2 runs off the over, 146 for 5. I think we'd probably better alternate Gareth and myself, because he'll want to stay on mic for the duration, Kevin. So Gareth Griffiths will replace me for the next half hour or so.
Nick Webb, thank you very much. Close encounters in Cardiff. We've all had a few. Stoneman 53, Davies 2, 146 for 5, Middlesex 66 to win. I mean, say you stay on it. We're going to be here for an hour or so yet. And, well, just how close will this encounter be as one or t'other approaches the finish line? Here is Harris around the wicket. He bowls to Stoneman, who dabbles outside the off stump. He's beaten. Or do they consider a slip? Stoneman comes to prod at the surface. It's just a little bit more happening now. Yeah, there you go. Moves away from the left-hander off the surface, I'd suggest. Welcome back, Gareth.
Thank you. Just debating about whether we've seen James Harris to start straight after tea. I suppose it's something you mentioned there, that we could be here for another hour, so there's only so long he'd probably be able to bowl for, so they went with McIlroy and they brought Harris back now because he is their leading seamer and has been their best bowler, fast bowler in this game. It's how long he can go for.
They've shipped a few runs, haven't they, in the process. It looks as though slip is going to come in now for Stoneman. Cook's placing him in terms of, well, if it's there I can get it, if it's there you can get it. So he's just pushing him slightly wider as his Harris in bowls, and this is bumped to cover. No run. Lots of chatter behind the stumps between Cook and Labuschagne, and I'm sure they're saying it just loud enough so that Stoneman can hear every word.
Yes, Glamorgan will be where Middlesex were this morning, just trying to keep themselves interested, keep themselves in the game.
They know Glamorgan right now, 1 wicket. That of Stoneman could change absolutely everything. Harris is in, bowls, and Stoneman drives with an open face, single to deep point. He's on to 54. 66 to win. 147 for 5, Middlesex. Really does feel as though this has a fair few ramifications for the season ahead for both. Just a point separating them coming into this game. Sussex and Yorkshire will have a fair eye on this game right now. In Division 2, so all in Division 2, because I think up and down the table, everybody will feel they've got a chance if they can get a run together. Harris turning again. The river end. And he's off now with a short extra cover for Davies. Bowls, and Davies is up on his toes, defends this one, no run. Labuschagne is the short extra cover now, and Ingram's the slip, interestingly. Labuschagne had just been the slip for Stoneman. So yeah, he's slightly wide. He's more second, isn't he, than slip. They're pretty much just missing that gun barrel line down the middle, which slip knows is theirs. 147 for 5. Harris. Shadow trailing behind him. He's in, bowls, and forward goes Davies, the wind buffeting his shirt. He falls back up the track where Labuschagne comes to collect. Deep squares dropping back. Expect the bumper to finish the over. Although to some extent you'd have thought they'll happily give him the single. Maybe if he does hook it for 1, they're happy with that. If he hooks it in the air, they're even happier. Here's Harris turning at the river end. No deep third if he strays in line here with a shorter ball from around the wicket. Harris. Athletic approach that he's always had. He's in, bowls, and it's a length ball defended by Davies. Back up the track, end of the 39th. There are 30 overs to go, 65 to win. For Middlesex, 5 wickets for Glamorgan. BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio London together on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the Glamorgan and Middlesex website with the streams. Good to have you with us wherever you're tuned in. Looking at the stream now, might have a chap who's watching us at the moment. Give us a wave, thumbs up, sir. No, oh, he's doing something on there. What's he doing? No, is it him? He's like, go on, give us a wave, sir. Maybe he's watching with the sound turned down. Don't blame him. 147 for 5.
Yeah, this is the battle now, isn't it? Mason Crane versus Stoneman. Crane, who's getting the prodigious amount of leg spin turn into the rough. And they brought out the for Stoneman. They brought out the leg slip. They've got a deep backward square leg for him. As Crane's in, and Stoneman watchfully off the back foot just guides it into short mid wicket, no run. So still got the short leg in, but the leg gully that was in is now back down a deep square leg backward, just for that sweep perhaps. And there's a man out on the deep point as well, so maybe happy to give him the single as Mason Crane. Oh, lovely flight there as well. Beats Stoneman in the flight. Stoneman gets outside of the line of the off stump, but Mason Crane will be looking for that delivery. Stoneman is outside the line every ball as he's trying to negate that turn outside the rough into the left-hander. Crane, a bit shorter there, and this time Stoneman cuts it out, not convincingly, but it goes out to Gorvin at mid-off. No run there.
It was one of those bad balls, takes wicket. It was barely on the cut, strip that one, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It turned in a little bit, and Glamorgan have now given him that little bit of cover out to the offside, the man out on the offside. As again, it's a little bit fuller that time. Again, Gorvin in action at mid-off, no run. Yes, had a couple of loose deliveries there, but so we'll be looking to get back on track here.
Well, yeah, don't give it away now, Mason. I mean, that's what they'll be saying is tighten it up. No cheap runs here. Make Middlesex find these 66 runs.
The leg spinner looking for that, and that's the googly. It's gone the other way, beautifully bowled out of the outside edge of Stoneman. And that's what he's capable of. You know, you've seen a couple of balls that were quite loose, and then you've seen that googly hasn't picked, and it's just beaten him. Perhaps didn't play at it as much as you thought instantly, but Mason Crane just showing there what he has in his armoury. Final ball of the over, and sweep there from Mark Stoneham. Happy to pick up the one, fielded out in the deep square leg boundary by James Harris. One off the over. Stoneham's Stoneman keeps the strike, 148 for 5, 65 needed now. Stoneman 55, and the key man for Middlesex.
What a game cricket is. Isn't it wonderful? 60-40, I'd have said at the start of the session, Middlesex. It's still just about 60-40 Middlesex now, isn't it? This partnership just settling things a little bit again, Stoneman.
Bit more?
Plodding along.
Bit more for Middlesex, no?
More for Middlesex?
Yes,
oh, no.
65-35 maybe?
No, I'd be going 55-45 at the moment. Maybe 55 and a half.
Just trying to talk ourselves out of it.
Yeah, which side, yeah.
Yes.
Harris to Stoneman. Again, the whole thing would shift massively where Stoneman's fall as his. Harris in, bowls, Stoneman driving up to mid-on, and there's no run, and Stoneman will know that. This all hinges on him. He'll be doing everything he can to make sure he is there right through to the bitter end.
Interesting, you mentioned that in the last over. Labuschagne's back in at slip for Stoneman, and Colin Ingram back down at third man, but they seem to rotate. It'd be interesting to see when Davies is on strike whether they've got specialist slips for specialist batsmen.
Yeah, he was a short extra cover, wasn't he, for Davies? I wonder whether it was that if you're going to have the short extra cover in the slip, then it's Ingram at slip as Harris around the wicket bowls, and Stoneman drives to mid-off, no run. 87 miles an hour, this is good from Harris.
Good pace, isn't it?
Well, he's the quickest of the match, isn't he?
Yeah.
And with the ball just doing a little bit at the moment, if he can keep it on that off stump. The run rate required is climbed to 2.3. It was down to 2 a few overs ago, wasn't it? The current rate is down to 3.6. This is what Glamorgan will be trying to squeeze first. Try and bring those a little closer together. They have all the time in the world, really, Middlesex. If this game goes to the end, the final over as Harris bowls, and across goes Stoneman. He's beaten. Did he withdraw the bat inside the line? I think he's trying to suggest he did. Let's see. He went a long way across to leave that. And, he doubled at that.
He tried his best to disguise that, didn't he? But he was beaten.
Tucked it back in behind his front pad belatedly. Davies replays the shot at the non-striker's end, ready for if he gets down on strike to Harris. This is an epic encounter at the moment between Harris and Stoneman, but also Crane and the two left-handers. Game could really be about these two senior players at the moment as Harris bowls and forward goes Stoneman again, pushing back. Any error from either of them here. Stoneman gets a couple away, pressure eases. Harris gets one through. The pressure cranks right up on Middlesex. 148 for 5. County Championship cricket at its best. First class cricket at its best. Ninth over from Harris. He's got 2 balls left of it. He's around the wicket from the river end again. He bowls and Stoneman back and across. Works it down to deep backward square for a single. 149 for 5. One to come of the over as Davies comes on to strike. Harris has his hands on his head, believing that Stoneman took that from a very straight line. Put the bowling around the wicket. 64 more to win. Davies 2 from 13 back onto strike. Stoneman signalling something from the boundary. What's he signalling? Drink, towel, something's coming down the steps now from somebody. Something from somebody from somewhere. Here's Harris. Around the wicket he goes and right in behind it, Davies defends. Oh, look at the dirt on Davies' fronts from that dive he had a couple of overs ago. He looks like he's been on the trenches. They'll feel like it by the end of this session. I think Middlesex being made to work for it by Glamorgan. 149 for 5, 41 overs to bowl. Middlesex require 64 more from a minimum of 28 more overs.
No surprise that Crane will continue at the Cathedral Road end. I'd imagine we'll see him until the innings close, the way that the ball is turning.
Bit of cloud cover passes over. Nearly for the first time today, I think.
It's another
the sun.
Another beautiful day at Sapphire Gardens. Last 2 days
always
have been
is,
excellent.
Always is.
Yeah. Stoneman on strike. 56 not out. Middlesex 149 for 5. needing 64 to win. Again, just the one fielder in. So a little discussion now between Crane, Carlson and North East, the committee.
Well, no surprise for many reasons. Crank up the pressure, slow things down, but also you don't want to bowl too many overs.
No, so what they've decided is they're going to push out a man from mid-wicket to deep square leg. So McIlroy's gone out. So there's two, McIlroy and Harris are on the leg side square, one just in front of square, one behind square. So to give him that bit of protection and also maybe give him the single. Stoneman just dabs the ball forward to North East at mid-wicket, and more of an orthodox. We've still got Byram in its square leg. We've still got Ingram in its slip. There's a deep point. Alissan's a deep point, just to give him that little bit of protection. As you say, maybe get Davies on strike. Mason Crane's round, and a little bit of appeal there. Again, Stoneman has got himself outside the line of the off stump, and he's also got a bit of bat on it as well. So a single there for Stoneman, moves on to 57. They've got Davies on strike, so obviously there'll be a change in the field now. 150 up for Middlesex. The next accolade along the way, still need 63 to win. So a slight change of field now. Alissan comes in from deep point to a more of a conventional point. There's 3 on the offside. They brought in McIlroy from deep square leg into saving 1 on the leg side, but only 1 on the leg side round the bat now. Short leg, Byron there. Ingram at slip. And it's a reverse sweep attempt there from Davies. Not very convincing. There's 3 on the offside now, so there is more of a potential danger with that shot, with Alissan at cover and there's Labuschagne at backward point. So it's a shot that the Middlesex left-handers have tried to use today against Mason Crane. Comes in and it's more another LBW shout there, but just goes out on the leg side, collected by Harris, leg by there, and Stoneman is back on strike. 151 for 5, 62 now needed.
I reckon it's back to 60-40 Middlesex. 55-35. 45. I had the draw in there as the other 10.
It's like the 110%, isn't it? Mason Crane round the wicket to the left hand, and Stoneman just flicks it off his pads down to deep square leg for a single to James Harris. 153 for 5. Sorry, 152 for 5 now. 61 needed. This time to Davies. Deep cover stays out, possibly to give him the single. But an appeal from Crane. It's just come off the rough into the pad, taken by Byram at short leg. More hope rather than any suggestion that was out. It's the end of the over. Middlesex 152 for 5, 61 needed. Stoneman will be on strike again. 58 not out. Davies on 2. And James Harris to continue.
It actually wasn't far from a couple of things there. It wasn't far from the inside edge, and he was only just outside the line of off. That's how close it all is at the moment. 152 for 5. Goodness me. Well, I guess you're looking at any given situation, any given match situation. If you're starting the day now, and it was the third innings or second innings of the match, Middlesex 152 5. Well, they'll want to make sure they get 250 here. It's not going to be easy, but they'll want to make sure they get 250. Here's Harris. He's around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes Stoneman, beaten through to the keeper. It goes, and there's no run. You could be greedy and say, well, they could get 300, they could get 350 from here. But realistically, top order batters there, the wicket keeper's there, and you get a wicket, you think you get 2, and if you have the bowling side, you say, come on lads, no more than 230. Yeah. No more than 230. Well, their target is 213, and it's the chase. This is pressure of the chase.
This is good bowling by Harris, isn't it? Round the wicket to the left hand. He's beaten Stoneman on a couple of occasions. He's been very accurate in this spell, and a good pace as well.
He's in now, bowls, and Stoneman's forward, pushing back. The fact they felt confident enough to bring back a slip to Stoneman tells you about that scoring race as well. 2.3 required, 3.6 current. Is there any cricket on tomorrow?
You're welcome to stay, Kev. I told you that.
I'm going to do for the next 3 days with no cricket. There he goes. Harris, he bowls, and this ball's driven by Stone with an open face. Oh, backward point might not get there. He's placed it nicely. 4 runs. Harris has his face in his palm. 1 for 20 for Harris. He's bowled exceptionally well, kept it tight. Stoneman, just that little bit of width on that one, opening the face and slicing it fine. The deep backward point, short boundary there.
He played inside that a little bit. Lovely little bit of placement, I think. He's just opened up the face a little bit, just noticing there was someone at deep point and just putting it to their right. And evasive action by somebody sitting in the crowd there. That ball almost knocked up and hit them. So very good duck there from the man in the blue shirt and white cap.
Midway through the 43rd over, here's Harris's follow-up, which is back towards the top of off, sitting back. Stoneman eases a single through the vacant point. 2 to come of the over. 157 for 5, 56 to win. Oh, it's nervy. It's nervy. It's perilous for both. The boundary in the over, all of a sudden you just feel the tension for Glamorgan reverberating through their bodies. Similarly for Middlesex. 1 wicket, especially that of Stoneman right now. The nerves will be jangling. Here's Harris in, bowls short, and Davies rides the bounce down to deep backward square leg on the back foot, picks up a single. Bonds come of the over. 158 for 5. Davies 3 from 18. 15 minutes to 5. Why do they play for 4 days, people ask? This is why. It all builds up to this. Right at the last, either of these sides can win it. Middlesex the better of the sides on the first 2 days. Glamorgan came back at them yesterday, but a couple of late wickets in the evening for Middlesex. It seemed as though it just swayed it back to Middlesex. A good start from Glamorgan this morning with the bat as Harris is around the wicket. Stoneman pushing into the offside, and there's no run. A very good start with the bat for Middlesex, and where would they have been without it? They'd have been in an awful lot of trouble right now. Stoneman's still there, opening bat. He has 63. Davies has 3. Middlesex 158 for 5, needing another 55 to win.
With your, perhaps say we say non-cricketing friends, why do they play for 4 days? Is that the most popular question that you get?
Oh, what, on cricket?
Yes.
Yes. Why do they play for 4 days? I think so.
Yes, yeah.
You as well?
Yes, that's about top of the list.
The best I've come up with lately is think of it as golf. There's 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Apart from in those rounds, you get a go, I get a go, you get a go, I get a go, and whoever's got the most at the end wins.
Yes.
In golf, you have 4 rounds to get to be to come out on top. So yes, 4 days, of which sometimes it feels like we need 5, especially when the weather's bad in this country, or there's a kookaburra experiment.
So there was another committee meeting there between Kieran Carlson, Sam Northeast and Mason Crane. The field remains the same for Davies as Crane is again around the wicket, and he's played no shot there. He's outside the line of off stump, but too much for the umpire to decide whether that's going on to hit the wickets there. But you can see the intention from Glamorgan then from Crane. They're trying to get the ball outside. That's too wide, and there's too much doubt there if they're going to give that LBW for not playing a shot outside off stump.
What do you reckon? A little bit closer in the googly?
Possibly that could be the plan here now as Crane comes in. Oh, I think that might have been the plan. Yes,
just a bit too full.
Yeah, but he executed that well in the last over, didn't he? When he bowled the googly to I think Stoneman.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thinking here, Mason Crane, how can he get this crucial wicket? He's been bowling to the left-handers pretty much all through the day, through the afternoon, round the wicket. And Davies goes back, watches intently, and just guides the ball to Byram at short leg, no run.
Well, nicely in behind that, Davies.
Yeah, got Gorvin beginning to warm up here at mid-off as Crane is round the wicket. And again, Davies very watchful, trying to play it off the back foot as much as he can. Byram interested in there at short leg, but Davies looking comfortable there when he's on the back foot, just watchful, just soft hands behind under his head.
Can they really afford to change this at the moment, Glamorgan? It's right in the balance.
Oh, that turned a lot from Mason Crane. Tucked Davies up from outside the off stump and played it quite well in the end, but Ingram collects it from slip. Well, that does turn quite a bit from outside. Again, a little bit wide outside off stump, but showing how much turn he's got into the footholds there. Last ball of Mason Crane's over. And again, very good there from Mason Crane. That's a very good over from the Glamorgan leg spinner. Still testing the Middlesex batsman. Middlesex 158 for 5. Stoneman will be on strike. 63. Davies on 3. And 25 overs remaining. 55 needed.
A few cold ones being supped out in the sands by the look of it. Need it for a couple of reasons today. Ease the nerves and cool matters down a little. Labuschagne northeast and Ingram having a chat. Umpire Baldwin's keeping a close eye on them. I think umpire Chantry may well be making a note as well, as the umpires don't look impressed at the moment by the delay. In fact, hold on a minute, is there something more to it? Because there's a conflab absolutely everywhere at the moment. I mean, I think it's on Glamorgan's mind as well that they don't want to give Middlesex any more overs than they'd have to, but they're not going to get through 25 overs in
Returning to bowl,
an hour and 10 minutes. They're not going to bowl more than they have to at the moment, are they?
No, and they're over 8 is +5, so they're well ahead of the schedule in the match. But as you say,
yeah,
in the
that bit's
game
fine,
situation, yeah.
You just don't want to give any more overs to Middlesex, but that's not a danger anymore, is it?
No, not at all.
Gorvin replaces Harris. This obviously comes with an element of risk. The experienced Harris has bowled his heart out for Glamorgan there, and 50 minutes before tea. He's at a short break, and they'll bring him back again for a potentially nervy end. It will be the Glamorgan hope. I'm just thinking they probably can't bowl him through the entire session. No. Even Harris, the cyclist.
But Gorvin, fresh with the memory of 5 wickets against Sussex in the win last.
Yeah.
That'd be nice now for Glamorgan, wouldn't it?
Can he keep it on that off stump? That's what he's got to do. Sounds so easy, doesn't it? But just keep hitting the off stump. Don't have to do anything more than that. Gorvin's around the wicket to Stoneman, and he's immediately onto the off stump. Has he got him? He has! He's got him first ball! What a change by Glamorgan! And it could change the destination of this match. Stoneman falls for 63, 158 for 6. Can you believe it? All of the battle between Harris and Stoneman. They went toe-to-toe for an hour after tea, the pair of them. Stoneman managed to hang in there, but young Gorvin comes in, the hero against Sussex. My goodness me, that's a heroic effort to pick up Stoneman first ball. And this game now hangs very much in the balance in the final hour or so that's left of it.
Yeah, as you say, inspirational bowling change there. Gorvin came on. He's got this knack this season of just picking up these wickets, crucial wickets. And Stoneman just seen off James Harris, maybe a bit of a sigh of relief. Chris Cook up to the stumps and ball might have slightly moved away, but Stoneman just pushed at it, and a good catch from Cook standing up to the stumps. And as you say, 158 for 6, 55 needed now. 2 new batsmen at the crease. I'd say it's 50-50.
I was just about to say it's definitely 60-40 now, but I'm not going to tell you to who. 158 for 6, 55 runs, 4 wickets. It's a lot of runs when you are under pressure and on a pitch that is turning, it's seaming, it's swinging, might not have electric pace, but it's a very, very good cricket wicket. Toby Rowland-Jones is coming in ahead of Luke Holman. Well, the skipper.
Experience?
Yeah, I guess, look, get me out there. He'll play this straight, and he's playing some solid forward defence technique shots on his way to the middle as he walks, which, he's not, I don't think he's going to swing for the river. But a right-hander, left-hander as well. Does that stop Crane settling into a spell, and indeed Gorvin as well, settling into a line and length rather than 2 left-handers if Holman was sent out? But equally, I don't think Crane will be too disappointed to see a right-hander come into the middle. No,
he's been bowling left-handers all day. Just to reiterate that effort from Stoneman, 63 from 117 balls, 7 fours, touch over 3 hours. A good effort from him, but he would have wanted to have been there at the end to see out the victory, and we'll have to wait to see how important that dismissal will be in the context of the game.
Here goes Galvin then. Slip, backward point, cover and a mid-off. Mid-on. Silly. Short mid-on, sorry. Which is Marnus Labuschagne. Don't have to try and squint at all to see who it is because he's chatting to everybody. There's a mid-wicket, there's a deep square, and there's a long leg, and Roland Jones is on strike as Galvin is in, bowls, and Roland Jones wrapped on the pads. Huge appeal. He's a tall man. It was hit high up, that one. I have to admit, I didn't think that he was going to get it, but they seem convinced. Their tails are up in Cardiff. Glamorgan sniffing victory here. We see the replay. Missing top of leg. It was too. It might have just clipped, but goodness me, you couldn't give that in this situation, could you?
No, Marnus Labuschagne was that convinced. He started his appeal on the leg side and finished on the offside by the time it had finished. So.
Thought you were going to say started his appeal in Cardiff and finished in Swansea. Here's Galvin. He's in 2 for 18. He bowls, and well, he was halfway forward to that. Roland Jones. I watched that one on the screen to see bang in line. He had to get back on that. That was hitting halfway up middle.
You can hear the crowd now, can't you? As well as the players, the encouragement. They're into this game now. The Glamorgan faithful who have stayed to watch this final session.
55 runs needed, 4 wickets standing. Galvin bowls and Roland Jones defends into the offside, fielded at cover. The sun is out, we've got no problem overhead, clear blue skies mostly, just a hint of cloud here or there. Brewing up on the distance a little more perhaps, but nothing that's going to threaten us. It's brewing up in the middle at the moment, has been all day, it has been for 4 days. 2 dominant days to begin for the visitors. Fight back from the hosts in the last 2 days. They had a slow start to this innings, but boy, are they coming back at Middlesex now. Galvin, he's in, he bowls, and Roland Jones forward. Oh, plays this off the toe end of the bat. It felt back and across. Pushes it to Labuschagne at short mid-on.
Whatever happens in this match now in the next hour, you've got to praise the Glamorgan character, because they were, I won't say down and out, but they were very much second best in those opening 2 days, and they battled back bit by bit. Marnus Labuschagne, Colin Ingram, Mason Crane with the bat, and now
Galvin's in, bowls, and Roland Jones gets in behind this one, eases to mid-on, and there is no run. That is the end of the 45th over. We welcome listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Gareth Griffiths alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic at the moment, Nick Webb as well, BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio London together here in Cardiff for an absolute thriller. This one's going to the wire. 55 needed, and Middlesex won 58 for 6, having just lost Mark Stoneman, which has really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons in Cardiff.
It has, and Mason Crane will continue from the Cathedral Road end. 3 for 67 from 17. The leg spinner. Davies will be facing him the left hand, and he will continue round the wicket. He will try and get that ball to turn as it has all afternoon here. Turn a lot this afternoon on the final day. And once more a chat with North East, and you expect quite a bit of this in the final hour, just discussing how they can take these final 4 wickets, stop Middlesex from getting those 55 runs needed. And it's been noticeable how much Crane has spoken to North East and Carlton over the last few overs, just to get the tactics right, make sure that they know where they want to bowl. As Crane pushes forward on the Davies pushes forward, and it just goes out to short fine leg, and Harris collects, and it's a single, it's a leg by there, and it's 159 for 6. This will get the right-handed Roland Jones on strike, and a rarity for Mason Crane to have the right hand. I think he had maybe a couple of deliveries at Higgins, but he's been mainly bowling at the left-hander so far. 159 for 6, so there's going to be a change of field here. I think 2 slips will be in, Colin Ingram and Marnus Labuschagne. Marnus Labuschagne with the helmet on as a second slip, and then Byron will come out to a short fine leg. So 2 slips in place, just to indicate how much the ball is turning here at Sophia Gardens on this final day. Over the wicket, Crane comes in. Oh, and he beats Roland Jones outside the off stump there. Doesn't need to do anything different than this, just prod away at the off stump. They've got the fielders in place, they've got the catchers in place, in case Roland Jones gets that edge. And Crane, he's got his tail up here in his 18th over. Again, this time Roland Jones just watches it go past the off stump.
Really is ripping for Crane, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Has been all day.
And he's got the googly in his armour as well, so Roland Jones will be aware of that. He's pulled a couple of good googlies so far on this final day. Fourth ball of the over coming in. Crane. Oh, again he beats Roland Jones on the off. Again the ball that turns outside the bat of the Middlesex captain, Toby Roland Jones.
Well, it was the last 2 balls of the Glamorgan innings which saw the demise of Crane that really alerted to us that this could be a cracker for Crane. He had a big ripping leg spinner that beats him, and then he was trapped LBW by Holman.
Penultimate. Oh, again Crane. This time Roland Jones was looking to be a bit more attacking. He tried to drive, but it's gone through to Cook.
It's an interesting move. They've pushed Roland Jones up above Holman here, because the right-hander, any right-hander's really going to struggle against the amount of turn that Crane's getting at the moment for this Cardiff surface.
Final ball of the over. Crane. And again he beats the outside edge. This time Roland Jones was on the back foot, but again I think it was 3 or 4 occasions he beat the bat of Roland Jones. Now another good over for Mason Crane. The Glamorgan crowd here in Cardiff giving him a round of applause. And 3 for 67 from 18 Crane, just showing how dangerous he's been. Middlesex 159 for 6. They need 54 runs. Roland Jones on 0, Davies on 3, and it'll be Gorvin to continue from the
BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio London live on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and the BBC Sport website and app live on the streams as well via the Middlesex website and the Glamorgan website. And well, this is one to watch right to the very end, as there'll be a delay for the start of this one. What are they looking at now? They are slowing it down as best they can to build the pressure. Glamorgan, they've been doing this for a while, and understandably so. They're playing their part. The umpires have been keeping an eye on it, just to say, hold on a minute, come on, let's not push it too far. They've got an over rate of +5, so time is on their side. I'll be replaced by Nick Webb. I better do this delivery first, as here comes Gorvin around the wickety bowls, and this is dabbed by Davies to backward point, and there is no run. So yes, 159. Should I finish the over and then get out of the way? Will that be just in case? Mind you, I mean, Gorvin's pretty sharp, isn't he, between his deliveries? He's not the tallest. He sprints at some pace into the crease. Not the longest of run-ups either. 54 more to win. He runs in from the river end here, the green trees behind him, creeping up and peering over onto the field of play behind, 5-6 rows of blue seats in each of those stands. As forward goes Davies, turning this one into the onside. We did say this morning, didn't we, if you are watching on the stream or listening at home or anywhere nearby, this will probably go all the way to the end, so do get down if you can. They made a really good starter today. Glamorgan, they were 134 ahead at the start with only 3 wickets standing. They set Middlesex 213. That was disappointing for Middlesex, but Glamorgan had a disappointing start to this innings. Robson is here's a ball down the leg side from Gorvin to Davies. It's a really good stop by Cooks. He's standing up. Robson and Stoneman gave it a terrific start, and it looked as though it was done and dusted at 100 for 1, but 159 for 6 now. And Glamorgan are coming right back at them. Davies, who made his first class debut as an opener at Lords against Hampshire. COVID's the year after COVID, 2021 was the year affected, wasn't it? I've got my years mixed up. As forward goes Davies, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. 2021.
2020 was COVID, so yes, yeah. 2021 it would have been, yeah.
But he's down the order now as the wicket keeper, replacing John Simpson behind the stumps at Middlesex. John Simpson, who arrives at Lords with table-topping Sussex on Friday.
Be a nice reunion. Reunion.
Will Middlesex be hot in the tails with Sussex at that point, or will they be scrambling to keep pace with Glamorgan and Sussex at the top? Gorvin's around the wicket, he bowls, and Davies is squared up. He edges just short of slip. Must have come off the shoulder. There was a delay on that in reaching slip. It looped, whether it was an edge onto the body that looped towards Ingram. We'll see now. I'll get a better idea of it. Yeah, it took the hip. Whether there was any bat involved at all, who knows?
Just dropped short of Colin Ingram there, didn't it? Time stood still a little bit there, didn't it?
Do you think there was any bat involved, or was it just the back hip?
It's hard to tell there, but
certainly Glamorgan will be excitable and make Davies uncomfortable by trying to convince him that there was bat involved, as this ball's on a full length and defended into the offside by Davies. There's no run, it's the end of the over. Davies has 3, Roland Jones has yet to get off the mark. He has all the troubles in the world on his shoulder at the moment, facing Crane. 54 more to win for Middlesex here at Cardiff. They are 159 for 6. A few words from Gareth Griffiths, and it will be Nick Webb.
Yes, it didn't look very comfortable at all, Toby Rowland-Jones against Crane, but established batsmen would struggle in the situation with the ball turning so much. Mason Crane beat him on the outside edge 3 or 4 occasions in that last over, and Toby Rowland-Jones will be aware of that, and Glamorgan will still keep the 2 slips in, Colin Ingram at first slip and Marnus Labuschagne underneath the helmet at second slip. So the pressure will still be on the Middlesex captain. If Mason Crane can produce the sort of over he did on the last 6 balls that he produced, then the pressure will be all on Middlesex and their captain. Tosses the ball up, kicks his heels, in comes Mason Crane over the wicket. A little bit short and wide there. Rowland-Jones just watches the ball go through to Chris Cook.
Yeah, that was a potential scoring opportunity, but Middlesex, quite rightly, I suppose, treating everything with huge suspicion at the moment.
Yes, the game has changed, hasn't it, since that Stoneman dismissal. Mason Crane in. Oh, and again he beats Rowland-Jones outside the off stump. The turn he's getting on this final day is, well, I'd say for county cricket, quite remarkable.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in a championship match at Sapphire Gardens.
Yes, Mason Crane is utilising. He faced the final ball of the Glamorgan innings, and he saw at first hand, so he must have been delighted when he saw that, even though he was dismissed for 48. And again, he tosses the ball up, and this time Rowland-Jones is right over the top of it, just guides it out to short extra cover, no run there.
We saw a few in the noughties, a few sharply turning T20 pitches where the spinners were on top,
but not necessarily in the red ball game. As in comes he tosses it up again, and Rowland-Jones finds his opposite number, the captain Sam Northeast at short extra cover, no run again.
Thinking of the occasion when Errol Sapphire took 6 for 5 for Somerset here
some
in the
sort
T20
of world
game.
record at the time, wasn't it?
2011,
yes. Mason Crane. Again, this time Rowland-Jones, extra bit of bounce, but Rowland-Jones watches it and just lets the ball go through to Cook. But a little bit of bounce there as well. That will encourage Mason Crane, who's looking for his second successive maiden here.
Well, you can't rule out any result at this point, can you?
It's the draw on.
The draw, the tie.
Yeah. Final ball of Mason Crane's 19th over. Oh, it's the googly, and he's turned it in. He's got him at LBW, Toby Rowland-Jones. He set him up there for the last 2 overs. He's beaten him on the outside edge. And we said about the googly, we said he had it in his armoury. And Mason Crane, what a brilliant bit of bowling there from the Glamorgan leg spinner. Toby Rowland-Jones faced 16 balls for no runs. Middlesex 159 for 7. Still need 54 to win, and the game is turned in Glamorgan's favour.
Well, what a final session this is. And for those of you listening in the London area, hearts in mouths, well, just a few blows could still turn it in the visitors' way, but this game has slewed back after tea Glamorgan's way. 144 for 4 at one point when Nathan Fernandez got a few blows away in partnership with Mark Stoneman. But both those have now gone, and Crane is just tying them in knots at the moment. But with still 54 to win, a couple of big overs of hitting from Middlesex, I wonder if anyone will try to hit their way out of trouble in this one.
Very possible. We've just seen the replay there, and Mason Crane has tormented Toby Rowland-Jones there for 2 overs with a series of leg spinners, and then the final ball of that over, he just produced the googly. It's perfect, and Toby Rowland-Jones has to go, and now it's Luke Holman will join Davies at the crease, and 2 left-handers again.
Well, Mason Crane got a 5 for Glamorgan at Headingley a couple of weeks back. It was the first 5-wicket haul from a Glamorgan leg spinner from some 40 odd years since Robin Hobbs. And Mason Crane, well, you wouldn't bet against him getting another one here today, but will it be in a victorious cause? Gareth Griffiths, Kevin Hand and myself, Nick Webb, here with you on the BBC Sport Online service, also on BBC 5 Sports Extra, and what a finish to this county championship match. Have Middlesex got a hero left in reserve as Luke Holman does a bit of shadow batting at the non-striker's end? It'll be Jack Davies on strike. The medium pacer Andy Gorvin, he's got 2 for 18 off his 7 overs so far, and Gorvin races in, bowls, turned off his legs by Davies, but fielded at mid-wicket by Byram, and there is no run. We've had some unusual fields today, to put it mildly. The ball is rarely carrying to slip off the seamers, although Colin Ingram is in at a slip at the moment, with wicketkeeper Chris Cook standing up and Glamorgan constantly fiddling with their field for effect's sake as much as anything, just to hold up Middlesex from concentrating. Gorvin is in, right arm round, on leg stump, defended by Davis to mid-wicket. Byram fields. Yes. No run.
Gorvin was just warned there. I think he's coming round the wicket to the left-hander. He's run straight down the wicket, the ball before we've just seen. So just had a little word. The umpire was having a little tap down. So Gorvin, he's going to be very encouraged by his. But he's just going to make sure he's not a bit over exuberant and running down that track. But that ball was no problem. He ran off as soon as he required to do.
Gorvin in, bowls to Davies, who stretches forward. And there is no run. Jack Davies, the great nephew or thereabouts of a Glamorgan post-war legend, Hayden Davis. Welsh blood in his family, but a career very much with the Londoners. So absorbing stuff. It's been a good day for county cricket as a whole. At breezy Sophia Gardens, it's Gorvin into bowl, and there's runs here off his legs. It could be a boundary. Ul Hassan is sprinting round. He's picked up well. They're back for 2 as Ul Hassan gets his throw in the air as soon as he could, and Davies moves to 5, and the total to 161 for 7. 52 runs needed to win here at Sophia Gardens. In Division 1, Essex beat Warwickshire by 4 wickets. Lancashire beat Durham by 60 runs, despite a huge innings from Ollie Robinson. Hampshire beat Nottinghamshire by 5 wickets with a tremendous fight back, and Somerset need just a further 50 to beat Kent with 8 wickets still in hand in Taunton. Gorvin bowls, grunt of effort, and Davies defends it on the offside, and there is no run. Northants are favourites to finish it off at Derby, but there's been some late hitting from Zach Chappell there for the home side. Derbyshire 235 for 7, but still need a further 136 to win, even though Chappell has smacked 61 not out, batting down the order. Gorvin bowls, down leg side. Oh, Cook did well to get his gloves on that one. He smacks his palms together as if remonstrating with himself that he didn't take it cleanly. That did flick off something, so it was a fine block from Cook, if nothing else, to save it going away for 4 runs. And also in Division 2, the only score we haven't given you is that Leicestershire looked like batting it out at home to Gloucestershire, who ran up 706 for 6, Leicestershire 300 for 5 in their second innings following on, 35 behind, but look as though they will get over the safety line there and salvage the draw, the Foxes. Right, we've got another conference, multiple conferences here at Sophia Gardens between the fielding side, Sam North East, Kieran Carlson, Mason Crane chatting away as Marnus Labuschagne just loves chatting anyway, and he drops in at leg slip. Yeah, it's back to the orthodox field that Mason Crane has been employing against the left-handers. You've got Colin Ingram at slip, then you've got Marnus Labuschagne at leg slip, and then Eddie Byram in at short leg. So he's be back to that tactic of just outside the off-stump, trying to attract the rough, bowling to 2 left-handers. Mason Crane coming in round the wicket, and it's worked so far for him, 4 for 67 from 19 as he prepares to start his 20th over from the Cathedral Road end. Round the wicket, here comes Mason Crane.
He's got him. There's a big appeal, and he's given just a little glove down the leg side. Chris Cook went down the leg side, took a smart catch. Luke Holman just played at it. He didn't really need to, and that gives Mason Crane another 5-wicket haul, 5 of 67 from 19.1, and puts the game further back in Glamorgan's grip control. Middlesex 161 for 8. They need 52 to win, and they've only got 2 wickets left. Mason Crane strikes again.
Holman groping forward at one, drawn to a ball that he didn't really need to play as it spun down leg side. Chris Cook went up straight away. It was a superb take from him down leg side. 52 to win, 2 wickets to win for Glamorgan, and the Middlesex innings has stalled so badly with Mason Crane just spinning the ball for fun.
That was such a strange. I don't know why he played at that. He got his foot outside off stump. It was just going down leg side. It's like Mason Crane has put the doubt within the. Yeah, he's just sort of tried to flick it. And even if he gets a glove on it, I'm not just going to leg slip or short leg. So he'll be very disappointed with that. But Glamorgan are absolutely delighted.
161 for 8, having been 144 when the 5th wicket fell, so it's 4 wickets have gone for 17. The batting to come, Helm and Bamber. Helm certainly has had an excellent match with the ball, claiming 7 wickets. In the first innings he was bowled by Gorvin for 6, and the last man, Ethan Bamber, well, he was freakily run out without scoring in the first innings. So Jack Davies, now young man, but the senior batter, he is 5 not out. 161 for 8, and it's now Glamorgan who are in the driving seat in the last few minutes of this game for the first time really over the 4 days. They've been under the cosh, they've been behind the 8 ball and in all sorts of unpromising positions, but Middlesex can't, it seems, quite get over the line at the moment unless there are some heroics from their last 2 wickets.
Tom Helm, the right-hander, so 2 slips in again for Glamorgan. Colin Ingram at first slip and Marnus Labuschagne again under the helmet at second slip. I think that's the 5th 5-wicket haul of Mason Crane's first-class career, and what a timely one here. As again, he's right on the money as well. Again, Crane. Helm pushes forward, tall man, and manages to get over the ball and just guide it out to northeast at short extra cover. But in these last few overs, Mason Crane has not let the Middlesex batsman settle at all. He's been very accurate. He's over the wicket to Helm again, and Helm confidently plays the ball out on the leg side. Maybe looking for 2, but no. Good fielding from Alassane there, stops that, and every run is vital here. Just trying to keep the batsman on strike, and a single added. So what's that? 51 needed, 162 for 8. Davies on strike, the left-hander. So again, there'll be a change in the field.
Tom Helm, a tall man, and you think he'll look to use that reach and get on the front foot to Mason Crane, and hopefully from his point of view eliminate a few of the risks that Crane is causing.
Yeah, left-hander in now again. Crane round the wicket. He's sending out Alassane to the cover boundary just to give himself a little bit of cover. Maybe try and get Helm back on strike, because Davis has been there for a while now. The slip and the short leg is still in. As Crane is round it's the googly, it's short, and that cover was actually needed out on the offside. It goes to Alassane for a single. Davies moves on to 6, and now 50 needed to win. Middlesex 163 for 8, and Crane will have another go at the right-hander, and the field changes again.
What a really superb game of county cricket this has ended up by being, after we've been critical of the pitch at stages in this game.
Crane over the wicket to the right-handed Helm. Again, he tosses it up. Helm, a very positive shot that he guides it out to long off where Carlson fields. And Helm has looked actually untroubled by Crane so far. He's got forward, he's got a big stride in, and he's negotiated the spin. He moves on to 2. Davis on 6. The left-hander on strike now. An extra fielder in for Davies this time. They brought in Labuschagne into the short leg area, leg slip, and they still got the short legger by him. He's gone over the wicket this time, Crane. Oh, that's kept very low, and Davis has watched that very well, and he's just managed to prod it out onto the offside where McIlroy fields, and he gets a single. But another excellent over from Mason Crane. 165 for 8, 48 needed now for Middlesex, and 19 overs remain. How much that will play, we will wait and see.
Somerset closing in on victory at home to Kent over the water at Taunton. They're 150 for 2. 152 for 2, needing just a further 37 to win, and looks as though there will be positive results in all 4 First Division games, and in all probability all but one of these Second Division games, the exception being at Leicester, where Leicestershire are 5 down still in their second innings, batting out time against Gloucestershire. Here comes Andy Gorvin, the seamer, with 2 for 20 next to his name on the board, and Davies turns the first ball of his over to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. The international T20 match due to be played between Ireland and Scotland in the Netherlands has been abandoned without a ball being bowled. Clearly the weather over there is rather different to Sophia Gardens, where it's been gloriously sunny and we've only lost 8 overs from the whole match. Gorvin in to bowl up in the block hole, driven by Davies. They think about a single. Helm comes a few metres down, but northeast, the captain makes ground at mid-on, and does the fielding.
Yeah, you can sense there's a little bit of a nervousness there between the Middlesex batsman. Helm was quite a way down, but he got sent back pretty quickly.
Bit of nervousness all round Sophia Gardens, with 48 needed to win. All results still possible, as Gorvin bowls on leg stump, knocked away calmly by Davis down towards deep square. Single taken. 166 for 8, 47 needed for victory. 18 overs remain. A draw still remains a long shot. A tie, who knows? But you won't find more tension than this in a county game, I don't think, deep into the final session. And Middlesex have got 5 runs for this 9th wicket. They need a further 47. As Gorvin bustles in and bowls, and played by Helm neatly to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Now, a lot of encouragement coming out there from the Glamorgan fielders. They have shown a lot of character and fight back since those opening 2 days, where they lost the first 6 sessions, really, didn't they? But they've slowly chipped away through the bat, through Marnus, Labuschagne and Colin Ingram, hundreds yesterday, resistance this morning from Mason Crane, and now they're backing it with the ball.
Gorvin bowls, driven hard by Helm, but Labuschagne at short mid-on gets a hand to it, and the ball cannoned away, but still prevented it going through mid-on for 4. Harris is quite wide there at the more conventional mid-on position, because Labuschagne is on the drive, no doubt chatting away to the batters from about 15 metres away at silly mid-on. Gorvin in to bowl to Helm, who defends that one back down the wicket, and there's no run. Picked up by Labuschagne. Davis has 8, Helm has 2. It's 166 for 8. Middlesex need 47. Glamorgan need 2 wickets.
Yes, I'd say finely poised, but Glamorgan now the slight favourites ahead in the game, more than they have been, as you say, from since the start, really. 166 for 8. You would have thought that when they were chasing 2-1-3 and they were 102 for 1.
Yep.
Mason Crane has helped change the game. 5 for 71 from 20 overs. He bowled beautifully at times, hasn't let any of the batsmen settle, especially after tea.
Looking for the first 6 wicket haul of his career.
I'll be looking for those career best figures. So round the wicket to the left-handed Davies. Davies goes to sweep. There's a big appeal. The ball goes down to fine leg. Will it go for 4? Will they cut it off? No. It's going to be 4 runs. And it's 4 leg byes. Big appeal there from Glamorgan. Davies trying an attempted sweep. They move on to 170 for 8. Now 43 needed. Sorry.
That was a decent shout. Wonder why umpire Chantry turned that one down. Mason Crane remained in mid-wicket with his arms in the air in supplication as he watched in despair the ball disappearing into the distance.
That shot has prompted a change in the field now. They pushed out, I think, Gorvin to deep square leg. Again, it's full this time from Crane. Ball is guided out to a deepish mid-on at Carlson, so easily to come through for the single there. Davies on to 9. 171 for 8, the target is 213, 42 needed now, and the right-handed Helm is now on strike, so there'll be a change in the field, back to the 2 slips. Ingram and Labuschagne waiting there for the ball that turns away from the right-handed Helm. Crane will be coming over the wicket. Helm just adjusting, putting his helmet back on, taking his time. Experienced man now. Just taking the pace out there. Crane over the wicket, push it up, and Helm again is confidently over. He's played Crane very well actually. He said he's a tall man, so he's got that reach and he's managed to negate that spin so far.
Yes, if you get your front foot as far forward as Helm does, you're taking out a few of the risks.
Crane again over the wicket, and again this time Helm works it to the leg side. Easy single there, Byron Fields. 172 for 8, 41 needed.
So these two have put on 11 now. Helm's faced 8 deliveries. Davies must be starting to feel slightly at home, having faced 44.
9 runs for his 44, been very watchful. Round the wicket again, and again, big turn again from Mason Crane. Davies just watches it onto his pads, trying to play him off the back foot. Davies, slight contrast in the way they're trying to play the spinners. Helm's trying to get forward and use his height, but Davies is trying to be a bit more watchful on the back foot. Crane round the wicket again. He's got the short leg in place. Short at this time, gives him a bit of width, but there's cover on the offside. Ulasan will field on the offside boundary. Just the single. 173 for 8. Now 40 needed. It's the end of the over. 17 remain.
What a game. Grant Bradburn, the Glamorgan coach, is up on the balcony, looking slightly concerned about proceedings as he fiddles frantically with his cap and looks down to the ever-present notepad, clipboard that he carries round. 173 for 8 here on BBC Sport Online and on 5 Sports Extra as James Harris returns to the attack for Glamorgan, the man who's spent half his long career at Middlesex and the other half at Glamorgan in 2 spells. So thanks to Gareth Griffiths for his turn on commentary, and Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London is back alongside me. Kevin, how's your nerves?
I'm speechless now. I think it's extraordinary, isn't it? I fancy Glamorgan would fight back, but Middlesex are still a long way short, aren't they? 39 runs they trail by, 40 more required for victory, just 2 wickets. Davies, who has opened for Middlesex. Helm, who was a night watchman just a day or so ago for Middlesex. He and Ethan Bamber both required. Here's Harris around the wicket from the river end. He bowls and Davies looks to leave. Bottom edge into the ground. It falls away back at a point. Around comes Ingram from slip to collect. No run. Would he take the run at the moment anyway? They're offering it to him, aren't they? 4 back. Oof. A slip.
Yeah, Glamorgan trying to play it both ways, aren't they? To give themselves a little bit of cover to prevent the boundaries. But They've got to finish them off somehow.
There's runs through the covers, isn't there? That backward point's not going to have too much of a chance through the covers of cutting off. It's so short, that boundary. As Harris around the wicket bowls and Davies defends on the off stump. It really is a game of cat and mouse. If Harris keeps it on the off stump, Davies has no choice but to defend at the moment.
Well, the way the scoring rate has dropped, I think the leg byes have been the only noticeable way the board's gone up by more than singles.
40 runs to win, 16.4 overs remain. We know how many balls that is now. 100 balls, 40 runs. Here's Harris, he's in, bowls a block hole delivery, dug out by Davies. He's 10 from 49. Just looking to see how it actually reads as a required rate at the moment. Middlesex only required 2 and over at one point.
Yeah, it's
2.4.
2.4, yeah. So draw still remains unlikely, but you wouldn't absolutely rule it out if another wicket falls and they end up blocking.
Harris, just that one slip. Ingram crouching down, he bowls a bouncer. Davies underneath it, 2 to come of the over.
He's got to be careful with the bouncers as well, because one previously looped way over the batsman's head and was called a no ball, so maybe he can't bang it in too short. James Harris, even though he wants to keep the batsman guessing, and Harris firing up his pace in last season, so reaching the middle 80s consistently in this game.
Harris sprints in. There's a little lean forward before he gets into a real sprint. Bowls now, and this is onto the hip of Davies. He works a single through mid-wicket. They'll look for 2. Deep squares coming around. They come back for the second. The throw goes to the wicket-keeper's end. He's home. Cook makes a right mess of the stumps. Umpire Chantry will come to have a look at that, but they get the 2.
Yeah, it was hard running, wasn't it? Especially as Davies had to go round Harris at one point, and Helm was looking concerned, but they went for the keeper's end, and Davies got back before Cook demolished the castle.
No dive from Davies this time. He's still dirtied all across his front from a dive he had earlier with Stoneman. 38 to win. Harris to Davies, a bouncer. Oh, that's tight. He gets away with it. End of the over. It's a dot ball, just 2 off it. 79 miles an hour. One of the slower deliveries from Harris. He's been hitting up and around 85 today. A man who was declared too slow for England years ago. Changed his action. It was never quite the same for him thereafter, sadly. 175 for 8. 38 to win with 16 overs remaining.
The umpire is signalling that this is the start of the last hour.
Yeah, it's technically the start of the last hour, which comes with 16 overs to go. Glamorgan's over rate is +5 for the match. Not sure how you work that out when we're starting the last hour 30-odd minutes sort of late. But we've had some odd timings in this match. We played until 7:28 last night.
Well, isn't it funny? We were talking about Glamorgan slowing it down dramatically earlier. Now we enter the final hours. They actually want more overs to try and take these wickets. But as you said, the draw is very unlikely at this stage. It's going to be one or t'other, you think. But I don't know. These runs were never going to be easy to come by. 213 and 38 more certainly aren't either.
Here's Crane then, start a new over to bowl to Helm, who stretches forward and defends. And after quite a bit of poking and prodding from the Middlesex middle order against Crane, Helm looks at the moment as confident as anyone of keeping him out at least. As Crane bowls and Helm slaps it towards cover, and it's well stopped there by Sam Northeast, preventing it from potentially racing away for 4.
A few hearts in mouths there for the Middlesex balcony for Jack Davies. Helm will say, I know what I was doing. 7 wickets in the match for Tom Helm, but he could end up on the losing side here.
As Crane bowls, oh, that's big appeal for a catch at the wicket. Not given. As Helm stepped back, swung at that one, tried to swat it away. Up they all went. Let's have a look on the replay. It spun sharply, and Cook went up straight away, taking it standing up. But can't can't have hit anything else because Helm was miles away. Certainly the slips went up straight away as well. Helm bowls again. Oh, that one's turned miles as well, and Cook can't take it cleanly.
I think Helm was looking at the umpire to see if that was a wise, that one. The way that he walked away after cutting the previous one almost said to me, has he nicked it? But no, he's walked away on that one as well. He looks at the toe end of his bat now. Don't do that, Helmy. Don't give it away. That was it. If there was anything that was hidden, that was it in a bit.
38 to win. 2 wickets to win. Forward presses Helm into a little gap on the leg side, but they don't think of a single as Crane trots across to field himself.
It's more like Helm's deep out there at the moment, isn't it? Battle coming right down to the lasts. Middlesex are surrounded for sure at the moment.
Crane in, bowls, floats it up, driven back to the bowler. He's misfielded and it's gone up too long off for a single as Carlson comes in off the boundary. So Helm will retain the strike and Middlesex creep 1 run closer to victory. That is 37 runs away. And maybe at this point the neutral would say, let's have a tied match. If there are any neutrals listening. Hope there are.
Yeah, they're besieged at the moment, Middlesex. They're a long way from the 37 further runs they require. They are not going to come quickly unless Middlesex really throw caution to the wind, which I don't think anybody would want them to. Both are very capable batters, as we've said. Davies, an England under-19 player, as Davies of that T20 fame, ramping a 6 at the Oval where Middlesex ended that 10-game losing streak in the Blast by beating their near rivals across the river. We're nearly back to that stage.
How many times do you mention that?
Per hour. I haven't looked up to see when the dates are for that one this year, but the Blast is coming around soon, isn't it? It's it's a big 15 overs still here, plus 4 days against Sussex for Middlesex before that comes around. As here's Harris is so close to getting through. Bowls to Helm, a bottom edge. This one definitely took the toe end of the bat down onto the boot of Helm and trickles past leg stump. Goodness me, that was close. Plays it down into the ground, and then in his back hip coming around, so too did the back boot, and that's what saved him somehow. Unintentionally, didn't know much about it, but wow. Ingram's warming up down below us, but I don't think anything other than just keeping himself loose. As here's Harris bowls and Helm's forward, bumps it back to Harris, and there's no run. Two of those who were on the field in 2016 for the championship celebration, but they were the nearly men then for Middlesex. Finn, Roland Jones and Murtagh, the trio, with James Franklin, the captain at that point. So these two were made to wait. Harris is headed home, back to Glamorgan since then. Helm, as we say, he's been the main man in this one with 7 wickets, but they need him with the bat now to see this over the line. Harris, midway through his run-up, he bowls, and that's eased by Helm off the back foot to point, where Hassan does the fielding. Mid-off cover, point, and deep third. There's a long leg, deep square, deep in conversation with a sub fielder. Is that Mason Crane at deep square with the sub having a chat with him? There's also a mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a short mid-on. Marnus, Labuschagne clapping away. Harris turns again from the river end where there's still a sprinkling in over there. The quietest crowd of the 4 days, only just though. See, here's Harris in, bowls, a bouncer, and Helm pulls him away, and Crane dives, plunges forward. He won't get there. It's 4 for Middlesex, 4 for Helm, and the target comes down to 33, or the runs required come down to 33. 180 for 8, Middlesex. Helm's on to 8.
Well, every boundary is significant at this point, and Helm has batted with confidence. Nearly played on earlier in the over, mind you, but certainly dealt with that one from James Harris with no problem at all.
Here's Harris past the umpire, he bowls, and Helm backs up to that one again. It feels as though he played that low down on the bat. Once more, I thought that one might have just got underneath, but he keeps it out. He's quite calm about it all. He's always a calm character, Tom Helm. He'll be ruffled.
Didn't get up too far. 33 needed to win. 2 wickets in hand.
Alex Hode, who's on the live tech service for the BBC, says this is one of the best finishes I can remember. It certainly is a belter of a finish, this one. 2 wickets for Glamorgan, 33 runs for Middlesex. And Harris moving in, bowling to his old mate Helm, who digs it out once more. Back to him it goes. And end of the over. Harris has a double teapot on. The Middlesex balcony, what do the faces look like up there at the moment? We can see them on our screen. Not too many smiles up there. Although, no, Ryan Higgins is smiling. Pretty much always smiling. Unless he's in a scrap, but even when he's in a scrap, he's often smiling as well. This is certainly a scrap for Middlesex. Richard Johnson's got a smile on his face as well, the Middlesex head coach. You could just see him in the balcony.
One man who I don't think has is Ethan Bamber, the only man in whites up there and the only batter still available to Middlesex. So it was 161 for 8. It's now 180 for 8. They've put on 19 for this wicket. They need a further 33. At what point do the odds start to slide back towards Middlesex, we wonder?
2 runs to win.
Crane to Davies with the short leg and the slip. Goes for the sweep shot. He's got it away, but there's a man on the ropes at deep backward square, and it's just the single. They're all welcome. 32 to win for Middlesex.
Peter Mead says, I have a bad feeling about this, but what a great advert for county cricket. Neil Smith, and now he sent this 3 hours ago, bearing in mind, but he says, sitting in a hospital outpatient waiting room, quite thankful to have the live coverage and the ever informative commentary to keep me occupied. Always good when the scorers get a mention as well, he says. So he's Middlesex second 11 scorer, Neil.
Next delivery is short from Crane, and Helm tries to swat it away. Doesn't make contact.
Outpatient waiting room 3 hours ago. What's happened? Where were they at in the game 3 hours ago? I'd imagine poor old Neil, like all other Middlesex and Glamorgan fans at the moment, up in the edge of their seats.
Crane bowls and prodded to cover. No run. Liam Pinnell says, we've managed to land in Vietnam after 28 hours of travelling, just in time to watch the last 20 overs of the day. Fingers crossed for a Glammy win.
Glamorgan were getting battered 29 hours ago, weren't they? It was all Middlesex at that point.
Crane bowls and Helm steps away, hits it hard down into ground and up to cover, where North East does the fielding.
That would be about the start of day 3, wasn't it, when things started to turn in Glamorgan's favour?
Andy Greenwood right. Turning square at Differbad. 32 to win, 2 wickets to win. The only figures that matter at the moment as Helm works it on the leg side and will take at least a single. McIlroy, they'll come back for 2 as Ul Hassan comes in, and they're home as Davis again in a cloud of dust dives home at the non-striker's end. McIlroy was heading back from mid-off, but it was Ul Hassan who came in off the boundary and did the fielding, and Davis, his filthy flannels are even filthier. 183 for 8, just 30 to win for Middlesex now. Crane bowls and Helm steps back and swats and misses as it goes through to Chris Cook. Brilliant googly from Crane, says Graham Smith, the one that trapped Roland Jones. Great patience to wait to bowl it.
How filthy are my flannels? That's the sequel to How Green is My Valley. He's got very filthy flannels at the moment. There's Davies diving around in the dirt for his side. But goodness me, every bit of a mess that it's made of his clothes will be worth it if Middlesex can get over the line.
A line for football fans is that Arne Slot is the new head coach of Liverpool, taking over in June, subject to a work permit after Jurgen Klopp's departure.
Did you see Klopp had the cop singing his name yesterday? He led the chant. Worst kept secret in football, eh? Davies awaits. Here's Harris from the River End. Davies now making Glamorgan wait, much as Glamorgan made Middlesex wait on a few occasions. He's around the wicket, Davies. He bowls, and right in behind this one, Davies defends. 13 from 54 now for Davies. Digging in for his side. trying to keep pace with Sussex.
Helm looks the likelier to play big shots at the moment, doesn't he? Davies is happy to knock it round and get there in singles.
Yep, they've any width, they've just got to put it away. Drop short. Likewise as here's Harris, who's kept it so tight on that off stump as he does again here, and Davies defends. There's no run. He really put the momentum back into this innings, didn't he, for Glamorgan when he came on. Belatedly, it must be said as well. He and Crane have bowled incredibly well, and it's an extremely high-class encounter, this one. Harris getting it through at mid-80s, and Crane ripping them down from the Cathedral Road end. Still just the one slip for Davies. 4 set back on the ropes. Harris in, bowls, it's defended by Davies into the offside, no run. It's almost a nervy ripple of applause from Ul Hassan down below us now. They just settle in the field. It's really been a roller coaster, hasn't it, of emotion for both of these counties over the last 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, having grabbed the game back at such a late stage, Glamorgan will feel absolutely heartbroken if it slips out of their grasp once more.
134 they led by this morning with only 3 wickets standing, and Middlesex would have thought they'd have been home and hosed by now. As here's Harris in, bowls. Davies just dabs at that one gently. Late opening of the face out to deep point for a single. But yeah, 134 they led by. They managed to set Middlesex 213, and that, if Middlesex do not win this game, I think that will be the point really beyond any other. We were saying anything 160, 180, it'll be a good game. 213, it's always going to be a difficult chase. The runs have to be scored. Somebody has to do it. Robson and Stoneman gave it a very good start. 50 from Stoneman and a century in the first innings as well. As we were saying, Helm with 7 for. And then a couple of centuries in the match for Ingram and Labuschagne as Harris is in to Helm, who defends into the offside. No run. One to come with a 57th over of the innings. Here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. A late finish last night. Sports Extra listeners joining us for that one. It's late enough again tonight, but we do not mind one little bit because we are being served up a treat in Cardiff. I've been served up a few treats at tea as well and at lunch as well. I've been very well looked after. Thank you to Glamorgan County Cricket Club for looking after us so well. Scones and Welsh cakes for tea today. Here's Harris past the umpire, he bowls. It's full straight and defended by Helm again. Just keeping it on the stumps. Harris not giving them any room at all to score. One off the over. 184 for 8. The bowling speeds of Harris at the bottom. That last one, 85 miles an hour. Again, remarkable to think. I mean, the fact that they said he was too slow years ago. If he's 85 miles an hour now at, what, 34?
Yeah.
Anyway, move on. 29 to win, 72 balls remain. 2 wickets is the problem number for Middlesex.
More conversations, consultations between Glamorgan players at both ends of the wicket. Marnus Labuschagne is making a forceful point to Kieran Carlson, the vice-captain, and Sam Northeast, the captain. Chris Cook, the former captain, wanders round as well to have his say. And Glamorgan, with an over 8 of +5, can afford these consultations as we go late into this sunlit evening here at Sapphire Gardens. It's a good job it is sunlit because we're not allowed to use the floodlights for championship games here, and we wouldn't want this to end with bad light. There's no risk of that at the moment, with 12 overs potentially to go in the match, and Middlesex needing 29 to win. Now they've added 23 for this 9th wicket as Davies faces up to Crane. Goes the sweet ball, bobbles up but doesn't carry to slip. Glamorgan have got a man back on the ropes at square leg, as well as one at a deep backward square leg. So there's a bit of cover on the leg side for the sweep shot. That's flatter, pulled away over mid-wicket, and that one will be racing away to the boundary for 4 runs for Jack Davies. The first aggressive shot, really, that he has got away in quite a time. Just a little bit short from Crane. 25 to win. Middlesex have got the victory post in sight.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, Nick Webb. You're a bad man. It's a long, long way yet.
They scored 27 for this wicket. Oh, that's a filthy full toss from Crane. It's a no ball and it's smashed away down towards square leg. It hasn't gone to the boundary. And Crane just losing control for once with a full toss above waist height. So that's next to 3 runs onto the Middlesex total, and they're on 191 for 8. 22 needed to win.
When was the last time Crane would have bowled 24 overs in a day, let alone on the bounce? Fatigue comes into it, even for the
probably
spinner.
A couple of weeks ago, actually. He's bowled a heck of a lot.
Oh, well, because he missed the game at Lord's, didn't they?
Yeah,
that was obviously reflected on as a big
bowling half
mistake.
the time since.
On the bounce, 24.
Has a few long ones. Crane is in to bowl, and Helm defends that one. Helm has 10, Davies has 19. 22 needed to win. Can Crane put that error out of his mind with 7 coming off effectively one legitimate delivery, a 4 and then a no ball that went for a single. Crane is in, bowls, tosses it up, Helm drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. Middlesex take a step towards victory with 22 left. As Crane bowls, and an attempted drive from Helm as he stretched out for that one, didn't get it. Chris Cook took the bails off in case. Dot ball. Ball really ragging from all over the wicket. Earlier on he was turning it out the rough, now he's turning balls off middle stump. Mason Crane. But Middlesex resisting strongly. There's a big appeal for LB, but W no, says Jack Chantry. Shaking his head straight away to dampen the ardour of the Glamorgan close fielders, all going up, just doing a bit too much there. It was the googly.
Yeah, just outside the line of off, wasn't it? I think.
Might have gone down leg as well, he's turning it to so far.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I mean, there's a huge amount of turn, and that's what we were saying, wasn't it? It was the last 2 balls of the Glamorgan innings. One which turned to beat the edge handsomely of Crane, and then the next ball didn't turn, beat the inside edge, and you just thought this is really going to be tricky for Middlesex if Crane gets into a groove. And, well, a 5-wicket groove it's been for Crane. He didn't open the bowling, though. Carlson did, the off-spinner. Carlson and McElroy opening the innings. At that point, it just wasn't happening for Glamorgan, wasn't working at all. But Harris and Crane have brought it to life. And Galvin as well, picking up that wicket of Stoneman when we fancy he was brought back on just to give Harris a break for a little while, so that Harris could bowl through to the end, which he's going to have to do here. 11 overs remain, 22 to win. Davies on strike on 19, and around the wicket from the river end is James Harris. He bowls full straight, and it's defended by Davies again. He's going to do his utmost to keep this ball halfway up middle, which, or halfway up off, I should say, which will leave Davies with nowhere to go.
Morgan's slightly on the defensive at the moment. There's no real close catcher.
We've seen very few runs down the ground, which is why halfway up off stump is not a dangerous length at the moment on this pitch for Harris to be bowling. As here's the seamer in, bowls a wide one outside of the off stump. It's left alone by Davies. That was very wide, and I think Davies in hindsight's thinking maybe I should have had a little something on it with no catches behind to try and deflect it, as you say, deep thirds back. Yeah, when Mark Stoneman brought up his 50, the closest he had to having anything at all in the V was a clip for 2 just straight of mid-wicket, barely straight of mid-wicket, as the wagon wheel revealed. So it's been the story of the last couple of days, certainly. Halfway up off and just wait for batters to make mistakes, as this ball's on a length, and back and across goes Davies to turn to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But there has been seam, there has been swing, there's been spin, as we've been saying. Just has lacked that little bit of pace, which one brings the slips in, but two allows a batter to hit back down the ground with confidence. So runs at a premium. 3 has been roughly the scoring rate across the match for both sides. Middlesex were a fraction below it, and Glamorgan in both innings a fraction above it. As here's Harris, he's in, bowls, forward goes Davies, pushing back straight to the bowler, who picks up and looks ruefully. He looks tired, Harris, actually, doesn't he? But he would be. He's in his 14th over. Not much of a break in the middle of the 2 stints that he's had. And he needs to bowl through these next 6, including this one from the River End, if all those are required for Glamorgan to get the victory, or if Middlesex are still pushing here, there and everywhere for the singles to try and win this. Here's Harris to Davies. It's onto the legs, this one, and taken from a straight line in the opinion of the keeper and Harris, who looked disappointed. It's a single to deep backward square, and Davies moves to 20 from 65. 192 for 8. One to come of the over, is that? There is. Field switching for Tom Helm on 10. Certainly the most nervy moment of this innings so far. 2 deliveries away from victory. Glamorgan, Middlesex, 21 runs away. Helm playing his part for Davies, 10 from 31. Harris, shorn of head, but with a beard nowadays. He's in, bowls, and this ball's clipped away out to deep square for a single. He'll keep the strike, Helm. It's the end of the over. 193 for 8, and it's 20 to win here at Cardiff on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, with commentary from BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio London. Gareth Griffith, myself, Kevin Hand, and Nick Webb.
Little chat between the 2 batters then, as they approach the victory straight, potentially. Well, they've done more than half the job that was in front of them when they came together at 161 for 8, still needing a further 52 runs, and now they just need 20. Helm has been trying to play a few big shots against Mason Crane. He's got a few of them away. He's missed with a few of them as well. Crane with a long bowl for the once-capped England spinner. A couple of white ball appearances at international level as well, but came to Glamorgan on a season's loan in search of more regular cricket, and boy has he got it. He's played in all but one of the championship games, and he has bowled long spells, and this is one of them. Mason Crane then to the right-handed Tom Helm, 11 not out, 20 to win. And that's edged, and he's got away with it. It's running down towards third man. It's going to be 4 runs. James Harris can't haul it in. 16 to win. Helm taking his life in his hands, going for the big drive, sliced it away wide of Ingram at slip. Had there been a second slip, he might have been on his way back. But Helm to 15, and 16 are needed for victory.
He took everybody's lives in his hands there, didn't he? Everybody had their hearts in their mouths. Glamorgan, Middlesex. It feels like a big game, just 1 point separating the sides coming into the round. Sussex pulling away at the top.
As Crane bowls and Helm drives straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
It's more than early season bragging rights, isn't it? A draw in the first game of the season. Sam Northeast 335, beating Gooch's record at Lords. Middlesex with their highest first innings, their highest championship innings at Lords in that game.
Crane bowls, and down the leg side it goes as Helm tries to work it away, and there's no run. 16 to win.
So they won't play each other again this year. They're done. But a win against Sussex already for Glamorgan. Middlesex entertains Sussex on Friday. The outcome of, well, this next passage of play could have a big say on the season.
Crane bowls, and forward comes Helm defensively. No run. 197 for 8, still 16 to win. In Division 1 today, wins for Essex over Warwickshire by 4 wickets. Lancashire over Durham by 60 runs. Not Hampshire over Nottinghamshire by 5 wickets, and Somerset over Kent by 8 wickets. Crane bowls and Helm props forward and defends to mid-wicket. So the expected result at Taunton, thanks to Matt Renshaw, 82 not out, and Andy Amid with 73 not out steered Somerset their target, 194 for 2, despite a second innings fight back from Kent. Crane bowls, Helm props forward to defend again. Northamptonshire are 1 wicket short of victory at Derby. Derbyshire are 257 for 9, with only Anuj Dal and Darren du Pavillon at the wickets, and 114 to win. That one looks like a Northants win, or a draw, of course, unless in case Derbyshire can block it out, and Leicestershire look within view of safety at home to Gloucestershire, following on 335 behind their 346 for 7, so they're into the lead. And that game into the final knockings as well at Grace Road, where Glamorgan head, as Andy Gorvin supplants James Harris at the River Taff end.
Well, I was going to say that it's a competitive Division 2 this year, isn't it? It really is. As a few of the sides you've just mentioned there, Yorkshire, Sussex as well, will all fancy going up this year, including these two. So that's why, say, eyes from Sussex and from Yorkshire will be on Wales at the moment to see what happens at the end of this one, but Northamptonshire as well. It's a good few who fancy their chances in Division 2 this year. You'd suggest, Nick, that they're heading towards the final straight now, Middlesex. I'd suggest Middlesex are just reaching the point where it's the hope that kills you. 16 to win, 2 wicket stand.
But the momentum of the match with the visitors again.
Yes, yeah, no. Here's Gorvin replacing Harris at the river end. He's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is clipped out to mid-wicket for a single by Davies. The change here could be very important. He came on earlier to give Harris a break, Gorvin, and he picked up Mark Stoneman with his first ball, and that was the moment where the momentum shifted towards Glamorgan, and they got going from there. But Helm and Davies here with a partnership of 37 for the 9th wicket, holding Middlesex on. At the end of the day, they're just 2 wickets away from victory, Glamorgan, aren't they? And that's what they'll know, and that's what Middlesex will be mightily afraid of at the moment. So often say, don't we, one can bring 2. In this situation, one could bring the end very quickly. Bamba's a fine bat, but it's an awful lot of pressure, and if you're out there at the moment, you want to be the one that sees it home. As here's Gorvin into Helm. It's short, it's down the leg side, and Cook is standing up, but he's stopped it. Yes, Cook saved a few like that, hasn't he? In this one, he's kept extremely well.
Yeah, he's had to fling himself around on occasion. It's not been an easy experience.
No slip. It's just a deep third, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, short mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square and a long leg, and Gorvin to bowl at those stumps. Cook standing up is a real danger for the ball down the leg side, as this ball's full, straight, defended by Helm. A thick inside edge runs fine at the mid-wicket, and they have a single. Helm moves to 16, 199 for 8.
May well be at BBC Radio Wales update in just a moment. In these closing moments of the game, may pick up a few more listeners to our online service or 5 Sports Extra as a result of it. As Gorvin comes in and bowls to Davies. It's a grunt of effort, but Davies is forward defending on the offside, and there is no run. 14 to win. 199 for 8. Gorvin retreats into the distance. A thrilling finish here at Sophia Gardens. Middlesex need 14 to win. They have just 2 wickets in hand, though, at 199 for 8. The Glamorgan leg spinner Mason Crane has got his second 5-wicket haul for the county, but a 9th wicket stand between Tom Helm and Jack Davies has put Middlesex back on the front foot. A dramatic game of cricket that slewed both ways in the closing stages. Middlesex need 213 to win. They're 199 for 8. Commentary continues on BBC Sport Online. Gorvin is in to bowl and down leg side, and that'll be 4 runs on the Middlesex scoreboard. They are leg byes, it matters not. Middlesex 203 for 8. 10 needed here at Sophia Gardens. And, Gorvin not quite able to find the target, coming back into the attack for this final spell.
That's the danger with Cook standing up. Cook needs to stand up. Was Davies going to charge him? Was Helm going to charge him? It's anything off the straight with the keeper standing up. There's that danger that the ball's going to slip away, as it did. 10 to win, 203 for 8. Partnership of 42. This was oh so far off at the fall of the wicket of Stoneman, let alone the fall of the wicket of Holman. The 8th to go. Stoneman was what, the 6th to fall?
Stoneman was indeed the 6th.
Roland Jones the 7th. Holman the 8th. And, well, if the match has swayed this way and that all the way through, certainly this innings has. Middlesex had it at 100 for 1. But, yes, that fall of Holman 42 runs ago at 161 for 8. They were in deep, deep trouble. They're still not over the line. 10 runs, 2 wickets. The number 10 and the number 7 are together for Middlesex. That number 7 is a mighty fine bat, Jack Davies. 21 from 69, former England under-19. Middlesex letting John Simpson go to Sussex, where he signed a 2-year deal, a real legend of the county, championship winner, and that was to give some of the players like Davies, Robbie White, who's been waiting for a long while, chance with the gloves, Joe Cracknell, player who burst into the 100, called up by Owen Morgan at a very young age. But it's heads down at the moment.
Crane in, bowls, and slapped away off the back foot for just the single as the sweeper on the cover boundary emerges from the shadow, and another helmet appears on the field.
Well, we must credit in this as well, Nick, and remind ourselves and remind listeners, particularly those joining from BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra that may not be with us, the players missing for Glamorgan. Mir Hamza's rested for this one. They've gone with 2 batters overseas, Labuschagne and Ingram, for this one. They're missing the injured Van der Houten, which I probably should have left you to say. But the only man on the circuit that can say it properly.
Well, it depends if you go for the Dutch, Aussie or Welsh pronunciation of it. 204 for 8, 9 to win. Possibly a couple of blows, who knows. Crane is in to bowl to Jack Davies down leg side, blocked by Chris Cook. 3 round the bat. Glamorgan have to gamble now and go all out for wickets. There are 2 on the boundary, or close to the boundary on the leg side, which is a short leg side, the pitch towards the pavilion. Crane in to the left-handed Davies, who goes for the sweep slog and will just get the single out to a deep mid-wicket. They've played so sensibly, these two, after parts of the middle order fell apart under pressure. A couple of ducks in there, and Glamorgan were favourites when Middlesex were at first 8 down, but now Middlesex just need 8 to win. And Crane is in to bowl down leg side and paddled away, and that one may well go for 4. Colin Ingram is off in pursuit, so is Ul Hassan, but it's run away for 4. 2 fine leg, and Middlesex are 4 runs away from victory. Helm has 21. Davies has 22. Kevin.
Wow, I mean, huge credit to them. I'll give it to you now, the finish line's in sight. They're on the final straight now. They're 1 blow away from victory. Glamorgan are 2 wickets away from victory. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Wales, live on the BBC Sport website and app, as we are throughout the county season with all the games. Here's Crane, 2 slips in place to bowl to Helm. 2 balls to go with this over. Helm goes for, I'm not quite sure what there, goodness me. Was he thinking about a reverse? It was almost as though he was going down, or a paddle.
Well,
down
paddle,
on one
I
knee,
think.
and let's have a look at how this bat came down. Just there was a jerk of the hand as it came down with the sweep that I thought maybe he was going to scoop it, or and just managed to swat it away into the onside. Crane again bowls, and Helm backs up and defends that one to the relief of Davies at the non-striker's end. 209 for 8. 4 to win for Middlesex. 2 wickets for Glamorgan. Glamorgan also missing Harry Podmore for this match as well. Throw James Harris in there. I know Gorvin's bowling well in this game. McElroy not quite been at his best in this match, but that side that I've just named missing there would almost be the first choice attack with Harris, wouldn't it? Yeah, they've really put Middlesex to the sword here. Relegated Middlesex last year, who were disappointed with their slide to relegation from the midway point of last season, but the depleted Glamorgan are giving them quite the match.
Certainly Hamza and Van der Hoogten will come into strong consideration for Friday, with the Aussie-born Dutchman back fit after injury. 4 to win.
Who are you dropping, Ingram or Labuschagne?
I think we're resting Ingram. No one gets dropped. 4 to win. Gorvin to bowl, Kevin to commentate.
His right arm around the wicket. No slip in place still, which has been the story of this game. Gorvin around the wicket now, bowls to Davis, back in behind this one, pushing back, and there's no run. Would you have a slip, Nick, at this point? You'd almost... I mean, there'd be no worse way than for an edge to fly through slip. I know we haven't had that many edges in the game, but there have been enough.
The trouble is, it's been such a slow pitch that very little is even carried to slip off the seamers.
Yeah.
So that's not necessarily needed.
Short mid-wicket and short extra cover crouched down as Gorvin around the wicket bowls to Davis. It's wide outside the off stump, and Davis falls forward. He's on his knees as he attempted to cut at that one. It's not a wide. Overstretching. They've had so few to free up the arms to. It was almost a shock for Davies, wasn't it? An afterthought as he threw the bat at it. 1 wicket now. And who commentates then, Nick?
Alternate balls, I think.
Gorvin from the river end hits the crease, he bowls, and Davies is beaten through to the keeper. What was Gorvin appealing? He went up in appeal and looked to the square leg umpire. I think it was just a celebration
since it was so close to the outside edge.
But there you go.
Desperation, frustration.
That's how close the victory margin is. For either side that lose this now, it's going to be bitter disappointment. Having taken it right to the death. There are 6.3 overs remaining to score these 4 runs for Middlesex, or for Glamorgan to take these 2 wickets. Gorvin sprints in, he bowls, and Davies goes back and across to that one. Not quite sure the length was there to be back to it, but he gets bat on it. Everybody on the field for Glamorgan were ready to go up there.
Yeah, if Middlesex get over the line here, it's 21 points to 2 for the match, which does feel somewhat unfair on Glamorgan's effort over the last 2 days, but they were thoroughly outplayed on first innings, which is when those bonus points come.
Gorvin wide outside the off stump. Is that going to be close to signalling? No, good stop by Cook, who tumbles across to what was nearly second to take that one. There's still a bit of movement out there, isn't there?
Chris Cook is going to need either an ice bath or an ice beer, or possibly both at the end of this one.
Us too, Webby, us too. They've put us through it these 4 days, haven't they? I mean, it really was a very strong first 2 days for Middlesex. A good fight back yesterday by Glamorgan, but a couple of late wickets in the evening. He just pushed it to Middlesex, but Glamorgan came again this morning, and they've come again this evening as this ball's full outside of the off stump, left alone by Davies, which means Helm will have strike here to Crane. It is not over yet. 4 runs for Middlesex, 2 wickets for Glamorgan, and the number 10 Helm, albeit with 21 to his name and in a partnership of 48 with Davies, he's the man on strike.
Yeah, can Mason Crane find the magic touch, the magic spot, the magic ball?
Yes, he can. Will he? He's found it so many times, hasn't he?
He's capable of it. Late blast of trumpet to encourage Glamorgan.
Where has that come from? I mean, it's very welcome. Here's Crane, 2 slips, crouched down. He's right arm over the leg spinner, bowls to Helm, and Helm's forward with a thick edge. It runs back with a point, no run. They thought about it. Harris returns to throw, and Cook leaps into the air, takes it at full stretch. I'm not sure he's wholly grateful of that, Cook. Come on, Harry. It's been a long day. It was definitely a saxophone yesterday, wasn't it?
We
sure
had a
it
sax,
was outside the ground.
Sunday afternoon sax in the distance somewhere.
Crane bowls and edged. Is it? No, it's not. It's turned. Whoa, that spat. It was taken at second slip off the gloves of the keeper. A swing from Helm, looking to drive. Look at that go.
Chris Cook just knocking it to second slip.
Yeah. Here goes Crane, but the turn was there still, wasn't it, in the bounce? He bowls, and Helm a big stride. Tall man, 6'4", 6'5", Helm. Plunges forward with a big stride to block that one back out.
Earlier in proceedings we saw a delivery to Ryan Higgins that just turned off the wickets and ended up at Slip's hands.
Yeah. It's still doing the same. Crane 5 for 95. He's in, bowls, and Helm backs up and wristily works this. Goodness me, off the top of off stump to Ul Hassan at backward square. No run, hands on head for Crane again. They are not over the line yet, Nick. One ball could throw this game right back into the balance. Ethan Bamber sat on the balcony. What was he thinking right now? Crane rips this one down a little quicker. Flatter one. Goes straight on. Helm backs up and defends it into the onside. There's one to come of the over. Davies as well at the non-striker's end. What's his thought? Get me back onto strike. Does he feel he needs to finish it in the next over, having seen that ball that spat and turned from Crane to Helm? Here's the last ball of the 64th. It's Crane. He bowls. Helm slaps it back down the ground and he wins the match. Clears the front foot, and he took a risk there, last ball of the over, and an educated risk I think it was as well, knowing even if he were to fall, Davies would have the strike and it wouldn't be Bamber that had come in and face. He slaps it back down the ground, all along the floor past Crane, just got the front foot out of the way. Davies only just got out of the way himself at the non-striker's end. He lifts the bat to the pavilion, he punches the air, so does Davies. But a thought for Glamorgan though, they have served up a belter of a game here in the county championship with Middlesex.
Yes, Glamorgan managed to put themselves briefly back in the driving seat, having been behind for most of this game when Middlesex lost their 8th wicket with the score on 161. It looked as though Glamorgan were favourites with the ball turning square from one end, but a half-century partnership between Tom Helm and Jack Davies has seen Middlesex home at 213 for 8. Defeat will taste very bitter indeed for Glamorgan, but they will take heart from their fighting performance. They just need to start games better. So often in the last season or two, we've seen them fight back from behind. It wasn't quite enough, and Middlesex managed to win the last hour of the match when it counted.
Yeah, it really was a tremendous game of cricket, and a great advert for Division 2, let alone the County Championship, because there's some big names in this game. Labuschagne and Ingram, as we've mentioned, Helm with the 7 for Crane, showing just what he's capable of in this innings. Nearly turned the game back to Glamorgan, and arguably, had Crane and Harris have been the pair to open up, and that's no slant on Carlson and McElroy, but in terms of experience and achievement, had they have started the innings, maybe it would have been a little bit closer, having reached 100 for 1 Middlesex, but 213 for 8. They get over the line and they face Sussex at Lords now on Friday, tucked in behind the leaders. So when John Simpson leads Sussex back to Lords, it really is going to be a top of Division 2 table tussle between those counties, and one that I must say, especially after these 4 wonderful days here at Cardiff, I'm very much looking forward to, Nick, because this has been a really good advert again for county cricket.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Kevin Hand for your time during this match. Thank you also to Gareth Griffiths and Edward Bevan, our other commentators during the game. Glamorgan proceed to play Leicestershire, and Middlesex are the first away victors in Cardiff in the Championship since April 2022, when they were the last most recent winners here as well. So well played to Middlesex. Looking forward to visiting Grace Road with Glamorgan on Friday. Middlesex against Sussex at Lords with Kevin and the team. From all of us here at Sapphire Gardens, we hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and a very good night, North Star. Zainul Hassan as McIlroy's in again to bowl to Robson, who turns it off his legs down towards fine leg, and that's Morgan desperate in need of an early breakthrough, and they won't get it there as that's run down by Robson towards the boundary.
Looking for a change of fortune here. His left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Robson, and Robson just flicks it off his pad. Delightful shot there through mid-wicket.
Stage slipping a short leg crouch down as Crane bowls. Lovely bit of flight. Now that one turns away down the leg square, right arm around to Stoneman. And he looks to reverse sweep, and he gets it in between the keeper and slip for 4.
Tough end. It's Gorvin in for a second over, and Robson easily guides that off his hip. They almost got in the way
of time.
Glamorgan needs something to happen here as Gorvin is over the wicket a little bit wide, and Robson just waits for that, plays a delightful little cut. Short and wide again, and Stoneman just rocks back. That's easy for the former England opener, just guides that, I think. That's Gorvin over the wicket, slightly wide, and Robson's played on. He's made something happen. He's short.
The new man, but not like that as Crane delivers an over-pitched ball. That 70 for 1, 143 to win. Reverse sweep and 4 more. Nicely executed by
Gorvin is round the wicket to Stoneman, and again that's down the leg side, and it's just flicked off his legs by Stoneman, easily offside boundary as Harris comes in, and no cover there. I'm not sure if there'd been somebody there anyway would have stopped that ball.
Crane bowls, and Holden goes for a big one, and he's got hold of it enough. It is bouncing ferociously, but Glamorgan haven't got many to play with. Oh, they'll have another wicket to play with now as Holden goes for another
biting finish. We perhaps thought, or I thought this morning anyway, is around the wicket. He's got it now. Deploy. Oh wow,
wow. Crane bowls. And is he gone? Yes, he has. Higgins stretching forward.
Higgins get an LBW right arm over.
Crane floats it up, and it's driven through the covers for 4 runs. Or more, who knows. That's just glanced wide of leg slip. Fernandez will pick up runs. He'll pick up 4 runs. Crane bowls. Again, knocked into the gap on the offside, and this will be another couple of runs at least. It may just go to...
McIlroy bowls, and this ball's driven away through the covers. Lovely shot for 4, and that's his 50.
Crane around the wicket, floats it up. There's an appeal, and it's given.
Mason Crane's round, and a little bit of appeal there. Again, Stoneman has got himself.
Harris bowls, and this ball's driven by Stone with an open face. Oh, backward point might not get there. He's placed it nicely. Corvin's around the wicket to Stoneman, and he's immediately onto the off stump. Has he got him? He has! He's got him first ball! What a
19th over. Oh, it's the googly, and he's turned it in. He's got him at LBW. Toby Rowland Jones. He sets him up around the wicket. Here comes Mason Crane. Oh, he's got him. There's a big appeal, and he's given. Just a little glove down the leg.
He's only just, though. See, it's Harris in bowls, a bouncer, and Helm pulls him away, and Crane dives, plunges.
There's a bit of cover on the leg side for the sweep shot. That's flatter, pulled away over mid-wicket, and that one will be... Tom Helm, 11 not out, 20 to win. And that's edged, and he's got away with it. It's running down towards third man. Gorvin is in to bowl, and down leg side, and that'll be 4 runs. And Crane is in to bowl down leg side and paddled away, and that one may well go for 4.
Here's the last ball of the 64th. It's Crane, he bowls, Helm slaps it back down the ground, and he wins the match. Clears the front foot, and he took a risk there, last ball of the over, and an educated risk I think it was as well.